To Bob Tanner, whose enthusiasm at a crucial stage was more important than he can know. Part 1. A Time of Trouble. A faithful friend is a strong defense. A faithful friend is the medicine of life. Apocrypha. A terrible darkness has fallen upon us, but we must not surrender to it. We shall lift lamps of courage and find our way through to the morning. Anonymous member of the French Resistance, 1943. Chapter 1, November 7th through December 2nd. 1. Laguna Beach, California. Dominic Corvasis went to sleep under a light wool blanket and a crisp white sheet, sprawled alone in his bed. But he woke elsewhere. In the darkness, at the back of the large foyer closet, behind concealing coats and jackets, he was curled in the fetal position. His hands were squeezed into tight fists. The muscles in his neck and arms ached from the tension of a bad, though unremembered, dream. He could not recall leaving the comfort of his mattress during the night, but he was not surprised to find that he had traveled in the dark hours. It had happened on 2 other occasions, and recently. Somnambulism, a potentially dangerous practice commonly referred to as sleepwalking, has fascinated people throughout history. It fascinated Dom, too, from the moment he became a baffled victim of it. He had found references to sleepwalkers in writings that dated as far back as 1000 B.C. The ancient Persians believed that the wandering body of a sleepwalker was seeking his spirit, which had detached itself and drifted away during the night. Europeans of the grim medieval period favored demonic possession or lycanthropy as an explanation. Dom Corvasis did not worry about his affliction, though he was discomfited and somewhat embarrassed by it. As a novelist, he was intrigued by these new nocturnal ramblings, for he viewed all new experiences as material for his fiction. Nevertheless, though he might eventually profit from creative use of his own somnambulism, it was an affliction. He crawled out of the closet, wincing as the pain in his neck spread up across his scalp and down into his shoulders. He had difficulty getting to his feet because his legs were cramped. As always, he felt sheepish. He now knew that somnambulism was a condition to which adults were vulnerable, but he still considered it a childish problem, like bedwetting. Wearing blue pajama bottoms, bare-chested, slipperless, he shuffled across the living room, down the short hall into the master bedroom and into the bath. In the mirror, he looked dissipated, a libertine surfacing from a week of shameless indulgence in a wide variety of sins. In fact, he was a man of remarkably few vices. He did not smoke, overeat, or take drugs. He drank little. He liked women, but he was not promiscuous. He believed in commitment in a relationship. Indeed, he had not slept with anyone in, what was it now? Almost 4 months. He only looked this bad, dissipated, wrung out, when he woke and discovered that he had taken one of his unscheduled nocturnal trips to a makeshift bed. Each time he had been exhausted. Though asleep, he got no rest on the nights he walked. He sat down on the edge of the bathtub, bent his leg up to look at the bottom of his left foot, then checked the bottom of his right foot. Neither was cut, scratched, or particularly dirty, so he had not left the house while sleepwalking. He had awakened in closets twice before, once last week and once 12 days prior to that, and he had not had dirty feet on those occasions either. As before, he felt as if he had traveled miles while unconscious, but if he actually had gone that far, he had done it by making countless circuits of his own small house. A long, hot shower soaked away a lot of his muscle discomfort. He was lean and fit, 35 years old, with recuperative powers commensurate with his age. By the time he finished breakfast, he felt almost human. After lingering with a cup of coffee on the patio, studying the pleasant geography of Laguna Beach, which shelved down the hills toward the sea, he went to his study, sure that his work was the cause of his sleepwalking. Not the work itself, so much as the amazing success of his first novel, Twilight in Babylon, which he had finished last February. His agent put Twilight up for auction, and to Dom's astonishment, a deal was made with Random House, which paid a remarkably large advance for a first novel. Within a month, movie rights were sold, providing the down payment on his house, and the Literary Guild took Twilight as a main selection. He had spent 7 laborious months of 60, 70, and 80-hour weeks in the writing of that story, not to mention a decade getting himself ready to write it, but he still felt like an overnight success, up from genteel poverty in one great leap. The once poor Dominic Corvasis occasionally caught a glimpse of the now rich Dominic Corvasis in a mirror or a sun-silvered window, saw himself unguarded, and wondered if he really deserved what had come his way. Sometimes he worried that he was heading for a great fall. With such triumph and acclaim came considerable tension. When Twilight was published next February, would it be well received and justify Random House's investment, or would it fail and humiliate him? Could he do it again, or was Twilight a fluke? Every hour of his waking day, these and other questions circled his mind with vulturine persistence, and he supposed the same damn questions still swooped through his mind while he slept. That was why he walked in his sleep. He was trying to escape those relentless concerns, seeking a secret place to rest, where his worries could not find him. Now at his desk, he switched on the IBM display writer and called up Chapter 18 on the first disc of his new book, as yet untitled. He had stopped yesterday in the middle of the 6th page of the chapter, but when he summoned the document, intending to begin where he had left off, he saw a full page where there had been half. Unfamiliar green lines of text glowed on the word processor's video display. For a moment he blinked stupidly at the neat letters of light, then shook his head in pointless denial of what lay before him. The back of his neck was suddenly cool and damp. The existence of those unremembered lines on page 6 was not what gave him the creeps. It was what the lines said. Furthermore, there should not have been a page 7 in the chapter, for he had not yet created one, but it was there. He also found an 8th page. As he scrolled through the material on the disk, his hands became clammy. The startling addition to his work in progress was only a 2-word sentence, repeated hundreds of times. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Double spacing, quadruple indentation, 4 sentences to a line, 13 lines on page 6, 27 lines on page 7, another 27 on page 8. That made 268 repetitions of the sentence. The machine had not created them by itself, for it was merely an obedient slave that did precisely what it was told. And it made no sense to speculate that someone had broken into the house during the night to tamper with his electronically stored manuscript. There were no signs of a break-in, and he could not think of anyone who would play such a prank. Clearly, he had come to the word processor while sleepwalking and had obsessively typed in this sentence 268 times, though he had absolutely no recollection of having done it. I'm scared. Scared of what? Sleepwalking? It was a disorienting experience, at least on the morning end, but it was not an ordeal that would cause such terror as this. He was frightened by the quickness of his literary ascent, and by the possibility of an equally swift descent into oblivion. Yet he could not completely dismiss the nagging thought that this had nothing to do with his career, that the threat hanging over him was something else altogether, something strange, something his conscious mind did not yet see, but which his subconscious perceived, and which it had tried to convey to him by means of this message left while he was sleeping. No. Nonsense. That was only the novelist's overactive imagination at work. Work. That was the best medicine for him. Besides, from his research into the subject, he knew that most adult sleepwalkers made short careers of it. Few experienced more than half a dozen episodes, usually contained within a time span of 6 months or less. Chances were good that his sleep would never again be complicated by midnight ramblings, and that he would never again wake huddled and tense in the back of a closet. He deleted the unwanted words from the disk and went to work on Chapter 18. When he next looked at the clock, he was surprised to see that it was past 1, and that he had labored through the lunch hour. Even for Southern California, the day was warm for early November, so he ate lunch on the patio. The palm trees rustled in a mild breeze, and the air was scented with autumn flowers. With style and grace, Laguna sloped down to the shores of the Pacific. The ocean was spangled with sunlight. Finishing his last sip of Coke, Dom suddenly tilted his head back, looked straight up into the brilliantly blue sky, and laughed. You see? No falling safe, no plummeting piano, no sword of Damocles. It was November 7th. 2. Boston, Massachusetts. Dr. Ginger Marie Weiss never expected trouble in Bernstein's delicatessen, but that was where it started, with the incident of the black gloves. Usually, Ginger could deal with any problems that came her way. She relished every challenge life presented, thrived on trouble. She would have been bored if her path had been always easy, unobstructed. However, it had never occurred to her that she might eventually be confronted with trouble she could not handle. As well as challenges, life provides lessons, and some are more welcome than others. Some lessons are easy, some difficult. Some are devastating. Ginger was intelligent, pretty, ambitious, hard-working, and an excellent cook. But her primary advantage in life was that no one took her seriously on first encounter. She was slender, a wisp, a graceful sprite who seemed as insubstantial as she was lovely. Most people underestimated her for weeks or months, only gradually realizing that she was a formidable competitor, colleague, or adversary. The story of Ginger's mugging was legend at Columbia Presbyterian in New York, where she had served her internship 4 years prior to the trouble at Bernstein's delicatessen. Like all interns, she had often worked 16-hour shifts and longer, day after day, and had left the hospital with barely enough energy to drag herself home. One hot, humid Saturday night in July, after completing an especially grueling tour of duty, she headed for home shortly after 10 o'clock and was accosted by a hulking Neanderthal with hands as big as shovel blades, huge arms, no neck, and a sloping forehead. "You scream," he said, launching himself at her with jack-in-the-box suddenness, "and I'll bust your goddamn teeth out." He seized her arm and twisted it behind her back. "You understand me, bitch?" No other pedestrians were close, and the nearest cars were 2 blocks away, stopped at a traffic light. No help in sight. He shoved her into a narrow, night-mantled serviceway between 2 buildings, into a trash-strewn passage with only one dim light. She slammed into a garbage bin, hurting her knee and shoulder, stumbled, but did not fall. Many armed shadows embraced her. With ineffectual whimpers and breathless protests, she made her assailant feel confident, because at first she thought he had a gun. Humor a gunman, she thought. Don't resist. Resistors get shot. "Move," he said between clenched teeth, and he shoved her again. When he pushed her into a recessed doorway 3/4 of the way along the passage, not far from the single, faint bulb at the end, he started talking filthy, telling her what he was going to do with her after he took her money, and even in the poor light she could see he held no weapon. Suddenly she had hope. His vocabulary of obscenities was blood-curdling, but his sexual threats were so stupidly repetitive that they were almost funny. She realized he was just a big, dumb loser who relied on his size to get what he wanted. Men of his type seldom carried guns. His muscles gave him a false sense of invulnerability, so he probably had no fighting skill either. While he was emptying the purse that she willingly relinquished, Ginger summoned all her courage and kicked him squarely in the crotch. He doubled over from the blow. She moved fast, seized one of his hands, and bent the index finger backward savagely until the pain must have been as excruciating as the throbbing in his bruised privates. Radical, violent backward extension of the index finger could quickly incapacitate any man, regardless of his size and strength. By this action, she was straining the digital nerve on the front of his hand while simultaneously pinching the highly sensitive median and radial nerves on the back. The intense pain also traveled into the acromial nerves in his shoulder, into his neck. He grabbed her hair with his free hand and pulled. That counterattack hurt, made her cry out, blurred her vision, but she gritted her teeth, endured the agony, and bent his captive finger even farther. Her relentless pressure quickly banished all thought of resistance from his mind. Involuntary tears burst from his eyes, and he dropped to his knees, squealing and cursing and helpless. "Let go of me! Let go of me, you bitch!" Blinking sweat out of her eyes, tasting the same salty effluence at the corners of her mouth, Ginger gripped his index finger with both hands. She shuffled cautiously backward and led him out of the passage in an awkward 3-point crawl as if dragging a dangerous dog on a tightened choke chain. Scuttling, scraping, hitching, and humping himself along on one hand and 2 knees, he glared up at her with eyes muddied by a murderous urge. His mean, lumpish face became less visible as they moved away from the light, but she could see that it was so contorted by pain and fury and humiliation that it did not seem human. A goblin face. And in a shrill, goblin voice he squealed a chilling array of dire imprecations. By the time they had clumsily negotiated 15 yards of the serviceway, he was overwhelmed by the agony in his hand and by the sickening waves of pain rushing outward through his body from his injured testicles. He gagged, choked, and vomited on himself. She still did not dare let go of him. Now, given the opportunity, he would not merely beat her senseless, he would kill her. Disgusted and terrified, she urged him along even faster than before. Reaching the sidewalk with the befouled and chastened mugger in tow, she saw no pedestrians who could call the police for her, so she forced her humbled assailant into the middle of the street, where passing traffic came to a standstill at this unexpected spectacle. When the cops finally arrived, Ginger's relief was exceeded by that of the thug who had attacked her. In part, people underestimated Ginger because she was small, 5'2", 102 pounds, not physically imposing, certainly not intimidating. Likewise, she was shapely, but not a blonde bombshell. She was blonde, however, and a particular silvery shade of her hair was what caught a man's eye, whether he was seeing her for the first time or the 100th. Even in bright sunshine, her hair recalled moonlight. That ethereally pale and radiant hair, her delicate features, blue eyes that were the very definition of gentleness, an Audrey Hepburn neck, slender shoulders, thin wrists, long-fingered hands, and her tiny waist, all contributed to a misleading impression of fragility. Furthermore, she was quiet and watchful by nature, 2 qualities that might be mistaken for timidity. Her voice was so soft and musical that anyone could easily fail to apprehend the self-assurance and underlying authority in those dulcet tones. Ginger had inherited her silver-blonde mane, cerulean eyes, beauty, and ambition from her mother, Anna, a 5'10" Swede. "You're my golden girl," Anna said when Ginger graduated from 6th grade at the age of 9, 2 years ahead of schedule, after being promoted twice in advance of her peers. Ginger had been the best student in her class and had received a gilt-edged scroll in honor of her academic excellence. Also, as one of 3 student performers who had provided entertainment before the graduation ceremony, she had played 2 pieces on the piano, Mozart, followed by a ragtime tune, and had brought the surprised audience to its feet. "Golden girl," Anna said, hugging her all the way home in the car. Jacob drove, blinking back tears of pride. Jacob was an emotional man, easily moved. Somewhat embarrassed by the frequency with which his eyes moistened, he usually tried to conceal the depth of his feelings by blaming his tears or reddened eyes on a never-specified allergy. "Must be unusual pollens in the air today," he said twice on the way home from graduation. "Irritating pollens." Anna said, "It's all come together in you, Bubba. My best features and your father's best. And you're going places. By God, you just wait and see if you aren't. High school, then college, then maybe law school or medical school. Anything you want to do, anything." The only people who never underestimated Ginger were her parents. They reached home, turned into the driveway. Jacob stopped short of the garage and said in surprise, "What are we doing? Our only child graduates from 6th grade. Our child who, since she can do absolutely anything, will probably marry the king of Siam and ride a giraffe to the moon. Our child wears her first cap and gown and we aren't celebrating. Should we drive into Manhattan? Have maybe champagne at the Plaza? Dinner at the Waldorf? No, something better. Only the best for our giraffe-riding astronaut. We'll go to the soda fountain at Walgreens." "Yeah," Ginger said. At Walgreens they must have been as odd a family as the soda jerk had ever seen. The Jewish father, not much bigger than a jockey, with a Germanic name but a Sephardic complexion. The Swedish mother, blonde and gloriously feminine, 5 inches taller than her husband, and the child, a wraith, an elf, petite though her mother was not, fair though her father was dark, with a beauty altogether different from her mother's, a more subtle beauty, with a fey quality. Even as a child, Ginger knew that strangers, seeing her with her parents, must think she was adopted. From her father, Ginger had inherited her slight stature, soft voice, intellect, and gentleness. She loved them both so completely and intensely that, as a child, her vocabulary had been insufficient to convey her feelings. Even as an adult, she could not find the words to express what they had meant to her. They were both gone now, to early graves. When Anna died in a traffic accident, shortly after Ginger's 12th birthday, the common wisdom among Jacob's relatives was that both Ginger and her father would be adrift without the Swede, whom the Weiss clan had long ago ceased to regard as an interloping Gentile, and for whom they had developed both respect and love. Everyone knew how close the 3 had been, but more important, everyone knew that Anna had been the engine powering the family's success. It was Anna who had taken the least ambitious of the Weiss brothers, Jacob the dreamer, Jacob the meek, Jacob with his nose always in a detective novel or a science fiction story, and made something of him. He had been an employee in a jewelry store when she married him, but by the time she died, he owned 2 shops of his own. After the funeral, the family gathered at Aunt Rachel's big house in Brooklyn Heights. As soon as she could slip away, Ginger sought solace in the dark solitude of the pantry. Sitting on a stool, with the aroma of many spices heavy in the air of that narrow place, praying to God to bring her mother back, she heard Aunt Francine talking to Rachel in the kitchen. Fran was bemoaning the grim future awaiting Jacob and his little girl in a world without Anna. "He won't be able to keep the business going. You know he won't. Not even once the grief has passed, then he goes back to work. The poor Luftmensch. Anna was his common sense, and his motivation, and his best adviser, and without her, in 5 years he'll be lost." They were underestimating Ginger. To be fair, Ginger was only 12, and even though she was already in 10th grade, she was still a child in most people's eyes. No one could have foreseen that she would fill Anna's shoes so quickly. She shared her mother's love of cooking, so in the weeks following the funeral she pored through cookbooks, and, with the amazing diligence and perseverance that were her trademarks, she acquired what culinary skills she had not already learned. The first time relatives came for dinner after Anna's death, they exclaimed over the food. Homemade potato rolls and cheese kalaki. Vegetable soup with plump cheese and beef kreplach floating in it. Scharfe fish as an appetizer, braised veal paprika, tzimmes with prunes and potatoes, creamy macaroni patties fried in hot fat and served in tomato sauce, a choice of baked peach pudding or apple shallot for dessert. Francine and Rachel thought Jacob was hiding a marvelous new housekeeper in the kitchen. They were disbelieving when he pointed to his daughter. Ginger did not think she had done anything remarkable. A cook was needed, so she became a cook. She had to take care of her father now, and she applied herself to that responsibility with vigor and enthusiasm. She cleaned the house swiftly, efficiently, and with a thoroughness that defied her Aunt Francine's sub rosa inspections for dust and grime. Although she was only 12, she learned to plan a budget, and before she was 13 she was in charge of all the household accounts. At 14, 3 years younger than her classmates, Ginger was the valedictorian of her high school class. When it became known that she had been accepted by several universities, but had chosen Barnard, everyone began to wonder whether, at the tender age of 14, she had finally taken too big a bite and would choke trying to swallow it. Barnard was more difficult than high school. She no longer learned faster than the other kids, but she learned as well as the best of them, and her grade average was frequently 4.0, never less than 3.8, and that was the semester in her junior year when Jacob was sick with his first bout of pancreatitis, when she spent every evening at the hospital. Jacob lived to see her get her first degree, was sallow and weak when she received her medical degree, even hung on tenaciously until she had served 6 months of her internship. But after 3 bouts of recurring pancreatitis, he developed pancreatic cancer, and he died before Ginger had finally made up her mind to go for a surgical residency at Boston Memorial instead of pursuing a career in research. Because she had been given more years with Jacob than she had been given with her mother, her feelings for him were understandably more profound, and the loss of him was even more devastating than the loss of Anna had been. Yet she dealt with that time of trouble as she dealt with every challenge that came her way, and she finished her internship with excellent reports and superb recommendations. She delayed her residency by going to California, to Stanford, for a unique and arduous 2-year program of additional study in cardiovascular pathology. Thereafter, following a 1-month vacation, by far the longest rest she had ever taken, she moved east again to Boston, acquired a mentor in Dr. George Hanaby, chief of surgery at Memorial and renowned for his pioneering achievements in various cardiovascular surgical procedures, and served the first 3 quarters of her 2-year residency without a hitch. Then, On a Tuesday morning in November, she went into Bernstein's deli to buy a few items, and terrible things began happening. The incident of the black gloves. That was the start of it. Tuesday was her day off, and unless one of her patients had a life-threatening crisis, she was neither needed nor expected at the hospital. During her first 2 months at Memorial, with her usual enthusiasm and tireless drive, she had gone to work on most of her days off, for there was nothing else that she would rather do. But George Hannaby put an end to that habit as soon as he learned of it. George said that the practice of medicine was high-pressure work, and that every physician needed time off, even Ginger Weiss. "If you drive yourself too hard, too fast, too relentlessly," he said, "it's not only you that suffers, but the patient as well." So every Tuesday she slept an extra hour, showered, and had 2 cups of coffee while she read the morning paper at the kitchen table by the window that looked out on Mount Vernon Street. At 10 o'clock she dressed, walked several blocks to Bernstein's on Charles Street, and bought pastrami, corned beef, homemade rolls or sweet pumpernickel, potato salad, blintzes, maybe some lox, maybe some smoked sturgeon, sometimes cottage cheese vareniki to be reheated at home. Then she walked home with her bag of goodies and ate shamelessly all day while she read Agatha Christie, Dick Francis, John D. MacDonald, Elmore Leonard, sometimes a Heinlein. While she had not yet begun to like relaxation half as much as she liked work, she gradually began to enjoy her time off, and Tuesdays ceased to be the dreaded day it had been when she first began her reluctant observance of the 6-day week. That bad Tuesday in November started out fine. Cold with a gray winter sky, brisk and invigorating rather than frigid, and her routine brought her to Bernstein's, crowded as usual, at 10:21. Ginger drifted from one end of the long counter to the other, peering into cabinets full of baked goods, looking through the cold glass of the refrigerated display cases, choosing from the array of delicacies with gluttonous pleasure. The room was a stew pot of wonderful smells and happy sounds. Hot dough, cinnamon, laughter, garlic, cloves, rapid conversations in which the English was spiced with everything from Yiddish to Boston accents to current rock and roll slang, roasted hazelnuts, sauerkraut, pickles, coffee, the clink-clank of silverware. When Ginger had everything she wanted, she paid for it, pulled on her blue knit gloves, and hefted the bag, going past the small tables at which a dozen people were having a late breakfast, then headed for the door. She held the grocery bag in her left arm, and with her free hand she tried to put her wallet back in the purse that was slung over her right shoulder. She was looking down at the purse as she reached the door, and a man in a gray tweed topcoat and a black Russian hat entered the deli at that moment, his attention as distracted as hers. They collided. As cold air swept in from outside, she stumbled backward a step. He grabbed at her bag of groceries to keep it from falling, then steadied her with one hand on her arm. "Sorry," he said. "That was stupid of me." "My fault," she said. "Daydreaming." "I wasn't looking where I was going." "You all right?" "Fine. Really." He held the bag of groceries toward her. She thanked him, took the bag, and noticed his black gloves. They were obviously expensive, of high-grade, genuine leather, so neatly and tightly stitched that the seams were hardly visible. But there was nothing about those gloves that could explain her instant and powerful reaction to them. Nothing unusual, nothing strange, nothing threatening, yet she did feel threatened. Not by the man. He was ordinary, pale, doughy-faced, with kind eyes behind thick tortoise-shell glasses. Inexplicably, unreasonably, the gloves themselves were what abruptly terrified her. Her breath caught in her throat and her heart hammered. The most bizarre thing was the way every object, and all the people in the deli began to fade as if they were not real but merely figments of a dream that was dissolving as the dreamer woke. The customers having breakfast at the small tables, the shelves laden with canned and packaged food, the display cases, the wall clock with the Manischewitz logo, the pickle barrel, the tables and chairs all seemed to shimmer and slip away into a niveous haze, as if a fog was rising from some realm beneath the floor. Only the portentous gloves did not fade, and, in fact, as she stared at them, they grew more detailed, strangely more vivid, more real, and increasingly threatening. "Miss?" the doughy-faced man said, and his voice seemed to come from a great distance, from the far end of a long tunnel. Although the shapes and colors of the delicatessen bleached toward white on all sides of Ginger, the sounds did not dwindle as well, but instead grew louder, louder, until her ears filled with a roar of meaningless jabber and with the jarring clatter of silverware, until the clinking of dishes and the soft chatter of the electronic cash register were thunderous, unbearable. She could not take her eyes off the gloves. "Is something wrong?" the man asked, holding up one leather-clad hand, half reaching toward her in an inquisitive gesture. Black, tight, shiny, with a barely visible grain to the leather, neat little stitches along the fingers, taut across the knuckles. Dizzy, disoriented, with a tremendous weight of indefinable fear pressing down on her, she suddenly knew that she must run or die. Run or die. She did not know why. She did not understand the danger, but she knew she must run or perish where she stood. Her heartbeat, already fast, became frantic. The breath that was snagged in her throat now flew free with a feeble cry, and she lunged forward as if in pursuit of the pathetic sound that had escaped her. Amazed by her response to the gloves, but unable to be objective about it, confused by her own behavior even as she acted, clutching the grocery bag to her breast, she shouldered past the man who had collided with her. She was only vaguely aware that she almost knocked him off his feet. She must have wrenched open the door, though she could not remember having done so, and then she was outside, in the crisp November air. The traffic on Charles Street, car horns, rumbling engines, the hiss-sigh crunch of tires was to her right, and the deli windows flashed past on her left as she ran. Thereafter she was oblivious of everything, for the world around her faded completely away, and she was plunging through a featureless grayness, legs pumping hard, coattails flapping as if fleeing across an amorphous dreamscape, struck dumb by fear. There must have been many other people on the sidewalk, people whom she dodged or shoved aside, but she was not cognizant of them. She was aware only of the need to escape. She ran deer-swift, though no one pursued her, with her lips peeled back and a grimace of pure terror, though she could not identify the danger from which she fled, running like crazy, temporarily blind, deaf, lost. Minutes later, when the mists cleared, she found herself on Mount Vernon Street, part of the way up the hill, leaning against a wrought-iron railing beside the front steps of a stately red-brick townhouse. She was gripping two of the iron balusters, with her hands curled so tightly around them that her knuckles ached, her forehead on the heavy metal balustrade as if she were a melancholy prisoner slumped against the door of her cell. She was sweating and gasping for breath. Her mouth was dry, sour, her throat burned, and her chest ached. She was bewildered, unable to recall how she had arrived at this place, as if washed onto an alien shore by moon-timed tides and waves of amnesia. Something had frightened her. She could not remember what it had been. Gradually the fear subsided, and her breathing regained an almost regular rhythm. Her heartbeat slowed slightly. She raised her head and blinked her eyes, looking around warily and in bafflement as her tear-blurred vision slowly cleared. She turned her face up until she saw the bare black branches of a linden and a low, ominous, gray November sky beyond the skeletal tree. Antique iron gas lamps glowed softly, activated by solenoids that had mistaken the wintry morning for the onset of dusk. At the top of the hill stood the Massachusetts State House, and at the bottom the traffic was heavy where Mount Vernon intersected Charles Street. Bernstein's Delicatessen. Yes, of course, it was Tuesday, and she had been at Bernstein's when something happened. What? What had happened at Bernstein's? And where was the deli bag? She let go of the iron railing, raised her hands, and blotted her eyes on her blue knit gloves. Gloves. Not hers, not these gloves. The myopic man in the Russian hat, his black leather gloves. That was what had frightened her. But why had she been gripped by hysteria, overwhelmed by dread at the sight of them? What was so frightening about black gloves? Across the street, an elderly couple watched her intently, and she wondered what she had done to draw their attention. Though she strained to remember, she could not summon the faintest recollection of her journey up the hill. The past 3 minutes, perhaps longer, were utterly blank. She must have run up Mount Vernon Street in a panic. Evidently, judging by the expressions on the faces of those observing her, she had made quite a spectacle of herself. Embarrassed, she turned away from them and started hesitantly down Mount Vernon Street, back the way she had come. At the bottom, just around the corner, she found her bag of groceries lying on its side on the pavement. She stood over it for long seconds, staring at the crumpled brown bundle, trying to recall the moment when she had dropped it. But where that moment should have been, her memory contained only grayness, nothingness. What's wrong with me? A few items had spilled from the fallen parcel, but none was torn open, so she put them back in the paper sack. Unsettled by her baffling loss of control, weak in the knees, she headed home, her breath pluming in the frosty air. After a few steps, she halted, hesitated. Finally, she turned back toward Bernstein's. She stopped just outside the deli and had to wait only a minute or two before the man in the Russian hat and the tortoise-shell glasses came out with a grocery bag of his own. Oh, he blinked in surprise. Listen, did I say I'm sorry? The way you stormed out of there, I thought maybe I'd only meant to say it. You know, she stared at his leather-sheathed right hand where it gripped the brown paper bag. He gestured with his other hand as he spoke, and she followed it as it described a brief, small pattern in the chilly air. The gloves did not frighten her now. She could not imagine why the sight of them had thrown her into a panic.
It's all right. I was here waiting to apologize. I was startled and it's been an unusual morning, she said, quickly turning away from him. Over her shoulder she called out, Have a nice day.
Although her apartment was not far away, the walk home seemed like an epic journey over vast expanses of gray pavement.
What's wrong with me?
She felt colder than the November day could explain. She lived on Beacon Hill, on the second floor of a 4-story house that had once been the home of a 19th-century banker. She had chosen the place because she liked the carefully preserved period detail, elaborate ceiling moldings, medallions above the doorways, mahogany doors, bay windows with French panes, 2 fireplaces, living room, bedroom, with ornately carved and highly polished marble mantels. The rooms had a feeling of permanence, continuity, stability. Ginger prized constancy and stability more than anything, perhaps as a reaction to having lost her mother when she was only 12. Still shivering, even though the apartment was warm, she put away the groceries in the bread box and refrigerator, then went into the bathroom to look closely at herself in the mirror. She was very pale. She did not like the haunted look in her eyes. To her reflection, she said,
"What happened out there, Schnook? You were a real mashugana, let me tell you. Totally farfuket. But why? Huh? You're the big shot doctor, so tell me, why?"
Listening to her voice as it echoed off the high ceiling of the bathroom, she knew she was in serious trouble. Jacob, her father, had been a Jew by virtue of his genes and heritage, and proud of it, but he had not been a Jew by virtue of his religious practices. He seldom went to synagogue, and observed holidays in the same secular spirit with which many fallen-away Christians celebrated Easter and Christmas. And Ginger was one step farther removed from the faith than Jacob had been, for she called herself an agnostic. Furthermore, while Jacob's Jewishness was integral, evident in everything he did and said, that was not true of Ginger. If asked to define herself, she would have said,
"Woman, physician, workaholic, political dropout,
and other things, before finally remembering to add,
Jew."
The only time Yiddish peppered her speech was when she was in trouble, when she was deeply worried or scared, as if on a subconscious level she felt those words possessed talismanic value, charms against misfortune and catastrophe.
"Running through the streets, dropping your groceries, forgetting where you are, afraid when there's no reason to be afraid, acting like a regular famisht," she said disdainfully to her reflection. "People see you behaving like that, they'll think for sure you're a shicker, and people don't go to doctors who are drunkards, no?" The talismanic power of the old words worked a little magic. Not much, but enough to bring color to her cheeks and soften the stark look in her eyes. She stopped shivering, but she still felt chilled. She washed her face, brushed her silver blonde hair, and changed into pajamas and a robe, which was her usual ensemble for a typically self-indulgent Tuesday. She went into the small, spare bedroom that she used as a home office, took the well-thumbed Taber's Cyclopedic Medical Dictionary from the bookshelf and opened it to the F listings. Fugue. She knew what the word meant, though she did not know why she had come in here to consult the dictionary when it could tell her nothing new. Maybe the dictionary was another talisman. If she looked at the word in cold print, it would cease to have any power over her. Sure. Voodoo for the overeducated. Nevertheless, she read the entry. Fugue. Latin, fuga, flight. Serious personality dissociation, leaving home or surroundings on impulse. Upon recovering from the fugue state, there usually is loss of memory for actions occurring while in the state. She closed the dictionary and returned it to the shelf. She had other reference volumes that could provide more detailed information about fugues, their causes and significance, but she decided not to pursue the matter. She simply could not believe her transient attack had been a symptom of a serious medical problem. Maybe she was under too much stress, working too hard, and maybe the overload had led to that one isolated, transient fugue, a 2 or 3 minute blank, a little warning. So she would continue taking off every Tuesday, and would try to knock off work an hour earlier each day, and she would have no more problems. She had worked very hard to be the doctor that her mother had hoped she would be, to make something special of herself, and thereby honor her sweet father and the long-dead but well-remembered and desperately missed Swede. She had made many sacrifices to come this far. She had worked more weekends than not, had forgone vacations and most other pleasures. Now, in only 6 months,
she would finish her residency and establish a practice of her own, and nothing would be allowed to interfere with her plans. Nothing was going to rob her of her dream. Nothing. It was November 12th. 3. Elko County, Nevada. Ernie Block was afraid of the dark. Indoor darkness was bad, but the darkness of the outdoors, the vast blackness of night here in northern Nevada, was what most terrified Ernie. During the day, he favored rooms with several lamps and lots of windows, but at night he preferred rooms with few windows, or even no windows at all, because sometimes it seemed to him that the night was pressing against the glass, as if it were a living creature that wanted to get in at him and gobble him up. He obtained no relief from drawing the drapes, for he still knew the night was out there, waiting for its chance. He was deeply ashamed of himself. He did not know why he had recently become afraid of the dark. He just was. Millions of people shared his phobia, of course, but nearly all of them were children. Ernie was 52. On Friday afternoon, the day after Thanksgiving, he worked alone in the motel office because Faye had flown to Wisconsin to visit Lucy, Frank, and the grandkids. She would not be back until Tuesday. Come December, they intended to close up for a week and both go to Milwaukee for Christmas with the kids, but this time Faye had gone by herself. Ernie missed her terribly. He missed her because she was his wife of 31 years and his best friend. He missed her because he loved her more now than he had on their wedding day, and because without Faye the nights alone seemed longer, deeper, darker than ever. By 2:30 Friday afternoon, he had cleaned all the rooms and changed the linens, and the Tranquility Motel was ready for its next wave of journeyers. It was the only lodging within 12 miles, perched on a knoll north of the superhighway, a neat little way station on a vast expanse of sagebrush-strewn plains that sloped up into grassy meadows. Elko lay over 30 miles to the east, Battle Mountain 40 miles to the west. The town of Carlin and the tiny village of Beowawe were closer, though from the Tranquility Motel Ernie had not a glimpse of either settlement. In fact, from the parking lot, no other building was visible in any direction, and there was probably no motel in the world more aptly named than this one. Ernie was now in the office, working with a can of wood stain, touching up a few scratches on the oak counter where guests signed in and checked out. The counter was not really in bad shape. He was just keeping busy until customers started pulling in from Interstate 80 in the late afternoon. If he did not keep his mind occupied, he would start thinking about how early dusk arrived in November, and he would begin to worry about nightfall. And then, by the time darkness actually came, he would be as jumpy as a cat with a can tied to its tail. The motel office was a shrine to light. From the moment he had opened at 6:30 this morning, every lamp had been burning. A squat, fluorescent lamp with a flexible neck stood on the oak desk in the work area behind the check-in counter, casting a pale rectangle on the green felt blotter. A brass floor lamp glowed in the corner by the file cabinets. On the public side of the counter was a carousel of postcards, a wall rack holding about 40 paperbacks, another rack full of free travel brochures, a single slot machine by the door, and a beige sofa flanked by end tables and ginger jar lamps equipped with three-way bulbs, 75, 100, and 150 watts, which were turned up all the way. There was a frosted glass ceiling fixture, too, with 2 bulbs, and of course, most of the front wall of the office featured a large window. The motel faced south-southwest, so at this time of day the declining sun's honey-colored beams angled through the enormous pane, giving an amber tint to the white wall behind the sofa, fracturing into hundreds of bright, erratic lines in the crackled glaze of the ginger jar lamps, and leaving blazing reflections in the brass medallions that ornamented the tables. When Fay was here, Ernie left some of the lamps off, because she was sure to remark on the waste of electricity and extinguish a few of them. Leaving a lamp unlit made him uneasy, but he endured the sight of dead bulbs in order to keep his secret. As far as he knew, Fay was not aware of the phobia that had been creeping up on him during the past 4 months, and he did not want her to know, because he was ashamed of this sudden strangeness in himself, and because he did not want to worry her. He did not know the cause of his irrational fear, but he knew he would conquer it, sooner or later, so there was no sense in humiliating himself and causing Fay unnecessary anxiety over a temporary condition. He refused to believe that it was serious. He had been ill only rarely in his 52 years. He had only been laid up in the hospital once, after taking a bullet in the butt and another one in the back during his second tour of duty in Vietnam. There had never been mental illness in his family, and Ernest Eugene Block was absolutely sure as hell and without a doubt not going to be the first one of his clan to go crawling and whimpering to a psychiatrist's couch. You could bet your ass on that, and never have to worry what you would sit on. He would tough this out, weird as it was, unsettling as it was. It had begun in September, a vague uneasiness that built in him as nightfall approached and that remained until dawn. At first he was not troubled every night, but it got steadily worse, and by the middle of October dusk always brought with it an inexplicable spiritual distress. By early November the distress became fear, and during the past 2 weeks his anxiety grew until now his days were measured and almost totally defined by this perplexing fear of the darkness to come. For the past 10 days, he had avoided going out after nightfall, and thus far Fay had not noticed, though she could not remain oblivious much longer. Ernie Block was so big that it was ridiculous for him to be afraid of anything. He was 6 feet tall, and so solidly and squarely built that his surname was equally suitable as a one-word description of him. His wiry gray hair was brush-cut, revealing slabs of skull bone, and his facial features were clean and appealing, though so squared off that he looked as if he had been carved out of granite. His thick neck, massive shoulders, and barrel chest gave him a top-heavy appearance. When he had been a high school football star, the other players called him Bull, and during his 28-year career in the Marines, from which he had been retired for 6 years, most people called him Sir, even some who were of equal rank. They would be astonished to learn that, lately, Ernie Block's palms got sweaty every day when sunset drew near. Now, intent upon keeping his thoughts far from sunset, he dawdled over the repairs to the counter and finally finished at 3:45. The quality of the daylight had changed. It was no longer honey-colored, but amber-orange, and the sun was drawing down toward the west. At 4 o'clock he got his first check-in, a couple his own age, Mr. and Mrs. Gilney, who were heading home to Salt Lake City after spending a week in Reno, visiting their son. He chatted with them and was disappointed when they took their key and left. The sunlight was completely orange now, burnt orange, no yellow in it at all. The high, scattered clouds had been transformed from white sailing ships to gold and scarlet galleons gliding eastward above the Great Basin in which almost the entire state of Nevada lay. 10 minutes later, a cadaverous man, visiting the area on special assignment for the Bureau of Land Management, took a room for 2 days. Alone again, Ernie tried not to look at his watch. He tried not to look at the windows either, for beyond the glass, the day was bleeding away. "I'm not going to panic," he told himself. I've been to war, seen the worst a man can see, and by God, I'm still here, still as big and ugly as ever, so I won't come unglued just because night is coming. By 4:50 the sunlight was no longer orange, but bloody red. His heart was speeding up, and he began to feel as if his rib cage had become a vice that was squeezing his vital organs between its jaws. He went to the desk, sat down in the chair, closed his eyes, and did some deep breathing exercises to calm himself. He turned on the radio. Sometimes music helped. Kenny Rogers was singing about loneliness. The sun touched the horizon and slowly sank out of sight. The crimson afternoon faded to electric blue, then to a luminous purple that reminded Ernie of Day's End in Singapore, where he had been stationed for 2 years as an embassy guard when he had been a young recruit. It came. The twilight. Then worse. Night. The outside lights, including the blue and green neon sign that could be seen clearly from the freeway, had blinked on automatically as dusk crept in. But that had not made Ernie feel any better. Dawn was an eternity away. Night ruled. With the dying of the light, the outside temperature fell below freezing. To cut the chill in the office, the oil furnace kicked in more frequently. In spite of the chill, Ernie Block was sweating. At 6 o'clock, Sandy Sarver dashed over from the Tranquility Grill, which stood west of the motel. It was a small sandwich shop with a limited menu, serving only lunch and dinner to the guests and to hungry truckers who swung in from the highway for a bite. Breakfast for guests was complimentary sweet rolls and coffee delivered to their rooms, if they asked for it the night before. Sandy, 32, and her husband Ned ran the restaurant for Ernie and Fay. Sandy waited tables and Ned cooked. They lived in a trailer up near Beowawe and drove in every day in their battered Ford pickup. Ernie winced when Sandy entered, for when she opened the door he had the irrational feeling that the darkness outside would spring panther-like into the office.
"Brought supper,"
Sandy said, shivering in the gust of cold air that entered with her. She set a small, lidless cardboard box on the counter. It held a cheeseburger, French fries, a plastic container of coleslaw, and a can of Coors.
"Figured you'd need a Coors to sluice all this cholesterol out of your system."
"Thanks, Sandy." Sandy Sarver was not much to look at, plain and washed out, even drab, though she had more potential than she realized. Her legs were too thin, but not unattractive. She was underweight, but if she put on 15 or even 20 pounds, she would have a reasonably good shape. She was flat-chested, though an appealing suppleness compensated for her lack of amplitude, and she had a charming feminine delicateness most apparent in her small bones, slender arms, and swan-like neck. Also, she possessed an infrequently seen but arresting gracefulness that was usually disguised by her habit of shuffling when she walked and slumping round-shouldered when she sat. Her brown hair was lusterless and limp, probably because she washed it with soap instead of shampoo. She never wore makeup, not even lipstick. Her nails were bitten and neglected. However, she was good-hearted, with a generous spirit, which was why Ernie and Fay wished she could look better and get more out of life. Sometimes Ernie worried about her, the same way he used to worry about Lucy, his own daughter, before Lucy found and married Frank and became so obviously, perfectly happy. He sensed that something bad had happened to Sandy Sarver a long time ago, that she had taken a very hard blow which had not broken her, but had taught her to keep a low profile, to keep her head tucked down, to harbor only meager expectations in order to protect herself from disappointment, pain, and human cruelty. Relishing the aroma of the food, popping the tab on the Coors, Ernie said, And Ned makes the best darn cheeseburgers I've ever eaten. Sandy smiled shyly.
It's a blessing having a man who cooks.
Her voice was soft, meek.
Especially in my case, because I'm no good at it.
Oh, I'll bet you're a fine cook, too, Ernie said.
No, not me. Not even a little bit. Never was, never will be.
He looked at her bare, goose-pimpled arms, exposed by her short-sleeved uniform. You shouldn't come out on a night like this without a sweater. You'll catch your death.
Not me. I got used to the cold a long time ago.
That seemed an odd thing to say, and the tone of voice in which she said it was even odder. But before Ernie could think of a way to draw her out and discover her meaning, she headed toward the door.
See you later, Ernie.
Much business?
Some. And the Chuckers will be pulling in for supper soon.
She paused with the door open.
You sure keep it bright in here.
A bite of cheeseburger stuck in his throat when she opened the door. She was exposing him to the dangers of the darkness. Cold air swept in.
You could get a tan in here, she said.
I like it bright. People come into a motel office that's dimly lit. Well, the impression is it's dirty.
Oh, I would have never thought of that. Guess that's why you're the boss. I was in charge. I'd never think of little things like that. I'm no good at details. Gotta scoot.
He held his breath while the door was open, sighed with relief when she pulled it shut behind her. He watched her scurry past the windows and out of sight. He could not remember ever hearing Sandy admit to a virtue. Likewise, she never hesitated to point out her faults and shortcomings, both real and imagined. The kid was sweet, but she was sometimes dreary company. Tonight, of course, even dreary company was welcome. He was sorry to see her go. At the counter, eating while standing up, Ernie concentrated intently on his food, not once lifting his eyes from it until he was done, using it to take his mind off the irrational fear that made his scalp prickle and kept the cold sweat trickling down from his armpits. By 6:50, 8 of the motel's 20 rooms were occupied. Because it was the second night of a 4-day holiday weekend, with more than the usual number of travelers, he would rent out at least another 8 units if he stayed open until 9 o'clock. He could not do it. He was a Marine, retired but still a Marine, to whom the words duty and courage were sacred, and he had never failed to do his duty, not even in Vietnam. Not even with bullets flying and bombs bursting and people dying on all sides. But he was incapable of the simple task of manning the motel desk until 9 o'clock. There were no drapes at the big office windows, no blind over the glass door, no way to escape the sight of darkness. Each time the door opened, he was sick with dread because no barrier lay between him and the night. He looked at his big, strong hands. They were trembling. His sour stomach churned. He was so jumpy he could not keep still. He paced the small work area. He fiddled with this and that. Finally, at 7:15, surrendering to his irrational anxiety, he used the switch under the counter to turn on the no vacancy sign outside, and he locked the front door. He clicked off the lamps, one at a time, edging away from the shadows that rushed in where light had ruled, and he quickly retreated to the rear of the room. Steps led up to the owner's apartment on the second floor. He intended to climb them at an ordinary pace, telling himself that it was silly and stupid to be afraid, telling himself that nothing was coming after him from the dark corners of the office behind. Nothing. Such a ridiculous thought. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But reassurances of that sort did him no good whatsoever, for it was not something in the dark that scared him. He was, instead, terrified by the darkness itself, by the mere absence of light. He started moving faster, grabbing at the handrail. To his chagrin, he quickly panicked and bounded up the steps 2 at a time. At the top, heart pounding, Ernie stumbled into the living room, fumbled for the wall switch, snapped off the last of the lights below, slammed the door so hard that the whole wall seemed to shake, locked it, and leaned with his broad back against it. He could not stop gasping. He could not stop shaking either. He could smell his own rank sweat. Several lights had been burning in the apartment during the day, but a few were unlit. He hurried from room to room, clicking on every lamp and ceiling fixture. The drapes and shades were all drawn tight from his previous nocturnal ordeal, so he had not a single glimpse of the blackness beyond the windows. When he had regained control of himself, he phoned the Tranquility Grill and told Sandy that he was not feeling well, that he had shut down early. He asked them to keep the day's receipts until tomorrow morning rather than bother him tonight when they closed the restaurant. Sickened by his pungent perspiration odor, not so much by the smell itself as by the total loss of control that the smell represented, Ernie showered. After he had toweled himself dry, he put on fresh underwear, belted himself into a thick, warm robe, and stepped into slippers. Heretofore, in spite of his bewilderingly unfocused apprehension, he had been able to sleep in a dark room, though not without anxiety, and not without the aid of a couple of beers. Then, 2 nights ago with Fay in Wisconsin, when he was alone, he was able to nod off only with the constant companionship of the nightstand lamp. He knew he would need that luminous comfort tonight as well. And when Fay returned on Tuesday, would he be able to go back to sleeping without a light? What if Fay turned off the lights, and he started screaming like a badly frightened child? The thought of that impending humiliation made him grind his teeth with anger and drove him to the nearest window. He put one beefy hand on the tightly drawn drapes, hesitated. His heart did an imitation of muffled machine gun fire. He had always been strong for Fay, a rock on which she could depend. That was what a man was supposed to be, a rock. He must not let Fay down. He had to overcome this bizarre affliction before she returned from Wisconsin. His mouth went dry, and a chill returned when he thought about what lay beyond the now concealed glass. But he knew the only way to beat this thing was to confront it. That was the lesson life had taught him. Be bold. Confront the enemy. Engage in battle. That philosophy of action had always worked for him. It would work again. This window looked out from the back of the motel, across the vast meadows and hills of the uninhabited uplands, and the only light out there was what fell from the stars. He must pull the drapes aside, come face to face with that tenebrous landscape, stand fast, endure it. Confrontation would be a purgative, flushing the poison from his system. Ernie pulled open the drapes. He peered out at the night and told himself that this perfect blackness was not so bad. Deep and pure, vast and cold, but not malevolent, and in no way a personal threat. However, as he watched, unmoving and unmovable, portions of the darkness seemed to shift, to coalesce, forming into not quite visible but nonetheless solid shapes, lumps of pulsing and denser blackness within the greater blackness, lurking phantoms that at any moment might launch themselves toward the fragile window. He clenched his jaws, put his forehead against the ice-cold glass. The Nevada barrens, a huge emptiness to begin with, now seemed to expand even farther. He could not see the night-cloaked mountains, but he sensed that they were magically receding, that the plains between him and the mountains were growing larger, extending outward hundreds of miles, thousands, expanding swiftly toward infinity until suddenly he was at the center of a void so immense that it defied description. On all sides of him there was emptiness and lightlessness beyond man's ability to measure, beyond the limits of his own feeble imagination, a terrible emptiness to the left and right, front and back, above and below, and suddenly he could not breathe. This was considerably worse than anything he had known before. A deeper reaching fear, profound, shocking in its power, and it was in total control of him. Abruptly, he was aware of all the weight of that enormous darkness, and it seemed to be sliding inexorably in upon him, sliding and sliding, incalculably high walls of heavy darkness collapsing, pressing down, squeezing the breath out of him. He screamed and threw himself back from the window. He fell to his knees as the drapes dropped into place with a soft rustle. The window was hidden again. The darkness was concealed. All around him was light. Blessed light. He hung his head, shuddered, and took great gulps of air. He crawled to the bed and hoisted himself onto the mattress, where he lay for a long time, listening to his heartbeat, which was like footfalls, sprinting, then running, then just walking fast inside him. Instead of solving his problem, bold confrontation had made it worse. "What's happening here?" he said aloud, staring at the ceiling. "What's wrong with me? Dear God, what's wrong with me?" It was November 22nd. 4. Laguna Beach, California. Saturday, in desperate reaction to yet another troubling episode of somnambulism, Dom Corvasis thoroughly, methodically exhausted himself. By nightfall, he intended to be so wrung out that he'd sleep as still as a stone, locked immemoriably in the bosom of the earth. At 7 o'clock in the morning, with the night's cool mist lingering in the canyons and bearding the trees, he performed half an hour of vigorous calisthenics on the patio overlooking the ocean, then put on his running shoes and did 7 arduous miles on Laguna's sloped streets. He spent the next 5 hours doing heavy gardening. Then, because it was a warm day, he put on his swimsuit, put towels in his Firebird, and went to the beach. He sunbathed a little and swam a lot. After dinner at Picasso's, he walked for another hour along shop-lined streets sparsely populated by off-season tourists. At last, he drove home. Undressing in his bedroom, Dom felt as if he were in the land of Lilliput, where 1,000 tiny people were pulling him down with grappling lines. He rarely drank, but now he tossed back a shot of Remy Martin. In bed, he fell asleep even as he clicked off the lamp. The incidents of somnambulism were growing more frequent, and the problem was now the central issue of his life. It was interfering with his work. The new book, which had been going well, it contained the best writing he had ever done, was stalled. In the past 2 weeks, he had awakened in a closet on 9 occasions, 4 times in the last 4 nights. The affliction had ceased to be amusing and intriguing. He was afraid to go to sleep because, asleep, he was not in control of himself. Yesterday, Friday, he had finally gone to his physician, Dr. Paul Kobletz in Newport Beach. Haltingly, he told Kobletz all about his sleepwalking, but he found himself unwilling and unable to express the true depth and seriousness of his concern. Dom had always been a very private person, made so by a childhood spent in a dozen foster homes and under the care of surrogate parents, some of whom were indifferent or even hostile, all of whom were dismayingly temporary presences in his life. He was reluctant to share his most important and personal thoughts except through the mouths of imaginary characters in his fiction. As a result, Kobletz was not unduly worried. After a full physical examination, he pronounced Dom exceptionally fit. He attributed the somnambulism to stress, to the upcoming publication of the novel.
"You don't think we should do any tests?"
Dom asked. Kobletz said, "You're a writer, so of course your imagination is running away with you. Brain tumor, you're thinking, am I right?"
Well, yes.
"Any headaches? Dizziness, blurred vision?"
"No."
"I've examined your eyes. There's no change in your retinas. No indication of intracranial pressure. Any inexplicable vomiting?"
"No, nothing like that."
"Giddy spells? Giggling or periods of euphoria without apparent reason? Anything of that nature?"
"No."
"Then I see no reason for tests at this stage."
"Do you think I need psychotherapy?"
"Good heavens, no. I'm sure this will pass soon." Finished dressing, Dom watched Kobletz close the file. He said,
"I thought perhaps sleeping pills."
No, Kobletz said. "Not yet. I don't believe in drugs as a treatment of first resort. Here's what you do, Dom. Get away from the writing for a few weeks. Don't do anything cerebral. Get plenty of physical exercise. Go to bed tired every night, so tired that you can't even bother to think about the book you've been working on. A few days of that and you'll be cured. I'm convinced of it." Saturday, Dom began the treatment Dr. Kobletz prescribed, devoting himself to physical activity, though with more single-mindedness and flagellant persistence than the doctor had suggested. Consequently, he plummeted into a deep sleep the moment he put his head upon the pillow, and in the morning he did not wake in a closet. He did not wake in bed, either. This time he was in the garage. He regained consciousness in a breathless state of terror, gasping, his heart hammering so hard it seemed capable of shattering his ribs with its furious blows. His mouth was dry, his hands curled into fists. He was cramped and sore, partly from Saturday's excess of exercise, but partly from the unnatural and uncomfortable position in which he had been sleeping. During the night, he evidently had taken 2 folded canvas drop-cloths from a shelf above the workbench and had squirreled into a narrow service space behind the furnace. That was where he lay now, concealed beneath the tarps. Concealed was the right word. He had not dragged the tarpaulins over himself merely for warmth. He had taken refuge behind the furnace and beneath the canvas because he had been hiding from something. From what? Even now, as Dominic pushed the tarps aside and struggled to sit up, as sleep receded, and as his bleary eyes adjusted to the shadow-filled garage, the intense anxiety that had accompanied him up from sleep still clung tenaciously. His pulse pounded. Fear of what? Dreaming. In his nightmare, he must have been running and hiding from some monster. Yes, of course. His peril in the nightmare caused him to sleepwalk, and when, in the dream, he sought a place to hide, he also hid in reality, creeping behind the furnace. His white Firebird loomed ghost-like in the vague light from the wall vents and the single window above the workbench. Shuffling across the garage, he felt as if he were a revenant himself. In the house, he went directly to his office. Morning light filled the room, making him squint. He sat at the desk in his filthy pajama bottoms, switched on the word processor, and studied the documents on the diskette that he had left in the machine. The diskette was as he had left it on Thursday. It contained no new material. Dom had hoped that, in his sleep, he might have left a message that would help him understand the source of his anxiety. That knowledge was obviously held by his subconscious, but thus far denied to his conscious mind. When sleepwalking, his subconscious was in control, and possibly it would try to explain things to his conscious mind by way of the display writer. But as yet it had not. He switched off the machine. He sat for a long time, staring out the window toward the ocean, wondering. Later, in the bedroom, as he was on his way to the master bath, he found something strange. Nails were scattered across the carpet, and he had to be careful where he walked. He stooped, picked up several of them. They were all alike. 1.5-inch steel finishing nails. At the far side of the room he saw two objects that drew him there. Beneath the window, from which the drapes had been drawn aside, a box of nails lay on the floor by the baseboard. It was only half full because part of its contents had spilled from it. Beside the box was a hammer. He lifted the hammer, hefted it, frowned. What had he been doing in those lonely hours of the night? He raised his eyes to the windowsill and saw 3 loose nails that he had laid there. They gleamed in the sunlight. Judging from the evidence, he'd been preparing to nail the windows shut. Jesus! Something had so frightened him that he had intended to nail the windows shut and make a fortress of his house. But before he could set himself to the task, he had been suddenly overwhelmed by fear and had fled to the garage where he had hidden behind the furnace. He dropped the hammer, stood, looked out the window. Beyond lay only bloom-laden rose bushes, a small strip of lawn, and an ivy-covered slope that led up to another house. A lovely landscape. Peaceful. He could not believe that it had been any different last night, that something more threatening had been crouching out there in the darkness. And yet... For a while Dom Corvasis watched the day grow brighter, watched the bees visit the roses, then began to pick up the nails. It was November 24th. 5. Boston, Massachusetts. After the incident of the black gloves, 2 weeks passed without another attack. For a few days following the embarrassing scene at Bernstein's delicatessen, Ginger Weiss remained on edge, expecting another seizure. She was unusually self-aware, acutely conscious of her physiological and psychological conditions, searching for subtle symptoms of serious disorder, alert for the slightest sign of another impending fugue. But she noticed nothing worrisome. She had no headaches, no attacks of nausea, no joint or muscle pain. Gradually, her confidence rose to its usual high level. She became convinced that her wild flight had been entirely stress-related, a never-to-be-repeated aberration. Her days at Memorial were busier than ever. George Hannaby, chief of surgery, a tall, burly bear of a man who talked slow, walked slow, and looked deceptively lazy, maintained a heavy schedule, and though Ginger was not the only resident working under him, she was the only one who currently worked exclusively with him. She assisted in many, perhaps in a majority of his procedures: aortal grafts, amputations, popliteal bypasses, embolectomies, portocaval shunts, thoracotomies, arteriograms, the installation of temporary and permanent pacemakers, and more. George observed her every move, was quick to note the slightest flaw in her skill and techniques. Although he looked like a friendly bear, he was a tough taskmaster and had no patience for laziness, ineptitude, or carelessness. He could be scathing in his critiques, and he made all the young doctors sweat. His scorn was not merely withering, it was dehydrating, searing, a nuclear heat. Some residents considered George tyrannical, but Ginger enjoyed assisting him precisely because his standards were so high. She knew that his criticisms, though sometimes blisteringly delivered, were motivated solely by his concern for the patient, and she never took them personally. When she finally earned Hannaby's unqualified blessing, well, that would be almost as good as God's own seal of approval. On the last Monday in November, 13 days after her strange seizure, Ginger assisted in a triple bypass heart operation on Johnny O'Day, a 53-year-old Boston police officer who had been forced into early retirement by cardiovascular disease. Johnny was stocky, rubber-faced, tousle-haired, with merry blue eyes, unassuming, quick to laugh in spite of his troubles. Ginger was especially drawn to him because, although he looked nothing whatsoever like the late Jacob Weiss, he nevertheless reminded her of her father. She was afraid Johnny O'Day was going to die, and that it was going to be, in part, her fault. She had no reason to believe that he was more vulnerable than other cardiac patients. In fact, Johnny was in comparatively little danger. He was 10 years younger than the average recipient of bypass surgery, with greater resources for recuperation. His cardiac ailment was not complicated by any other debilitating conditions such as phlebitis or excessively high blood pressure. His prospects were encouraging. But Ginger could not twist free of the dread in which she found herself increasingly tangled. On Monday afternoon, as the hour of surgery drew near, she grew tense, and her stomach turned sour. For the first time since she had sat a lonely vigil beside her father's hospital bed and had helplessly watched him die, Ginger was filled with doubt. Perhaps her apprehension grew from the unjustified but inescapable notion that if she somehow failed this patient, she would in a sense be failing Jacob yet again. Or perhaps her fear was utterly unwarranted and would seem foolish and laughable in hindsight. Perhaps. Nevertheless, entering the operating theater at George's side, she wondered if her hands would shake. A surgeon's hands must never shake. The operating room was all white and aqua tile, filled with gleaming, chrome-plated and stainless steel equipment. Nurses and an anesthesiologist were preparing the patient. Johnny O'Day lay on the cruciform operating table, arms extended, palms up and wrists exposed for the intravenous spikes. Agatha Tandy, a private surgical technician who was employed by George rather than by the hospital, stretched thin latex gloves over her boss's freshly scrubbed hands, then over Ginger's hands as well. The patient had been anesthetized. He was orange with iodine from the neck to the wrist, swathed in neatly tucked and folded layers of green cloth from the hips down. His eyes were taped shut to keep them from drying out. His breathing was slow but regular. A portable tape deck with stereo speakers was on a stool in one corner. George preferred to cut to the accompaniment of Bach, and that calming music now filled the room. It may have calmed the others, but today it did not calm Ginger. A secret, scurrying something spun a web of ice in her stomach. Hannaby positioned himself at the table. Agatha stood at his right side with an elaborately ordered tray of instruments. The circulating nurse waited to fetch whatever might be required from the cabinets along one wall. An assisting nurse with large gray eyes noticed an errant flap of green sheeting and quickly tucked it into place around the patient's body. The anesthesiologist and his nurse were at the head of the table, monitoring the IV and the EKG. Ginger moved into position. The team was ready. Ginger looked at her hands. They were not shaking. Inside, though, she was all aquiver. In spite of her sense of impending disaster, the surgery went smoothly. George Hannaby operated with quickness, sureness, dexterity, and skill that were even more impressive than usual. Twice he stepped aside and requested that Ginger complete a part of the procedure. Ginger surprised herself by functioning with her customary sureness and speed, her fear and tension revealed only by a tendency to perspire more than usual. However, the nurse was always there to blot her brow. Afterward, at the scrub sink, George said, "Like clockwork." Soaping her hands under the hot water, she said,
"You always seem so relaxed, as if you weren't a surgeon at all, as if you were just a tailor altering a suit of clothes."
"I may seem that way, but I'm always tense. That's why I play Bach." He finished washing up. "You were very tense today."
"Yes," she admitted.
"Exceptionally tense. It happens." Big as he was, he sometimes seemed to have the eyes of a sweet, gentle child. "The important thing is that it didn't affect your skill. You were as smooth as ever. First rate. That's the key. You've got to use tension to your advantage."
"I guess I'm learning."
He grinned. "As usual, you're being too hard on yourself. I'm proud of you, kid. For a while there, I thought maybe you'd have to give up medicine and earn your living as a meat cutter in a supermarket. But now, I know you'll make it." She grinned back at him, but the grin was counterfeit. She had been more than tense. She had been seized by a cold, black fear that might easily have overwhelmed her, and that was much different from a healthy tension. That fear was something she had never felt before, something that she knew George Hannaby had never felt in his life, not in an operating room. If it continued, if the fear became a constant companion during surgery and would not be dispelled, what then? At 10:30 that evening, when she was reading in bed, the phone rang. It was George Hannaby. If the call had come earlier, she'd have panicked and assumed that Johnny O'Day had taken a serious turn for the worse. But now she had regained her perspective.
"So sorry, Missy was not home. I no speak the English. Call back next April, please."
"If that's supposed to be a Spanish accent," George said, "it's atrocious. If it's supposed to be Oriental, it's merely terrible. Be thankful you chose medicine as a career instead of acting."
"You, on the other hand, would have done well as a drama critic."
"I do have the refined and sensitive perspective, the cool judgment and unerring insight of a first-rate critic, don't I? Now shut up and listen. I've got good news. I think you're ready, smart-ass."
"Ready? For what?"
"The big time. An aortal graft."
"You mean I wouldn't just assist you? Do it entirely myself?"
"Chief surgeon for the entire procedure."
"Aortal graft?"
"Sure. You didn't specialize in cardiovascular surgery just to perform appendectomies for the rest of your life." She was sitting straight up in bed now. Her heart was beating faster, and she was flushed with excitement.
"When?"
"Next week. There's a patient checking in this Thursday or Friday, name's Fletcher. We'll go over her file together on Wednesday. If things proceed according to schedule, I would think we'd be ready to cut on Monday morning. Of course, you'll be responsible for scheduling all the final tests and making the decision to go ahead."
"Oh, God."
"You'll do fine."
"You'll be with me?"
"I'll assist you, if you feel you need me for anything."
"And you'll take over if I start to screw up?"
"Don't be silly. You won't screw up." She thought about it a moment, then said,
"No, I won't screw up."
"That's my Ginger. You can do whatever you set your mind to."
"Even ride a giraffe to the moon."
"What?"
"Private joke."
"Listen, I know you came close to panic this afternoon, but don't worry. All residents experience that. Most have to deal with it early when they begin to assist in the surgery. They call it the clutch. But you've been cool and collected from the start, and I had finally decided you'd never clutch up like the rest of them. Today, at last, you did. The clutch just came later for you than for most, and though I imagine you're still worried about it, I think you should be glad it happened. The clutch is a seasoning experience. The important thing is that you dealt with it superbly.
Thanks, George. Even better than a drama critic, you'd have made a good baseball coach.
Minutes later, when they concluded their conversation and hung up, she fell back against the pillows again and hugged herself, and felt so fine that she actually giggled. After a while, she went to the closet and dug around in there until she located the Weiss family photograph album. She brought it back to bed and sat for a time, paging through the pictures of Jacob and Anna, for although she could not share her triumphs with them anymore, she needed to feel that they were close. Later still, in the dark bedroom, as she lay balanced on the thin edge of wakefulness, she finally understood why she had been frightened this afternoon. She had not been seized by the clutch. Although she had not been able to admit it until now, she had been afraid that, in the midst of surgery, she would black out, plummet into a state of fugue as she had done that Tuesday 2 weeks ago. If an attack came while she held a scalpel, while she was doing delicate cutting, or while stitching in a vascular graft. That thought brought her eyes wide open. The creeping form of sleep retreated like a thief caught in the middle of a burglary. For a long time she lay there, stiff, staring at the dark and newly ominous shapes of the bedroom furniture and at the window, where incompletely drawn draperies revealed a band of glass silvered by a fall of moonlight and by the rising beams of street lamps below. Could she accept the responsibility of chief surgeon on an aortal graft? Her seizure had surely been a one-time occurrence. It would never happen again, surely not. But did she dare test that theory? Sleep crept back again and claimed her, though not for hours. Tuesday, after a successful trip to Bernstein's delicatessen, much food, and several lazy hours in an easy chair with a good book, her self-confidence was knit up again, and she began to look forward to the challenge ahead, with only an ordinary degree and kind of apprehension. On Wednesday, Johnny O'Day continued to recover from his triple bypass and was in high spirits. This was what made the years of study and hard work worthwhile, preserving life, relieving suffering, bringing hope and happiness to those who had known despair. She assisted in a pacemaker implantation that went without a hitch, and she performed an aortogram, a dye test on a patient's circulation. She also sat in with George while he examined 7 people who had been referred to him by other physicians. When all the new patients had been seen, George and Ginger huddled for half an hour over the file of the candidate for the aortal graft, a 58-year-old woman, Viola Fletcher. After studying the file, Ginger decided she wanted Mrs. Fletcher admitted to Memorial on Thursday for testing and preparation. If there were no counter-indications, surgery could take place first thing Monday morning. George agreed, and all the necessary arrangements were made. Thus Wednesday progressed, always busy, never dull. By 6:30 she had put in a 12-hour day, but she was not tired. In fact, although she had nothing to keep her at the hospital, she was reluctant to leave. George Hannaby was home already, but Ginger hung around, chatting with patients, double-checking charts, until at last she went to George's office, where she intended to look again at Viola Fletcher's file. The professional offices were in the back wing of the building, separate from the hospital itself. At that hour, the corridors were virtually deserted. Ginger's rubber-soled shoes squeaked on the highly polished tile floors. The air smelled of pine-scented disinfectant. George Hannaby's waiting room, examining rooms, and private office were dark and quiet, and Ginger did not switch on all the lights as she moved through the outer rooms into the inner sanctum. There, she snapped on only the desk lamp as she passed it on her way to the file room door, which was locked. George had given her keys to everything, and in a minute she had withdrawn Viola Fletcher's records from the cabinet and returned with them to George's desk. She sat down in the big leather chair, opened the folder in the pool of light from the desk lamp, and only then noticed an object that riveted her attention and caused her breath to catch in her throat. It lay on the green blotter, along the curvature of light. A hand-held ophthalmoscope, an instrument used to examine the interior of the eye. There was nothing unusual, certainly nothing ominous about the ophthalmoscope. Every doctor used such an instrument during a routine physical examination, yet the sight of this one not only inhibited her breathing, but filled her with a sudden sense of terrible danger. She had broken out in a cold sweat. Her heart was hammering so hard, so loud that the sound of it seemed to come not from within but without, as if a parade drum was thumping in the street beyond the window. She could not take her eyes off the ophthalmoscope. As with the black gloves in Bernstein's delicatessen more than 2 weeks ago, all other objects in George's office began to fade, until the shining instrument was the only thing that she could see in any detail. She was aware of every tiny scratch and minute nick on its handle. Every humble feature of its design seemed abruptly and enormously important, as if this were not a doctor's ordinary tool but the linchpin of the universe. An arcane instrument with the potential for catastrophic destruction. Disoriented, suddenly made claustrophobic by a heavy, insistent, pressing mantle of irrational fear that had descended over her like a great sodden cloak, she pushed the chair away from the desk and stood up. Gasping, whimpering, she felt suffocated, yet chilled to the bone at the same time. The shank of the ophthalmoscope glistened as if made of ice. The lens shone like an iridescent and chillingly alien eye. Her resolve to stand fast now swiftly melted, even as her heart seemed to freeze under the cold breath of terror. "Run or die," a voice said within her. "Run or die." A cry escaped her, and it sounded like the tortured appeal of a lost and frightened child. She turned from the desk, stumbled around it, almost fell over a chair. She crossed the room, burst into the outer office, fled into the deserted corridor, keening shrilly, seeking safety, finding none. She wanted help, a friendly face, but she was the only person on the floor, and the danger was closing in. The unknown threat that was somehow embodied in the harmless ophthalmoscope was drawing nearer, so she ran as fast as she could, her footsteps booming along the hallway. Run or die! The mist descended. Minutes later, when the mist cleared, when she was again aware of her surroundings, she found herself in the emergency stairwell at the end of the office wing, on a concrete landing between floors. She could not remember leaving the office corridor and taking to the stairs. She was sitting on the landing, squeezed into the corner, her back pressed to the cinder-block wall, staring out at the railing along the far side of the steps. A single bare bulb burned behind a wire basket overhead. To her left and right, flights of stairs led up and down into shadow before coming to other lighted landings. The air was musty and cool. If not for her ragged breathing, silence would have ruled. It was a lonely place, especially when your life was coming apart at the seams, and you needed the reassurance of bright lights and people. The gray walls, stark light looming shadows, the metal railing. The place seemed like a reflection of her own despair. Her wild flight, and whatever other bizarre behavior she exhibited in her inexplicable fugue, had evidently not been seen, or she would not now be alone. At least that was a blessing. At least no one knew. She knew, however, and that was bad enough. She shivered, not entirely from fear, for the mindless terror that had gripped her was gone, She shivered because she was cold, and she was cold because her clothes clung to her, damp, soaked with sweat. She raised one hand, wiped her face. She rose, looked up the stairwell, then down. She did not know whether she was above or below the floor on which George Hannafy had his office. After a moment she decided to go up. Her footsteps echoed eerily. For some reason she thought of tombs. "Meshuggah," she said shakily. It was November 27th. 6. Chicago, Illinois. The first Sunday morning in December was cold, under a low, gray sky that promised snow. By afternoon, the first scattered flakes would begin to fall, and by early evening the city's grimy face and soiled skirts would be temporarily concealed beneath the white pancake makeup and pristine cloak of snow. This night, from the Gold Coast to the slum tenements, everywhere in the city, the number one topic of conversation would be the storm. Everywhere, that is, but in the Roman Catholic homes throughout the parish of St. Bernadette's, where they would still be talking about the shocking thing Father Brendan Cronin had done during the early Mass that morning. Father Cronin rose at 5:30 a.m., said prayers, showered, shaved, dressed in cassock and biretta, picked up his breviary, and left the parish house without bothering to put on a coat. He stood for a moment on the rear porch, breathing deeply of the crisp December air. He was 30 years old, but with his direct green eyes and unruly auburn hair and freckled face, he looked younger than he was. He was 50 or 60 pounds overweight, though not particularly thick in the middle. On him, fat distributed evenly, filling him out equally in face, arms, torso, and legs. From childhood through college until his second year at the seminary, his nickname had been Pudge. Regardless of his emotional state, Father Cronin nearly always looked happy. His face had a natural cherubic aspect, and the round lines of it were not designed for the clear and easy expression of anger, melancholy, or grief. This morning he looked mildly pleased with himself and with the world, though he was deeply troubled. He followed a flagstone path across the yard, past denuded flower beds where the bare earth lay in frozen clumps. He unlocked the door of the sacristy and let himself in. Myrrh and spikenard blended with the scent of the lemon-oil furniture polish with which the old church's oak paneling, pews, and other wooden objects were anointed. Without switching on the lights, with only the flickering ruby glow of the sacristy lamp to guide him, Father Cronin knelt at the prie-dieu and bowed his head. In silence, he petitioned the Divine Father to make him a worthy priest. In the past, this private devotion, before the arrival of the sexton and the altar boy, had sent his spirits soaring, and had filled him with exultation at the prospect of celebrating Mass. But now, as on most other mornings during the last 4 months, joy eluded him. He felt only a leaden bleakness, an emptiness that made his heart ache dully, and that induced a cold, sick trembling in his belly. Clenching his jaws, gritting his teeth, as if he could will himself into a state of spiritual ecstasy, he repeated his petition, elaborated upon his initial prayers, but still he felt unmoved, hollow. After washing his hands and murmuring, "Da Domine," Father Cronin laid his biretta on the prie-dieu and went to the vesting bench to attire himself for the sacred celebration ahead. He was a sensitive man with an artist's soul, and in the great beauty of the ceremony he perceived a pleasing pattern of divine order, a subtle echo of God's grace. Usually, when placing the linen amice over his shoulders, when arranging the white albs so that it fell evenly to his ankles, a shiver of awe passed through him, awe that he, Brendan Cronin, should have achieved this sacred office. Usually, but not today, and not for weeks of days before this. Father Cronin put on his amice, passed the strings around his back, then tied them against his breast. He pulled on the alb with no more emotion than a welder getting dressed for work in a factory. 4 months ago, in early August, Father Brendan Cronin had begun to lose his faith. A small but relentless fire of doubt burned within him, unquenchable, gradually consuming all of his long-held beliefs. For any priest, the loss of faith is a devastating process. But it was worse for Brendan Cronin than it would have been for most others. He had never even briefly entertained the thought of being anything but a priest. His parents were devout, and they fostered in him a devotion to the church. However, he had not become a priest to please them. Simply, as trite as it might sound to others in this age of agnosticism, he had been called to the priesthood at a very young age. Now, though faith was gone, his holy office continued to be the essential part of his self-image. Yet he knew he could not go on saying Mass and praying and comforting the afflicted when it was nothing but a charade to him. Brendan Cronin placed the stole around his neck. As he pulled on the chasuble, the courtyard door to the sacristy was flung open, and a young boy burst into the room, switching on the electric lights that the priest had preferred to do without. "Morning, Father." "Morning, Carrie. How are you this fine morning?" Except that his hair was much redder than Father Cronin's, Carrie McDevitt might have been the priest's blood relative. He was slightly plump, freckled, with green eyes full of mischief. "I'm fine, Father, but it's sure cold out there this morning. Cold as a witch's—" Yes? Cold as a, witch's what?" "Refrigerator?" the boy said, embarrassed. "Cold as a witch's refrigerator, Father, and that's cold." If his mood had not been so bleak, Brendan would have been amused by the boy's narrow avoidance of an innocent obscenity. But in his current state of mind he could not summon even a shadow of a smile. Undoubtedly, his silence was interpreted as stern disapproval, for Carrie averted his eyes and went quickly to the closet, where he stowed his coat, scarf, and gloves, and took his cassock and surplice from a hanger. Even as Brendan lifted the maniple, kissed the cross in its center, and placed it on his left forearm, he felt nothing. There was just that cold, throbbing, hollow ache where belief and joy had once existed. As his hands were occupied with that task, his mind drifted back to a melancholy recollection of the exuberance with which he had once approached every priestly duty. Until last August, he never doubted the wisdom of his commitment to the church. He had been such a bright and hard-working student of both mundane subjects and religion that he had been chosen to complete his Catholic education at the North American College in Rome. He loved the holy city, the architecture, the history, and the friendly people. Upon ordination and acceptance into the Society of Jesus, he had spent 2 years at the Vatican as an assistant to Monsignor Giuseppe Orbella, chief speechwriter and doctrinal advisor to His Holiness the Pope. That honor could have been followed by a prized assignment to the staff of the Cardinal of the Chicago Archdiocese, but Father Cronin had requested instead a curacy at a small or medium-sized parish, like any young priest. Thus, after a visit to Bishop Santafiore in San Francisco, an old friend of Monsignor Orbella's, and after a vacation during which he drove from San Francisco to Chicago, he had come to St. Bernadette's, where he had taken great pleasure in even the most ordinary day-to-day chores of a curate's life, and with never a regret or doubt. Now, as he watched his altar boy slip into his surplice, Father Cronin longed for the simple faith that had for so long comforted and sustained him. Was it gone only temporarily? Or had he lost it forever? When Carrie was dressed, he led the way through the inner sacristy door into the sanctuary of the church. Several steps beyond the door, he evidently sensed that Father Cronin was not coming after him, for he glanced back, a puzzled look upon his face. Brendan Cronin hesitated. Through the door, he had a side view of the towering crucifix on the back wall and the altar platform straight ahead. This holiest part of the church was dismayingly strange, as if he were seeing it objectively for the first time, and he could not imagine why he had ever thought of it as sacred territory. It was just a place like any other. If he walked out there now, if he went through the familiar rituals and litanies, he would be a hypocrite. He would be defrauding everyone in the congregation. The puzzlement on Carrie McDevitt's face had turned to worry. The boy glanced out toward the pews that Brendan Cronin could not see, then looked again at his priest. How can I say Mass when I no longer believe? Brendan wondered. But there was nothing else to be done. Holding the chalice in his left hand, with his right hand over the burse and veil, he kept the sacred vessel close to his breast and followed Carrie at last into the sanctuary, where the face of Christ upon the cross seemed, for a moment, to gaze at him accusingly. As usual, less than 100 people were in attendance for the early service. Their faces were unusually pale and radiant, as if God had not allowed real worshippers to attend this morning, but had sent a deputation of judgmental angels to witness the sacrilege of a doubting priest who dared to offer Mass in spite of his fallen condition. As the Mass progressed, Father Cronin's despair deepened. From the moment he spoke the Introibo ad altare Dei, each step of the ceremony compounded the priest's misery. By the time Carrie McDevitt transferred the missal from the epistle to the gospel side of the altar, Father Cronin's despondency was so heavy that he felt crushed beneath it. His spiritual and emotional exhaustion were so profound that he could barely lift his arms, could hardly find strength to focus on the gospel and mutter the lines from the sacred text. The faces of the worshippers blurred into featureless blobs. By the time he reached the canon of the Mass, Father Cronin could barely whisper. He knew that Carrie was gaping at him openly now, and he was sure that the congregation was aware that something was wrong. He was sweating and shaking. The awful grayness in him grew darker now, swiftly turning to black, and he felt as if he were spiraling down into a frighteningly dark void. Then, as he held the host in his hands and elevated it, speaking the 5 words that signified the mystery of transubstantiation, he was suddenly angry with himself for being unable to believe, angry with the church for failing to provide him with better armor against doubt, angry that his entire life seemed misdirected, wasted, expended in pursuit of idiotic myths. His anger churned, heated up, reached the boiling point, was transformed into a steam of fury, a blistering vapor of rage. To his astonishment, a wretched cry burst from him, and he pitched the chalice across the sanctuary. With a loud clank, it struck the sanctuary wall, spraying wine, rebounded, bounced off a statue of the Blessed Virgin, and clattered to a stop against the foot of the podium at which he had not long ago read from the Gospels. Carrie McDevitt stumbled back in shock, and in the nave 100 people gasped as one. But that response had no effect on Brendan Cronin. In a rage that was his only protection against suicidal despair, he flung one arm wide and swept a paten of communion wafers to the floor. With another wild cry, half anger and half grief, he thrust his hand under his chasuble, tore off the stole that lay around his neck and threw it down, turned from the altar and raced into the sacristy. There, the anger departed, as suddenly as it had come, and he stopped and stood there, swaying in confusion. It was December 1st. 7. Laguna Beach, California. That first Sunday in December, Dom Corvasis had lunch with Parker Fane on the terrace at Las Brisas, in the shade of an umbrella table overlooking the sun-dappled sea. The good weather was holding well this year. While the breeze brought them the cries of gulls, the tang of the sea, and the sweet scent of star jasmine that was growing nearby, Dominic told Parker every embarrassing and distressing detail of his escalating battle with somnambulism. Parker Fane was his best friend, perhaps the only person in the world with whom he could open up like this, though on the surface they seemed to have little in common. Dom was a slender, lean-muscled man, but Parker Fane was squat, burly, beefy. Beardless, Dom went to the barber for a haircut every 3 weeks, but Parker's hair was shaggy, and his beard was shaggy, and his eyebrows bristled. He looked like a cross between a professional wrestler and a beatnik from the 1950s. Dom drank little and was easily intoxicated, while Parker's thirst was legendary and his capacity prodigious. Although Dom was solitary by nature and slow to make friends, Parker had the gift of seeming like an old acquaintance just an hour after you first met him. At 50, Parker Fane was 15 years older than Dom. He had been rich and famous for almost a quarter of a century, and he was comfortable with both his wealth and fame, utterly unable to understand Dom's uneasiness over the money and notoriety that was beginning to come his way because of Twilight in Babylon. Dom had come to lunch at Las Brisas in bally loafers, dark brown slacks, and a lighter, brown-checkered shirt with a button-down collar. But Parker had arrived in blue tennis shoes, heavily crinkled white cotton pants, and a white and blue flowered shirt worn over his belt, which made it seem as if they had dressed for entirely different engagements, had met outside the restaurant sheerly by chance, and had decided to have lunch together on a whim. In spite of all the ways they differed from each other, they had become fast friends, because in several important ways they were alike. Both were artists, not by choice or inclination, but by compulsion. Dom painted with words, Parker painted with paint, and they approached their different arts with identical high standards, commitment, craftsmanship. Furthermore, though Parker made friends more easily than Dom did, each placed enormous value on friendship and nurtured it. They had met 6 years ago when Parker had moved to Oregon for 18 months in search of new subject matter for a series of landscapes done in his unique style, which successfully married supra-realism with a surreal imagination. While there, he had signed to give 1 lecture a month at the University of Portland, where Dom held a position in the Department of English. Now, while Parker hunched over the table, munching on nachos that were dripping with cheese and guacamole and sour cream, Dom sipped slowly at a bottle of Negra Modelo and recounted his unconscious nocturnal adventures. He spoke softly, though discretion was probably unnecessary. The other diners on the terrace were noisily involved in their own conversations. He did not touch the nachos. This morning, for the 4th time, he had awakened behind the furnace in the garage, in a state of undiluted terror, and his continued inability to get control of himself had left him dispirited and without an appetite. By the time he finished his tale, he had drunk only half the beer, for even that rich, dark Mexican brew tasted flat and stale today. Parker, on the other hand, had poured down 3 double-shot margaritas and already ordered a 4th. However, the painter's attention was not dulled by the alcohol he consumed. "Jesus, buddy, why didn't you tell me about this sooner, weeks ago?" "I felt sort of foolish." Nonsense. Bullshit, the painter insisted, gesturing expansively with one huge hand but keeping his voice low. The Mexican waiter, a diminutive Wayne Newton look-alike, arrived with Parker's margarita and inquired if they wished to order lunch. No. Sunday lunch is an excuse to have too many margaritas, and I'm a long way from having too many. What a sad waste to order lunch after only 4 margaritas. That'd leave most of the afternoon unfilled, and we'd find ourselves on the street with nothing to occupy us. And then, without doubt, we'd get into trouble, attract the attention of the police. Oh, God knows what might happen. Now, to avoid jail and protect our reputations, we must not order lunch sooner than 3 o'clock. In fact, bring me another margarita, and another order of these magnificent nachos, please. More salsa. Hotter if you've got it. A dish of chopped onions, too, please, and, another beer for my dismayingly restrained friend. No, Dom said. I'm only half finished with this one. That's what I meant by dismayingly restrained, you hopeless Puritan. You've sucked at that one so long it must be warm. Ordinarily, Dominic would have leaned back and enjoyed Parker Fane's energetic performance. The painter's ebullience, his unfailing enthusiasm for life, was invigorating and amusing. Today, however, Dom was so troubled that he was not amused. As the waiter turned away, a small cloud passed over the sun, and Parker leaned in farther under the suddenly deeper shadow beneath the umbrella, returning his attention to Dominic as if he had read his companion's mind. All right, let's brainstorm. Let's find some sort of explanation and figure out what to do. You don't think the problem's just related to stress? The upcoming publication of your book? I did, but not anymore. I mean, if the problem was just a mild one, I might be able to accept that career worries lay behind it. But, Jesus, my concerns about Twilight just aren't great enough to generate behavior this unusual, this obsessive, this crazy. I go walking almost every night now, and it's not just the walking that's weird. The depth of my trance is incredible. Few sleepwalkers are as utterly comatose as I am, and few of them engage in such elaborate tasks as I do. I mean, I was attempting to nail the windows shut. And you don't attempt to nail your windows shut just to keep out your worries about your career. You may be more deeply worried about Twilight than you realize. No, it doesn't make sense. In fact, when the new book continued to go well, my anxiety about Twilight started fading. You can't sit there and honestly tell me you think all this middle-of-the-night lunacy springs just from a few career worries. No, I can't, Parker agreed. I crawl into the backs of those closets to hide. And when I wake up behind the furnace, when I'm still half asleep, I have the feeling that something's stalking me, searching for me, something that'll kill me if it finds my hidey hole. A couple of mornings, I woke up trying to scream but unable to get it out. Yesterday, I woke up shouting, "Stay away! Stay away! Stay away!" And this morning, the knife. Knife? Parker said. You didn't tell me about a knife. Woke up behind the furnace, hiding again. Had a butcher's knife. I'd removed it from the rack in the kitchen while I was sleeping. For protection? From what? From whatever, from whoever's stalking me. And who is stalking you? Dom shrugged. Nobody that I'm aware of. I don't like this. You could have cut yourself, maybe badly. That's not what scares me the most. So what scares you the most? Dom looked around at the other people on the terrace. Though some had followed Parker Fane's bit of theater with the waiter, no one was now paying the least attention to him or Dominic. What scares you the most? Parker repeated. That I might cut someone else. Incredulous, Fane said. You mean take a butcher's knife and go on a murdering rampage in your sleep? No chance. He gulped his margarita. Good heavens, what a melodramatic notion. Thankfully, your fiction is not quite so sloppily imagined. Relax, my friend, you're not the homicidal type.
I didn't think I was the sleepwalking type either.
Oh, bullshit. There's an explanation for this. You're not mad. Madmen never doubt their sanity.
I think I'm going to have to see a psychiatrist, a counselor of some kind,
and have a few medical tests. The medical tests? Yes, but put a hold on the psychiatrist. That's a waste of time. You're no more neurotic than psychotic. The waiter returned with more nachos, salsa, a dish of chopped onions, a beer, and a fifth margarita. Parker surrendered his empty glass, took the full one. He scooped up some of the corn chips with generous globs of guacamole and sour cream, spooned some onions on top, and ate with an appreciation only one step removed from manic glee. I wonder if this problem of yours is somehow related to the changes you underwent 2 summers ago. Puzzled, Dom said,
What changes?
You know what I'm talking about. When I first met you in Portland 6 years ago, you were a pale, retiring, unadventurous slug.
Slug?
It's true, and you know it. You were bright, talented, but a slug nonetheless. You know why you were a slug? I'll tell you why. You had all those brains and all that talent, but you were afraid to use them. You were afraid of competition, failure, success, life. You just wanted to plod along unnoticed. You dressed drably, spoke almost inaudibly, dreaded calling attention to yourself. You took refuge in the academic world because there was less competition there. Gad, man, you were a timid rabbit, burrowing in the earth and curling up in its den.
Oh, yeah? If I was all that disgusting, why on earth did you ever go out of your way to strike up a friendship with me?
Because, you thick-headed booby, I saw through your masquerade. I saw beyond the timidity, saw through the practiced dullness and the mask of insipidness. I sensed something special in you, saw glimpses and glimmers of it. That's what I do, you know. I see what other people can't. That's what any good artist does. He sees what most cannot.
And you called me insipid.
It's true. About what an artist does, and about you being a rabbit. Remember how long you knew me before you found enough confidence to admit being a writer? 3 months.
Well, in those days, I wasn't really a writer.
You had drawers full of stories. More than 100 short stories, not one of which had ever been submitted to any publication anywhere. Not just because you were afraid of rejection, you were afraid of acceptance, too. Afraid of success. How many months did I have to hammer at you till you finally sent a couple to market?
I don't remember.
I do. 6 months. I wheedled and cajoled and demanded and pushed and nagged until you broke down and started submitting stories. I'm a persuasive character, but prying you out of your rabbit hole was almost beyond even my formidable talent for persuasion. With an almost obscene enthusiasm, Parker scooped up dripping masses of nachos and stuffed himself. After slurping his margarita, he said, Even when your short story started selling, you wanted to stop. I had to push you constantly. And after I left Oregon and came back here, when I left you on your own again, you only continued to submit stories for a few months. Then you crawled back into your rabbit hole. Dom did not argue, because everything the painter said was true. After leaving Oregon and returning to his home in Laguna, Parker continued to encourage Dom through letters and phone calls, but long-distance encouragement was insufficient to motivate him. He had convinced himself that, after all, he was not a writer worthy of publication, in spite of more than a score of sales he'd racked up in less than a year. He stopped sending his stories to magazines and quickly fabricated another shell to replace the one Parker had helped him break out of. Though he was still compelled to produce stories, he reverted to his previous habit of consigning them to his deepest desk drawer, with no thought of marketing them. Parker had continued to urge him to write a novel, but Dom had been certain that his talent was too humble, and that he was too lacking in self-discipline to tackle such a large and complex project. He tucked his head down once more, spoke softly, walked softly, and tried to live a life that was largely beneath notice. But the summer before last, all of that changed, Parker said. Suddenly, you throw away your teaching career. You take the plunge and become a full-time writer. Almost overnight, you change from an accountant type to a risk-taker, a bohemian. Why? You've never been clear about that. Why? Dominic frowned, considered the question for a moment, and was surprised that he had not thought about it much before this. I don't know why. I really don't know. At the University of Portland, he had been up for tenure, had felt that he would not be given it, and had grown panicky at the prospect of being cast loose from his sheltered moorings. Obsessed with keeping a low profile, he had faded too completely from the notice of the campus movers and shakers, and when the time arrived for the tenure board to consider him, they had begun to question whether he had embraced the university with sufficient enthusiasm to warrant a grant of lifetime employment. Dom was enough of a realist to see that if the board refused tenure, he would find it difficult to obtain a position at another university, for the hiring committee would want to know why he had been turned down at Portland. In an uncharacteristic burst of self-promotion, hoping to slip out from under the university's axe before it fell, he applied for positions at institutions in several western states, emphasizing his published stories because that was the only thing worth emphasizing. Mountain View College in Utah, with a student body of only 4,000, had been so impressed by the list of magazines in which he had published that they flew him from Portland for an interview. Dom made a considerable effort to be more outgoing than he had ever been before. He was offered a contract to teach English and creative writing with guaranteed tenure. He had accepted, if not with enormous delight, then at least with enormous relief. Now, on the terrace of Los Brisas, as the California sun slid out from behind a band of white jeweled clouds, he took a sip of his beer, sighed, and said, I left Portland late in June that year. I had a U-Haul trailer hooked to the car, just a small one, filled mostly with books and clothes. I was in a good mood. Didn't feel as if I'd failed at Portland. Not at all. I just felt, well, that I was getting a fresh start. I was really looking forward to life at Mountain View. In fact, I don't remember ever being happier than the day I hit the road. Parker Fane nodded knowingly. Of course you were happy. You had tenure in a hick school where not much would be expected of you, where your introversion would be excused as an artist's temperament. A perfect rabbit hole, huh? Exactly. So why didn't you wind up teaching in Mountain View? I told you before. At the last minute, when I got there, the second week in July, I just couldn't bear the idea of going on with the kind of life I'd had before. I was tired of being a mouse, a rabbit. Just like that, you were repelled by the low-key life. Why? It wasn't very fulfilling. But why were you tired of it all of a sudden? I don't know. You must have some idea. Haven't you thought about it a lot? Surprisingly, I haven't, Dom said. He stared out to sea for a long moment, watching a dozen sailboats and a large yacht as they moved majestically along the coast. I just now realized how amazingly little I've thought about it. Strange. I'm usually too self-analytical for my own good, but in this case I've never probed very deeply. Aha! Parker exclaimed. I knew I was on the right trail. The changes you went through then are somehow related to the problems you're having now. So go on. You told the people at Mountain View that you didn't want their job anymore?
They weren't happy.
And you took a tiny apartment in town?
1 room, plus kitchen and bath. Not much of a place. Nice view of the mountains, though.
Decided to live on your savings while you wrote a novel?
There wasn't a lot in the bank, but I'd always been frugal.
Impulsive behavior. Risky. And not a damn bit like you, Parker said. So, why did you do it? What changed you?
I guess it was building for a long time. By the time I got to Mountain View, my dissatisfaction was so great that I had to change.
Parker leaned back in his chair. No good, my friend. There must be more to it than that. Listen, by your own admission, you were as happy as a pig in shit when you left Portland with your U-Haul. You had a job with a livable salary, guaranteed tenure, in a place where no one was ever going to demand too much of you. All you had to do was settle down in Mountain View and disappear. But by the time you got there, you couldn't wait to throw it all over, move into a garret, and risk eventual starvation, all for your art. What the hell happened to you during that long drive to Utah? Something must have given you a real jolt, something big enough to knock you out of your complacency.
Nope, it was an uneventful trip.
Not inside your head, it wasn't.
Dominic shrugged. As far as I remember, I just relaxed, enjoyed the drive, took my time, looked at the scenery.
Amigo!
Parker roared, startling their waiter, who was passing by.
Uno margarita, and another cerveza for my friend.
No, Tom said.
You haven't finished that beer, Parker said. I know.
But you are gonna finish it, and drink another, and gradually you're gonna loosen up, and we're going to get to the bottom of this sleepwalking. I'm sure it's related to the changes you underwent the summer before last. You know why I'm so sure? I'll tell you why I'm so sure. Nobody undergoes 2 personality crises in 2 years for utterly unrelated reasons. The 2 have to be tied together somehow. Dom grimaced. I wouldn't exactly call this a personality crisis.
Oh, wouldn't you?
Leaning forward, lowering his shaggy head, putting all the force of his powerful personality behind the question, Parker said, Wouldn't you really call it a crisis, my friend? Dom sighed. Well, yeah. I guess maybe I would. A crisis. They left Los Brisas late that afternoon, without arriving at any answers. That night, when he went to bed, he was filled with dread, wondering where he would find himself in the morning. And in the morning, he virtually exploded out of sleep with a shrill scream and found himself in total claustrophobic darkness. Something had hold of him, something cold and clammy and strange and alive. He struck out blindly, flailed and clawed, twisted and kicked, freed himself, scrambled away in panic through the clawing blackness on his hands and knees until he collided with a wall. The lightless room reverberated with thunderous pounding and shouting, an unnerving cacophony, the source of which he could not identify. He scrambled along the baseboard until he came to a junction of walls where he put his back into the corner and faced out upon the lightless chamber, certain that the clammy creature would leap on him from the gloom. What was in the room with him? The noise grew louder. Shouting, hammering, a crash, followed by a clatter rattle of wood, more shouting and another crash. Still groggy from sleep, his senses distorted by hysteria and excess adrenaline, Dom was convinced that the thing from which he had been hiding had at last come for him. He had tried to fool it by sleeping in closets and behind the furnace, but tonight it would not be deceived. It meant to have him. He could hide no longer. The end had come. From the darkness, someone or something shouted his name. Dom!
and he realized that someone had been calling to him for the last minute or two, maybe longer. "Dominic! Answer me!" Another shuddering crash, the brittle crack of splintering wood. Huddling in the corner, Dom finally woke completely. The clammy creature had not been real. A figment of a dream. He recognized the voice calling to him as that of Parker Fane. Even as the residual hysteria of his nightmares subsided, another crash, the loudest of all, generated a chain reaction of destruction. A crackling, sliding, scraping, toppling, crashing, booming, clattering, rattling that culminated with the opening of a door and the intrusion of light into the darkness. Dom squinted against the glare and saw Parker silhouetted like some hulking troll in the bedroom door, the hall light behind him. The door had been locked, and Parker had forced it, had thrown himself against it until the lock disintegrated. "Dominic! Buddy, are you okay?" The door had been barricaded as well, which had made entrance even more difficult. Dom saw that in his sleep he had evidently moved the dresser in front of the door, had stacked the two nightstands atop the dresser, and had put the bedroom armchair in front of it. Those overturned pieces of furniture now lay on the floor in a jumbled heap. Parker stepped into the room. "Buddy, are you all right? You were screaming. I could hear you clear out in the driveway." "A dream. Must have been a Lulu." "I can't remember what it was," Dom said, remaining on the floor in the corner, too exhausted and weak-kneed to get up. "You're a sight for sore eyes, Parker. But what on earth are you doing here?" Parker blinked. "Don't you know? You phoned me. Not more than 10 minutes ago you were shouting for help. You said they were here and were going to get you, then you hung up." Dom felt humiliation settle over him as if it were a painful burn. "Ah, so you did make the call in your sleep," the painter said. "Thought as much. You sounded not yourself. Maybe I should have called the police, but I suspected this sleepwalking thing. Knew you wouldn't want it brought into the open in front of strangers, a bunch of cops. I'm out of control, Parker. Something's snapping inside of me. It's enough of that crap. I won't listen to any more of it." Dom felt like a helpless child. He was afraid he was going to cry. He bit his tongue, squeezed back the tears, cleared his throat, and said, "What time is it?" "A few minutes after 4. Middle of the night." Parker looked toward the window and frowned. Following the other man's gaze, Dom saw that the draperies were drawn tight shut, and that the highboy had been moved in front of the window, barring entrance by that route. He had been busy in his sleep. "Oh, Christ," Parker said, moving to the bed where he stopped, a vivid expression of shock on his broad face. "This is no good, my friend. This is no good at all." Holding onto the wall, Dom rose shakily to his feet to see what Parker was talking about, but when he saw it he wished he had remained on the floor. An arsenal was laid out on the bed. The .22 automatic that he usually kept in his nightstand, a butcher's knife, 2 other meat knives, a cleaver, a hammer, the axe he used for splitting firewood and which the last he remembered had been in the garage. Parker said, "What were you expecting? The Soviet invasion? What frightens you so?" "I don't know. Something in my nightmares." "So what do you dream about?" "I don't know." "You can't remember any of it?" "No." He shivered again, violently. Parker came to him, put a hand on his shoulder. You better take a shower, get dressed. I'll start rustling up some breakfast, okay? Then I think we'd better pay a visit to that doctor of yours as soon as his office opens. I think he's got to take a second look at you." Dominic nodded. It was December 2nd. Chapter 2. December 2nd through December 16th. 1. Boston, Massachusetts. Viola Fletcher, a 58-year-old elementary school teacher, mother of 2 daughters, wife of a devoted husband, a wry and witty woman with an infectious laugh, was silent now and still, lying on the operating table, unconscious, her life in Dr. Ginger Weiss's hands. Ginger's entire life had been a funnel, focusing on this moment. For the first time, she was assuming the senior surgeon's role in a major and complicated procedure. Years of arduous education, an immeasurable weight of hopes and dreams lay behind her ascension to this moment. She had a prideful yet humbling sense of just how great a distance her journey had covered. And she was half sick with dread. Mrs. Fletcher had been anesthetized and draped in cool green sheets. None of the patient's body was visible except that portion of her torso on which surgery would be performed, a neat square of flesh painted with iodine and framed by lime-colored cloth. Even her face was out of sight beneath tented sheeting, as an added precaution against airborne contamination of the wound that would shortly be made in her abdomen. The effect was to depersonalize the patient, and perhaps that was in part the intent of the draping as well, thereby sparing the surgeon the need to look upon the human face of agony and death if, God forbid, his skill and education should fail him. On Ginger's right, Agatha Tandy, the surgical technician, stood ready with spreaders, rakes, hemostats, scalpels, and other instruments. On her left, a scrub nurse was prepared to assist. Another scrub nurse, the circulating nurse, the anesthesiologist, and his nurse also waited for the procedure to begin. George Hannaby stood on the other side of the table, looking less like a doctor than like the former star fullback on a pro football team. His wife, Rita, had once talked him into playing Paul Bunyan in a comedy sketch for a hospital charity show, and he had appeared at home in woodsman's boots, jeans, and a red plaid shirt. He brought with him an aura of strength, calmness, and competency that was most reassuring. Ginger held out her right hand. Agatha put a scalpel in it. A keen, thin, bright curve of light outlined the razor-sharp edge of the instrument. Hand poised over the score lines on the patient's torso, Ginger hesitated and took a deep breath. George's stereo tape deck stood on a small table in the corner, and familiar strains of Bach issued from the speakers. She was remembering the ophthalmoscope, the shiny, black gloves. However, as frightening as those incidents had been, they had not utterly destroyed her self-confidence. She had felt fine ever since the most recent attack, strong, alert, energetic. If she had noticed the slightest weariness or fuzzy-mindedness, she would have canceled this procedure. On the other hand, she had not acquired her education, had not worked 7 days a week all these years, only to throw away her future because of 2 aberrant moments of stress-related hysteria. Everything was going to be fine. Just fine. The wall clock said 7:42. Time to get on with it. She made the first cut. With hemostats and clamps and a faultless skill that always surprised her, she moved deeper, constructing a shaft through skin, fat, and muscle into the center of the patient's belly. Soon the incision was large enough to accommodate both her hands and those of her assisting physician, George Hannaby, if his help should be required. The scrub nurses moved close to the table, one on each side, grasped the sculpted handles of the retractors and pulled back gently on them, drawing apart the walls of the wound. Agatha Tandy picked up a fluffy, absorbent cloth and quickly blotted Ginger's forehead, careful to avoid the jeweler's lenses that protruded from her operating glasses. Above his mask, George's eyes squinted in a smile. He was not sweating. He seldom did. Ginger swiftly tied off bleeders and removed clamps, and Agatha ordered new supplies from the circulating nurse. In the brief, blank spaces between box concertos and in the silence at the end of the tape before it was turned over, the loudest sounds in the tile-walled room were the sibilant exhalations and groaning inhalations of the artificial lung machine that breathed for Viola Fletcher. The patient could not breathe for herself because she was paralyzed by a curare-derived muscle relaxant. Though entirely mechanical, those sounds possessed a haunting quality that made it impossible for Ginger to overcome her apprehension. On other days, when George cut, there was more talk. He traded quips with the nurses and the assisting resident, using light banter to reduce the tension without also reducing concentration on the vital task at hand. Ginger was simply not up to that sort of dazzling performance, which seemed akin to playing basketball, chewing gum, and solving difficult mathematical problems at the same time. Having completed the excursion into the belly, she ran the colon with both hands and determined that it was healthy. With damp gauze pads provided by Agatha, Ginger cradled the intestines, placed the hole-like blades of the retractors against them, and turned them over to the scrub nurses, who held them out of the way, thus exposing the aorta, the main trunk line of the body's arterial system. From the chest, the aorta entered the belly through the diaphragm, running parallel to the spine. Immediately above the groin, it split into two iliac arteries, leading to the femoral arteries in the legs.
"There it is," Ginger said. "An aneurysm, just like in the X-rays."
As if to confirm it, she glanced at the patient's X-ray that was fixed on the light screen on the wall at the foot of the operating table.
"A dissecting aneurysm just above the aortic saddle."
Agatha blotted Ginger's forehead. The aneurysm, a weakness in the wall of the aorta, had permitted the artery to bulge outward on both sides, forming a dumbbell-shaped extrusion full of blood, which beat like a second heart. This condition caused difficulty in swallowing, extreme shortness of breath, severe coughing, and chest pains, and if the bulging vessel burst, death followed swiftly. As Ginger stared at the pulsing aneurysm, an almost religious sense of mystery overcame her, a profound awe, as if she had stepped out of the real world into a mystic sphere, where the very meaning of life was soon to be revealed to her. Her feeling of power, of transcendence, rose from the realization that she could do battle with death, and win. Death was lurking there in the body of her patient right now, in the form of the throbbing aneurysm, a dark bud waiting to flower, but she had the skill and training to banish it. From a sterile package, Agatha Tandy had taken a section of artificial aorta, a thick, ribbed tube that split into two smaller tubes, the iliac arteries. It was woven entirely of dacron. Ginger positioned it over the wound, trimmed it to fit with a pair of small, sharp scissors, and returned it to the technician. Agatha put the white graft in a shallow, stainless steel tray that already contained some of the patient's blood, and swished it back and forth to wet it thoroughly. The graft would be allowed to soak until it had clotted a bit. Once it was installed in the patient, Ginger would run some blood through it, clamp it, allow that blood to clot a bit more, then flush it out before actually sewing it in place. The thin layer of clotted blood would help prevent seepage, and in time the steady flow of blood would form a neo-intima, a leak-proof new lining virtually indistinguishable from that in a real artery. The amazing thing was that the dacron vessel was not merely an adequate substitute for the damaged section of aorta, but was, in fact, actually superior to what nature had provided. 500 years from now, when nothing remained of Viola Fletcher but dust and time-worn bones, the Dacron graft would still be intact, still flexible and strong. Agatha blotted Ginger's forehead. "How do you feel?" George asked.
"Fine,"
Ginger said. "Tense?"
"Not really,"
she lied.
He said,
"It's a genuine pleasure watching you work, Doctor."
"I'll second that,"
said one of the scrub nurses.
"Me too,"
the other said.
"Thanks,"
Ginger said, surprised and pleased. George said, "You have a certain grace in surgery, a lightness of touch, a splendid sensitivity of hand and eye that is, I'm sorry to say, not at all common in the profession." Ginger knew that he never gave voice to an insincere compliment, but coming from such a stern taskmaster, this bordered on excessive flattery. By God, George Hannaby was proud of her. That realization flooded her with warm emotion. If she had been anywhere but in an operating room, tears would have come to her eyes. But here she kept a tighter rein on her feelings. However, the intensity of her reaction to his words made her aware of how completely he had filled the role of father figure in her life. She took nearly as much satisfaction from his praise as she would have taken if it had come from Jacob Weiss himself. Ginger proceeded with the operation in better spirits. The disturbing possibility of a seizure slowly receded from her thoughts, and greater confidence allowed her to work with even more grace than before. Nothing could go wrong now. She set about methodically controlling the flow of blood through the aorta, carefully exposing and temporarily clamping all branching vessels, using thin elastic loops of extremely pliable plastic tubing to valve off the smaller vessels, placing mosquito clamps and bulldog clamps on the larger arteries, including the iliacs and the aorta itself. In little less than an hour, she had stopped all blood flow through the aorta to the patient's legs, and the throbbing aneurysm had ceased its mocking imitation of the heart. With a small scalpel, she punctured the aneurysm, releasing a pool of blood. The aorta deflated. She sliced it open along its anterior wall. At that moment the patient was without an aorta, more helpless and more dependent upon the surgeon than at any other time. There was no going back now. From this point on, the operation must be conducted not only with the greatest care, but with the most prudent speed. A hush had fallen on the surgical team. What little conversation there had been now ceased. The Bach tape had reached the end again, and no one moved to turn it over. Time was measured by the wheezing and sucking of the artificial lung machine, and by the beeping of the EKG. Ginger removed the Dacron graft from the steel tray, where it had been soaking up blood and clotting, precisely as desired. She sewed the top of it into the aortal trunk, using an extremely fine thread. Then, with the top of the graft sewn in place, and the unattached bottom clamped off, Ginger filled it with blood to let it clot again. Throughout these steps of the operation, it had not been necessary for Ginger to have the sweat blotted from her forehead. She hoped that George noticed her new dryness. She was sure he did. Without needing to be told that it was once again time for music, the circulating nurse reset the Bach tape. Hours of work lay ahead of Ginger, but she pressed on without the least weariness. She moved down the draped body, folding back the green sheets, revealing both of the patient's thighs. With the help of the circulating nurse, Agatha had replenished the instrument tray and was ready now with everything that Ginger needed to make 2 more incisions, one in each of the patient's legs, below the inguinal creases where the legs attached to the body trunk. Clamping and tying off vessels, Ginger eventually exposed and separated the femoral arteries. As with the aorta before, she used thin elastic tubing and a variety of clamps to valve off the blood flow through these vascular fields, then opened both arteries where the bifurcated legs of the graft would attach to them. A couple of times, She caught herself humming along happily with the music, and the ease with which she worked made it seem almost as if she had been a surgeon in an earlier life, now reincarnated into the elite brotherhood of the caduceus, predestined for this labor. But she should have remembered her father and his aphorisms, the bits of wisdom that he had collected, and with which he had gently lectured or patiently admonished her on those rare occasions when she had been less than well behaved, or when she had failed to do her very best in school. Time waits for no man. God helps those who help themselves. A penny saved is a penny earned. Resentment hurts only those who harbor it. Judge not, that ye be not judged. He had 1,000 of them, but there was none he liked better, and none he repeated more often than this one. Pride goeth before a great fall. She should have remembered those 6 words. The operation was going so well, and she was so happy with her work, so proud of her performance in this first major solo flight, that she forgot about the inevitable great fall. Returning to the opened abdomen, she unclamped the bottom of the Dacron graft, flushed it out, then tunneled the twin legs of it beneath the untouched flesh of the groin, beneath the inguinal creases, and into the incisions she had made in the femoral arteries. She stitched in both terminuses of the bifurcated graft, unclamped the restricted vascular network, and watched with delight as the pulse returned to the patched aorta. For 20 minutes she searched for leaks and knitted them up with fine, strong thread. For another 5 minutes she watched closely, in silence, as the graft throbbed like any normal, healthy arterial vessel without any sign of chronic seepage. At last she said, "Time to close up." "Beautifully done," George said. Ginger was glad she was wearing a surgical mask, for beneath it her face was stretched by a smile so broad that she must have looked like the proverbial grinning idiot. She closed the incisions in the patient's legs. She took the intestines from the nurses, who were clearly exhausted and eager to relinquish the retractors. She replaced the guts in the body and gently ran them once again, searching for irregularities, but finding none. The rest was easy, laying fat and muscle back in place, closing up, layer by layer, until the original incision was drawn shut with heavy black cord. The anesthesiologist's nurse undraped Viola Fletcher's head. The anesthesiologist untaped her eyes, turned off the anesthesia. The circulating nurse cut Bach off in mid-passage. Ginger looked at Mrs. Fletcher's face, pale now, but not unusually drawn. The mask of the respirator was still on her face, but she was getting only an oxygen mixture. The nurses backed away and skinned off their rubber gloves. Viola Fletcher's eyelids fluttered, and she groaned. "Mrs. Fletcher!" the anesthesiologist said loudly. The patient did not respond. "Viola?" Ginger said. "Can you hear me, Viola?" The woman's eyes did not open, but though she was more asleep than awake, her lips moved, and in a fuzzy voice she said, "Yes, Doctor." Ginger accepted congratulations from the team and left the room with George. As they stripped off their gloves, pulled off their masks, and removed their caps, she felt as if she were filled with helium, in danger of breaking loose of the bonds of gravity. But with each step toward the scrub sinks in the surgical hall, she became less buoyant. A tremendous exhaustion settled over her. Her neck and shoulders ached, her back was sore, her legs were stiff, and her feet were tired. "My God," she said, "I'm pooped." "You should be," George said. "You started at 7:30, and it's past the lunch hour. An aortal graft is damn debilitating."
"You feel this way when you've done one?"
"Of course."
"But it hit me so suddenly. In there, I felt great. I felt I could go on for hours yet."
"In there," George said with evident affection and amusement, "you were godlike, dueling with death and winning, and no god ever grows weary. God work is too much fun to ever get weary of it."
At the sinks they turned on the water, took off the surgical gowns they'd worn over their hospital greens, and broke open packets of soap. As Ginger began to wash her hands, she leaned wearily against the sink and bent forward a bit, so she was looking straight down at the drain, at the water swirling around the stainless steel basin, at the bubbles of soap whirling with the water, all of it funneling into the drain, around and down into the drain, around and down, down and down. This time the irrational fear struck and overwhelmed her with even less warning than at Bernstein's Deli, or in George's office last Wednesday. In an instant, her attention had become entirely focused upon the drain, which appeared to throb and grow wider as if it were suddenly possessed of malignant life. She dropped the soap and, with a bleat of terror, jumped back from the sink, collided with Agatha Tandy, cried out again. She vaguely heard George calling her name, but he was fading away in the manner of an image on a motion picture screen, retreating into a mist, as if he were part of a scene that was dissolving to a full-lens shot of steam or clouds or fog, and he no longer seemed real. Agatha Tandy and the hallway and the doors to the surgery were fading too. Everything was fading but the sink, which appeared to grow larger and more solid, super real. A sense of mortal danger settled over her. But it was just an ordinary scrub sink, for God's sake, and she had to hold on to that truth, clutch at the cliff of reality, and resist the forces pulling her over the edge. Just a sink, just an ordinary drain, She ran. From every side the mist closed around her, and she lost all conscious awareness of her actions. The first thing she became aware of was the snow. Large, white flakes sifted past her face, gently turning, lazily eddying toward the ground in the manner of fluffy, airborne dandelion seeds, for there was no wind to drive them. She raised her head, looked up beyond the towering walls of the old high-rise buildings that shouldered in around her, and saw a rectangular patch of low gray sky from which the snow descended. As she stared into the winter heavens, momentarily confused as to her whereabouts and condition, her hair and eyebrows grew white. Flakes melted on her face, but she slowly realized that her cheeks were already wet with tears, and that she was still weeping, quietly. Gradually the cold impinged upon her. In spite of the absence of wind, the air was sharp-toothed. It bit her cheeks, nipped her chin, and her hands were numb from the cold venom of countless bites. The chill penetrated her hospital greens, and she was shivering uncontrollably. Next, she became aware of the freezing concrete beneath her and the ice-cold brick wall against her back. She was squeezed into a corner, facing out, knees drawn up to her chin, arms locked around her legs, a posture of defense and terror. Her body heat was being leached away through every contact point with pavement and masonry, but she did not have the strength or will to get to her feet and go inside. She remembered fixating upon the drain of the scrub sink. With unmitigated despair she recalled the mindless panic, her collision with Agatha Tandy, the startled look on George Hannaby's face as he had reacted to her screams. Although the rest was a blank, she supposed she had then taken flight from imaginary dangers, like some mad woman, to the shock of her colleagues, and to the certain destruction of her career. She pressed harder against the brick wall, wishing that it would suck away her body heat even faster. She was sitting at the end of a wide alley, a blind serviceway that led into the core of the hospital complex. To her left,
Double metal doors led into the furnace room, and beyond those was the exit from the emergency stairs. Inevitably, she was reminded of her encounter with a mugger during her internship at Columbia Presbyterian in New York. That night, he had dragged her into an alleyway much like this. However, in the New York alleyway, she had been in command, victorious, while here, she was a loser, descendant rather than ascendant, weak and lost. She perceived a bleak irony and a frightening symmetry in having been brought to the lowest point of her life in such a place as this. Pre-med, medical school, the long hours and hardships of her intern year, all the work and sacrifices, all the hopes and dreams, had been for nothing. At the last minute, with a surgical career almost within her grasp, she had failed George, Anna, Jacob, and herself. She could no longer deny the truth or ignore the obvious. Something was wrong with her. Something so desperately wrong that it would surely preclude the resumption of life in medicine. Psychosis? A brain tumor? Perhaps an aneurysm in the brain? The door to the emergency stairs was flung open with a rattle and a screech of unoiled hinges, and George Hannaby came out into the snow, breathing hard. He took several quick steps into the alley, heedless of the risk posed by the quarter-inch skin of slippery new snow. The sight of her was sufficiently shocking to bring him to a lurching halt. A ghastly expression lined his face, and Ginger supposed he was regretting the extra time and attention and special guidance that he had given her. He had thought she was especially bright and good and worthy, but now she had proved him wrong. He had been so kind to her, and so supportive that her betrayal of his trust, although beyond her control, filled her with self-loathing and brought more hot tears to her eyes. Ginger? He said shakily. Ginger? What's wrong? She was able to respond only with a wretched, involuntary sob. Seen through her tears, he shimmered, blurred. She wished he'd go away and leave her to stew in humiliation. Didn't he know how much worse it was to have him staring at her while she was in this condition? The snow was falling harder. Other people appeared in the doorway through which he had come, but she could not identify them. Ginger, please talk to me, George said as he drew near. What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong. Tell me what I can do. She bit her lip, tried to repress her tears, but instead she began to sob harder than ever, in a thin, blubbery voice that sickened her. With proof of her own weakness, she said, Something's wrong with me. George stooped down in front of her. What? What's wrong? I don't know. She had always been able to handle any trouble that came her way, unassisted. She was Ginger Weiss. She was different. She was a golden girl. She didn't know how to ask for help of this kind, of this degree. Still stooping in front of her, George said, Whatever it is, we can work it out. I know you're fiercely proud of your self-reliance. You listening, kid? I've always stepped carefully when I'm with you because I know you resent being helped along too much. You want to do it all yourself. But this time, you simply can't handle it alone. And you don't have to. I'm here, and by God, you're going to lean on me whether you like it or not. You hear? I've ruined everything. I've disappointed you. He found a small smile. Not you, dear girl. Not ever. Rita and I have had all sons. But if we could have had a daughter, we would have hoped for one like you. exactly like you. You're a special woman, Dr. Weiss. A dear and special woman. Disappoint me? Impossible. I would consider it an honor and a pleasure if you would lean on me now, just as if you were my daughter, and let me help you through this as if I were the father you've lost. He held out a hand to her. She grasped it and held on tightly. It was Monday, December 2nd. Many weeks would pass before she learned that other people in other places, all strangers to her, were living through eerie variations of her own nightmare. 2. Trenton, New Jersey. A few minutes before midnight, Jack Twist opened the door and left the warehouse, stepping into the wind and sleet, and some guy was just getting out of a gray Ford van at the foot of the nearest loading ramp. The van's arrival had been masked by the rumble of a passing freight train. The night was deep around the warehouse, except for 4 meager patches of murky yellow light from poorly maintained, grime-dimmed security lamps. Unfortunately, one of those lights was directly over the door through which Jack had exited, and its sickly glow reached precisely far enough to include the passenger's door of the van, out of which the unexpected visitor had appeared. The guy had a face made for police mug-books, heavy jaw, a mouth that was hardly more than a slash, a nose that had been broken a couple of times, and hard little pig eyes. He was one of those obedient but pitiless sadists that the mob employed as enforcers, a man who in other times might have been a rape and pillage specialist in the armies of Genghis Khan, a grinning Nazi thug, a torture master in one of Stalin's death camps, or a Morlock from the future as imagined by H.G. Wells in The Time Machine. To Jack, the guy looked like serious trouble. They startled each other, and Jack did not immediately raise his .38 and put a bullet in the bastard, which is what he should have done. "Who the hell are you?" the Morlock asked. Then he saw the canvas bag that Jack was dragging with his left hand and the lowered pistol in Jack's right hand. His eyebrows shot up, and he shouted, "Max!" Max was probably the driver of the van, but Jack did not wait around for formal introductions. He did a quick reverse into the warehouse, slammed the door shut, and stepped to the side of it in case someone out there started using it for target practice. The only light inside the warehouse came from the brightly lit office far at the back of the building, and from an overhead bank of widely spaced, low-wattage bulbs set in tin shades which were allowed to burn all night. But there was sufficient illumination for Jack to see the faces of his 2 companions, Mort Gersh and Tommy Sung, who had been following him. They did not look as happy as they had been only a couple of minutes ago. They had been happy because they had successfully hit a major way station on the route of the Mafia cash train, a collection point for narcotics money from half the state of New Jersey. Suitcases and flight bags and cardboard boxes and styrofoam coolers full of cash arrived at the warehouse from a score of couriers, most of it on Sunday and Monday. Tuesdays, mob accountants and Pierre Cardin suits arrived to calculate the week's profits from the pharmaceutical division. Every Wednesday, suitcases full of tightly banded sacks of greenbacks went out to Miami, Vegas, Los Angeles, New York, and other centers of high finance, where investment advisors with Harvard or Columbia MBAs on retainer to the Mafia, or Fratellanza, as the underworld referred to itself, wisely put it to work. Jack, Mort, and Tommy had simply stepped in between the accountants and the investment advisors and had taken 4 heavy bags full of cash for themselves. "Just think of us as one more layer of middlemen," Jack had told the 3 glowering thugs who were, even now, tied up in the warehouse office, and Mort and Tommy had laughed. Mort was not laughing now. He was 50 years old, pot-bellied, slump-shouldered, balding. He wore a dark suit, pork pie hat, and gray overcoat. He always wore a dark suit and pork pie hat, though not always the overcoat. Jack had never seen him in anything else. Tonight, Jack and Tommy were wearing jeans and quilted vinyl jackets, but there was Mort, looking like one of the guys in the background of an old Edward G. Robinson movie. The snap brim of his hat had lost its sharp edge and gone slightly soft, rather like Mort himself, and the suit was rumpled. His voice was weary and dour. He said, "Who's out there?" as Jack slammed the door and stepped hastily away from it. "At least 2 guys in a Ford van," Jack said. "Mob?" "I only saw one of them, but he looked like one of Dr. Frankenstein's experiments that didn't work out." "At least all the doors are locked." "They'll have keys." The 3 of them moved quickly away from the exit, back into the deep shadows in an aisle between piles of wooden crates and cardboard cartons that were stacked on pallets. The merchandise formed 20-foot-high walls. The warehouse was immense, with a wide array of goods stored under its vaulted ceiling. Hundreds of TV sets, microwave ovens, blenders, and toasters by the thousands, tractor parts, plumbing supplies, Cuisinarts, and more. It was a clean, well-run establishment, but as with any giant industrial building at night, the place was eerie when all the workers were gone. Strange, whispery echoes floated along the maze of aisles. Outside, the sleet fell harder than before, rustling and ticking and tapping and hissing on the slate roof, as if a multitude of unknown creatures moved through the rafters and inside the walls. "I told you it was a mistake to hit them up," Tommy Sung said. He was a Chinese-American, about 30, which made him 7 years younger than Jack. "Jewelry stores, armored cars, even banks, okay, but not the mob, for God's sake. It's stupid to hit the mob. Might as well walk into a bar full of Marines and spit on the flag." "You hear?" Jack said. "Yeah? Well," Tommy said, "I don't always show good judgment." In a voice of doom and despair, Mort said, "A van shows up at this hour? It means one thing. They're delivering one kind of shit or another, probably coke or horse, which means there won't be just the driver and the ape you saw. There'll be 2 other guys in the back of the van with the merchandise, carrying converted Uzis. Or worse." Tommy said, "Why aren't they already shooting the way in?" "As far as they know," Jack said, "there's 10 of us, and we have bazookas. They'll move cautiously." "A truck used on dope runs is sure to have radio communications," Mort said. "They'll have already called for backup." Tommy said, "You telling me the Mafia has a fleet of radio vans like the goddamn phone company or something?" "These days, they're as organized as any business," Mort said. They listened for sounds of purposeful human movement in farther reaches of the building, but all they heard was sleet hitting the roof. The .38 in Jack's hand suddenly felt like a toy. Mort was carrying a Smith & Wesson M39 9mm pistol, and Tommy had a Smith & Wesson Model 19 Combat Magnum that he had tucked inside his insulated jacket after the men in the office had been securely tied up, when it had seemed that the dangerous part of the job had been completed. They were well armed, but they were not ready to face down Uzis. Jack remembered old documentaries of hopelessly outclassed Hungarians trying to turn back invading Russian tanks with rocks and sticks. In times of trouble, Jack Twist had a tendency to melodramatize his plight, and regardless of the situation, to cast himself in the role of the noble underdog battling the forces of evil. He was aware of this tendency, and he thought it was one of his most endearing qualities. At the moment, however, their position was so tenuous that there was no way to melodramatize it. Mort's thoughts had led him to precisely the same consideration, for he said, "There's no use trying to get out by any of the back doors. They'll have split up by now. 2 in front, 2 in back." The front and rear exits, Both the regular doors and roll-up cargo bay doors were the only ways out. There were no openings, not even windows or vents on the sides of the enormous building. No basement, and therefore no basement exit, no way to get onto the roof. In preparation for the robbery, the three of them had studied detailed plans of the building, and now they knew they were trapped. Tommy said, "What are we going to do?" The question was addressed to Jack Twist, not to Mort, because Jack organized any robbery he took part in. If unanticipated events required improvisation, Jack was expected to come up with the brilliant ideas. "Hey," Tommy said, taking a stab at brilliance himself, "why don't we go out the same way we got in?" They had entered the building with a variation on the Trojan horse ploy, which was the only way to bypass the elaborate security systems that were in operation at night. The warehouse was a front for the illegal drug trade, but it was also a real, functioning, profitable warehouse that accepted regular shipments from legitimate businesses in need of temporary storage for excess inventory. Therefore, with the personal computer and modem in his apartment, Jack had tapped into the computers of both the warehouse and one of its reputable clients, and had created the file of electronic paperwork that would legitimize the delivery of a huge crate, which had arrived this morning and had been stored per instructions. He, Mort, and Tommy had been inside the crate, which had been designed and constructed with 5 concealed exits, so they could get out of it quietly, even if it was blocked by other crates on 4 sides. A few minutes after 11 o'clock tonight, they had slipped out and had surprised the tough guys in the office, who had been quite confident that their multiple alarm systems and locked doors had transformed the warehouse into an inviolable fortress.
"We could get back in the crate," Tommy said, "and when they finally come in and don't find us, they'll go crazy trying to figure how we got away. By tomorrow night, the heat'll be off, then we can slip out and make our getaway."
"No good," Mort said sourly. "They'll figure it out. They'll search this place until they find us."
"No good, Tommy," Jack agreed. "Now, here's what I want you to do." He quickly improvised an escape plan, and they assented to it. Tommy hurried to the master panel of light switches in the office to kill every light in the warehouse. Jack and Mort dragged the 4 heavy bags of money toward the south end of the long building, and the dry sound of canvas scraping along the concrete floor echoed and re-echoed through the chilly air. At that far end of the building, instead of more stacks of merchandise, there were several trucks that had been parked in the interior staging area, where, first thing in the morning, they would be loaded. Jack and Mort were less than halfway through the maze, still half a city block from the semis, when the dim lights winked out and the warehouse was plunged into unrelieved darkness. They paused long enough for Jack to switch on his ever-ready before continuing through the gloom. Bearing his own flashlight, Tommy rejoined them and took one of the bags from Jack, one from Mort. The clicking impact and susurrant slide of sleet upon the roof began to subside slightly as the storm entered a lull, and Jack thought he heard the screech of brakes outside. Could reinforcements have arrived so soon? The warehouse's interior loading zone contained 4 18-wheelers, a Peterbilt, a white, and 2 Mack trucks, each of them faced out toward a loading bay door. Jack went to the nearest Mack, dropped his sack of money, stepped up on the running board, opened the door, and shone his flashlight inside, along the dashboard. The keys dangled from the ignition. He had expected as much. Confident of their multi-layered security system, the warehouse employees did not believe there was any danger that one of these vehicles might be stolen during the night. Jack and Mort went to the other 3 trucks, found keys in all of them, and started the engines. In the cab of the first Mack, there was a sleeping berth behind the seat, where one member of a long-distance driving team could catch a nap while his partner took the wheel. Tommy Sung stowed the 4 bags of money in that recess. Jack returned to the Mack just as Tommy finished with the sacks. He settled in behind the wheel and switched off his flashlight. Mort got in on the passenger's side. Jack started the engine, but did not switch on the headlights.
All 4 trucks were idling noisily now. Carrying his flashlight, Tommy ran to the farthest of the 4 big, roll-down doors of the interior loading zone and touched the control that started it moving laboriously upward on its track. Jack watched him tensely from the high seat of the big rig. Tommy hurried back along that outer wall, his progress marked by the bobbling beam of his flash, slapping his right hand against the door controls as he came to each of them. Then, snapping off his flashlight, he bolted toward the Mac as the 4 doors slowly lumbered open with much grating and clattering. Outside, the Morlocks would know the doors were going up, would hear the truck's engines. But they'd be looking into a dark building, and until they could throw some light in here, they couldn't know which rig was the intended escape vehicle. They might spray all of the trucks with submachine gun fire, but Jack was counting on gaining a few precious seconds before they opted for that violent course of action. Tommy clambered up into the cab of the Mac, pulling the door shut behind him, sandwiching Mort between himself and Jack. "Damn rollers move too slow," Mort said as the bay doors clattered toward the ceiling, gradually revealing the sleet-lashed night beyond. "Drive through the sucker," Tommy urged. Fastening his seatbelt, Jack said, "Can't risk getting hung up." The door was 1/3 open. Gripping the wheel with both hands again, Jack saw movement in the murky, wintry world beyond, where the few dim exterior security lights did little to push back the darkness. 2 men hurried across the wet and icy blacktop from the left, slipping and skidding, both of them armed, one of them with what appeared to be an Uzi. They were trying to stay low to make poor targets of themselves, and trying to stay on their feet at the same time, squinting into the black warehouse under the rising bay doors, and as yet they had not thought of meeting the crisis with an indiscriminate spray of bullets. The first door, the one in front of Jack, was halfway up. Abruptly, angling in from the left, the same direction from which the 2 hoods had come, the gray Ford van appeared, its tires churning up silvery plumes of slush. It fishtailed to a stop between the 2nd and 3rd ramps, blocking those exits. Its front wheels were up on the lower edge of the 3rd ramp, so its headlights speared into the 4th bay, revealing that the cab of that truck was untenanted. In front of Jack, the door was 2/3 up. "Keep your heads down," he said. Mort and Tommy squeezed down as low as they could, and Jack hunched over the wheel. The heavy, rolling panel was not all the way up, but he thought he could slip under it, with a little luck. In quick succession, he released the brakes, popped the clutch, and hit the accelerator. The instant he put the truck in gear, those outside knew that the break was being made from the 1st bay, and the night was shaken with the rattle of gunfire. Jack heard slugs slam into the truck as he reached the exit, drove through, and headed down the concrete ramp, but none penetrated the cab or shattered the windshield. Below, another van, this one a Dodge, swept in at the foot of the incline, trying to block his path. Reinforcements had indeed arrived. Instead of braking, Jack tramped down harder on the accelerator and grinned at the horrified expressions of the men in the Dodge as the massive grille of the Mac slammed into them. The rig rammed the van backward so hard that the smaller vehicle tipped over on its side and slid 15 or 20 feet across the macadam. The impact jolted Jack, but his safety belt held him in check. Mort and Tommy were thrown forward against the lower part of the dash and into the cramped space below. They protested with cries of pain. To execute that maneuver, Jack had been forced to descend the ramp faster than he should have done. And now, as he tried to wheel the truck to the left, toward the lane leading away from the warehouse, the rig lurched, swayed, threatened to either tear itself out of his control or tip over as the Dodge had done. Cursing, he held on to it, brought it around with an effort that made his arms feel as if they were pulling out of his shoulders, and then he was headed straight into the lane. Ahead of him, 3 men stood around a midnight blue Buick, and at least 2 of them were armed. They opened fire as he bore down on them. One man aimed too low, and bullets snapped off the top of the Mac's grill, sparking brightly where they struck. The other guy aimed too high. Jack heard slugs ricocheting off the brow of the cab above the windshield. One of the 2 overhead-mounted air horns was hit and torn loose. It fell down along the side of the cab, thumped against Tommy's window, hanging from its wires. Jack was almost on top of the Buick, and the gunman realized he meant to hit it, so they stopped shooting and scattered. Handling the huge rig as if it were a tank, he broadsided the car, shoving it out of the way. He kept going, past the end of the warehouse, toward another warehouse, past that one, still accelerating. Mort and Tommy pushed themselves back onto the seat, groaning. Both were battered. Mort had a bloody nose, and Tommy was bleeding from a small cut over his right eye, but neither of them was seriously hurt.
"Why does every job go sour?"
Mort asked morosely, his voice more nasal than usual because of his injured nose.
"It hasn't gone sour,"
Jack said, switching on the windshield wipers to clear away the glimmering beads of sleet.
"It just turned out to be a little more exciting than we expected."
"I hate excitement," Mort said, putting a handkerchief to his nose. Jack glanced in the side mirror, back toward the Fratellanza's warehouse, and he saw the Ford van turning around to follow him. He had put the Dodge and the Buick out of commission, and he only had the Ford to worry about. He had no hope of outrunning it. The roads were treacherously icy, and he had too little experience behind the wheel of a rig like this to risk pushing it to its limits in bad weather. He was also worried about an unnerving chorus of small noises that had sprung up from the engine compartment following the ramming of the van and the Buick. Something rattled tinnily. Something else hissed. If the Mac broke down and left them stranded, they would very likely be killed in the ensuing shootout with the Morlocks. They were in a vast industrial area of warehouses, packing plants, and factories, and the nearest major city street was more than a mile ahead of them. Though some of the factories had night shifts and were currently operating, the industrial park's main service road along which they were speeding was deserted. Glancing at the mirror, Jack saw the Ford on their tail and gaining fast. He abruptly wheeled the rig to the right into a branch road past a factory where a sign proclaimed, "Harkwright Custom Foam Packaging."
"Where the hell are you going?"
Tommy asked.
"We can't outrun them," Jack said.
"We can't face them down either,"
Mort said through his bloody handkerchief.
"Not handguns against Uzis."
"Trust me," Jack said.
Harkwright Custom Foam Packaging did not operate a late shift. The building itself was dark, but the road around it and the big truck lot behind were lit by sodium vapor lamps that colored the night yellow. At the rear of the building, Jack turned left into the truck lot through drilling sleet that looked like molten gold under the big lamps. 2 score of trailers without cabs attached stood in orderly ranks like beheaded prehistoric beasts, all painted mustard by the fall of sodium light. He swung the rig in a wide circle, brought it in close to the back wall of the factory, doused the headlights, and drove parallel to the building, heading back toward the road that entered the lot and along which he had just come. He braked to a stop at the corner, close up against the factory wall at a right angle to the branch road.
"Brace yourselves," he said.
Mort and Tommy already knew what was coming. Their feet were pressed flat up against the dashboard, and their backs were jammed against the back of the seat as protection against the impact. No sooner had Jack braked at the corner of the building, the Mac poised like a crouching cat anticipating a mouse, then a glow appeared on the passing road. The light approached from the right, from the front of the factory, the most outreaching headlamp beams of the unseen but oncoming Ford van. The glow grew brighter still, and Jack tensed, trying to wait until the last, best moment before pulling into the lane. Now the glow became 2 distinct parallel beams, lancing past the snout of the Mac, and the beams grew very bright. Finally, Jack tramped hard on the accelerator, and the Mac lurched forward, but it was a big truck, not quick off the dime. The Ford, going faster than Jack had expected, shot past the corner directly across the Mac's bow, and Jack surged forward in time to catch only the rear of it. But that was enough to send the small van into a spin. It whipped around 360 degrees, then again on the icy surface of the parking lot, before crashing nose first into one of the mustard-colored cargo trailers. Jack was sure that none of the men in the Ford was in any condition to come out of the wreck shooting, but he did not dawdle. He swung the Mac around and headed back past the side of Harkwright Custom Foam Packaging. When he reached the main service road, he turned right, away from the distant Fratellanza warehouse, toward the entrance to the industrial park and the network of city streets beyond. They were not followed. He drove 3 miles by a direct route to an abandoned Texaco service station that they had scouted days ago. He pulled past the useless pumps and parked alongside the dilapidated little building. The moment Jack halted the rig, Tommy Sung threw open the door on his side, jumped out, and walked away into the darkness. He was heading for a lower middle-class residential neighborhood 3 blocks away where, on Monday, they had parked a dirty, rusted, battered Volkswagen Rabbit. The car was newer under the hood than it was outside, and fast. It would get them back to Manhattan, where they would dump it. They had also stashed an untraceable Pontiac in the industrial park on Monday, within a 2-minute walk of the mob warehouse. They intended to hump the bags of money to the Pontiac, then drive the Pontiac here for the switch to the Rabbit. But alternate transportation had become essential, and the Pontiac had been left to rot where they stashed it. Jack and Mort heaved the sacks of money out of the Mac and stood them against the side wall of the shuttered service station, where the slanting sleet began to crust on the canvas. Mort climbed back in the cab and wiped down all the surfaces they might have touched. Jack stood by the bags, looking at the street beyond the end of the rig, where an occasional car crept past on the glistening pavement. None of the motorists would be interested in a truck parked at a long-abandoned service station, but if a police car cruised by on patrol. At last, Tommy pulled in from the side street and parked between the rows of pumps. Mort grabbed 2 sacks, hustled them toward the car, slipped, fell, got right up, made for the Rabbit again. Dragging the other pair of bags, Jack followed with greater care. By the time Jack reached the Rabbit, Mort was already in the back seat. Jack threw the last bags in with Mort, slammed the door, and got in front with Tommy. He said, "For God's sake, drive slow and careful." "You can count on it," Tommy said. The tires spun on the sleet-skinned blacktop as they pulled out from between the pumps, and when they left the lot and moved into the street, they slid sideways before the tread gripped.
"Why does every job turn sour?"
Mort asked mournfully.
"It hasn't turned sour,"
Jack said. The Rabbit hit a pothole and began to slide toward a parked car, but Tommy turned the wheel into the slide and got control. They continued at an even slower pace, found the expressway, and climbed a ramp under a sign that said, New York City. At the upper end of the ramp, as the tires slithered one last time before gripping and carrying them onto the expressway, Mort said,
"Why did it have to sleet?"
"They got a lot of salt and cinders on these lanes," Tommy said. "It's going to be all right now, all the way into the city."
"We'll see,"
Mort said glumly.
"What a bad night. Jesus."
"Bad?" Jack said. "Bad? Mort, they would never in 1,000 years let you in the Optimist Club. For God's sake! We're all of us millionaires. You're sitting on a fortune back there."
Under his pork pie hat, which still dripped melting sleet, Mort blinked in surprise.
"Well, I guess that does take some of the sting out of it."
Tommy Sung laughed. Jack laughed, and Mort too, and Jack said,
"The biggest score any of us ever made, and no taxes payable on it either."
Suddenly, everything seemed uproariously funny. They settled in 100 yards behind a highway maintenance truck with flashing yellow beacons, cruising at a safe and leisurely speed, while they gleefully recalled the highlights of their escape from the warehouse. Later, when the tension was somewhat relieved, when their giddy laughter had subsided to pleased smiles, Tommy said,
"Jack, I gotta tell you, that was a first-rate piece of work. The way you used the computer to create paperwork for the crate, and that little electronic gizmo you used to open the safe so we didn't need to blow it. Well, You are one hell of an organizer.
Better than that, Mort said. In a crisis, you're just about the best knockover artist I've ever seen. You think fast. I tell you, Jack, if you ever decided to put your talents to work in the straight world, for a good cause, there's no telling what you could do.
Good cause, Jack said. Isn't getting rich a good cause?
You know what I mean.
I'm no hero, Jack said. I don't want any part of the straight world. They're all hypocrites out there. They talk about honesty, truth, justice, social conscience, but most of them are just looking out for number one. They won't admit it, and that's why I can't stand them. I admit it. I'm looking out for number one, and the hell with them. He heard the tone of his own voice changing from amusement to sullen resentment, but he could not help that. He scowled through the wet windshield, past the thumping wipers. Good cause, huh? If you spend your life fighting for good causes, the so-called good people will sure as hell break your heart in the end. Fuck 'em.
Didn't mean to touch a nerve,
Mort said, clearly surprised. Jack said nothing. He was lost in bitter memories. 2 or 3 miles later, he said quietly, I'm no damn hero. In days to come, when he recalled those words, he would have occasion to wonder how he could have been so wrong about himself. It was 1:12 a.m., Wednesday, December 4th. 3. Chicago, Illinois. By 8:20 Thursday morning, December 5th, Father Stefan Vikazik had celebrated the early Mass, had eaten breakfast, and had retreated to his rectory office for a final cup of coffee. Turning away from his desk, he faced the big French window that presented a view of the bare, snow-crusted trees in the courtyard, and he tried not to think about any parish problems. This was his time, and he valued it highly. But his thoughts drifted inexorably to Father Brendan Cronin, the rogue curate, the chalice hurler. Brendan Cronin, the talk of the parish, the berserk priest of St. Bernadette's. Brendan Cronin, of all people. It just did not make sense. No sense at all. Father Stefan Vikazik had been a priest for 32 years, the rector of the Church of St. Bernadette for nearly 18 years, and throughout his life of service he had never been tortured by doubt. The very concept baffled him. Following ordination, he was assigned as a curate to St. Thomas's, a small parish in the Illinois farm country, where 70-year-old Father Dan Tulane was shepherd. Father Tulane was the sweetest-tempered, kindest, most sentimental, and most lovable man Stefan Vikazik had ever known. Dan had also been troubled by arthritis and failing vision, too old for the job of running a parish. Any other priest would have been removed, gently forced into retirement. But Dan Tulane had been permitted to remain at his post because he had been at St. Thomas's for 40 years and was an integral part of the life of his flock. The cardinal, a great admirer of Father Tulane, had looked around for a curate who could handle a good deal more responsibility than would usually be expected of a rookie, and he had finally settled on Stefan Vikazik. After only a day at St. Thomas's, Stefan had realized what was expected of him and had not been intimidated. He'd shouldered virtually all the work of the parish. Few young priests would have been equal to such a task. Father Vikazik never doubted he could handle it. 3 years later, when Father Tulane died quietly in his sleep, a new priest was assigned to St. Thomas's, and the cardinal sent Father Vikazik to another parish in suburban Chicago, where the rector, Father Orgel, was having troubles with alcohol. Father Orgel had not been a totally disgraced whiskey priest. He had been a man with the power to salvage himself, and he had been well worth salvaging. Father Vikazik's job had been to give Father Orgel a shoulder to lean on and to guide him, subtly but firmly, toward an exit from his dilemma. Unhampered by doubt, he had provided what Francis Orgil had needed. During the next 3 years, Stefan served at 2 more problem-plagued churches, and those who moved in the hierarchy of the archdiocese began to refer to him as His Eminence's troubleshooter. His most exotic assignment was to Our Lady of Mercy Orphanage and School in Saigon, Vietnam, where he was second in charge under Father Bill Nader for 6 nightmarish years. Our Lady of Mercy was funded by the Chicago Archdiocese and was one of the Cardinal's pet projects. Bill Nader had carried the scars of 2 bullet wounds, one in his left shoulder and one in his right calf, and had lost 2 Vietnamese priests and 1 previous American to Viet Cong terrorists. From the moment of Stefan's arrival, during his entire tour of duty in the war zone, he never doubted that he would survive or that his work in that hell on earth was worthwhile. When Saigon fell, Bill Nader, Stefan Vikazik, and 13 nuns escaped the country with 126 children. Hundreds of thousands died in the subsequent bloodbath, but even in the face of mass slaughter, Stefan Vikazik never doubted that 126 lives were a very significant number, never allowed despair to grip him. Back in the States, as a reward for his willingness to be the Cardinal's troubleshooter for a decade and a half, Stefan was offered a promotion to Monsignor, which he modestly declined. Instead, he humbly requested, and was rewarded with, his own parish. At long last. That was St. Bernadette's. It had not been a prosperous parish when it was put into Stefan Vikazik's able hands. St. Bernadette's was $125,000 in debt. The church was in desperate need of major repairs, including a new slate roof. The rectory was worse than decrepit. It threatened to come tumbling down in the next high wind. There was no parish school. Attendance at Sunday Masses had been on a steady decline for almost 10 years. St. Bet's, as some of the altar boys referred to it, was precisely the kind of challenge that excited Father Vikazik. He never doubted that he could rescue St. Bet's. In 4 years, he raised the attendance at Mass by 40%, retired the debt, and repaired the church. In 5 years, he rebuilt the parish house. In 7 years, he doubled attendance and broke ground for a school. In recognition of Father Vikazik's unflagging service to Mother Church, the Cardinal, in his last week of life, had conferred the coveted honor of P.R., permanent rector, on Stefan, guaranteeing him life tenure at the parish that he had single-handedly brought back from the edge of both spiritual and financial ruin. The granite solidity of Father Vikazik's faith made it difficult for him to understand why, at the early Mass on the Sunday just past, Father Brendan Cronin's belief had dissolved so completely as to cause him to fling the sacred chalice across the chancel in despair and rage, in front of almost 100 worshippers. Dear God! At least it had not happened at one of the 3 later Masses, which were better attended. Initially, when Brendan Cronin had come to St. Bet's more than a year and a half ago, Father Vikazik had not wanted to like him. For one thing, Cronin had been schooled at the North American College in Rome, reputedly the most splendid educational institution within the jurisdiction of the Church. But though it was an honor to be invited to attend that establishment, and though its graduates were considered the cream of the priesthood, they were often effete dainties, loath to get their hands dirty, with much too high an opinion of themselves. They felt that teaching catechism to children was beneath them, a waste of their complex minds. And visiting shut-ins was a task they found unspeakably distasteful after the glories that had been Rome. In addition to the stigma of being trained in Rome, Father Cronin was fat. Well, not fat, really, but certainly plump, with a round, soft face and liquid green eyes that seemed, at first encounter, to betoken a lazy and perhaps easily corrupted soul. Father Vikazik, on the other hand, was a big-boned Pole, whose family had not contained a single fat man. The Wykasiks were descended from Polish miners who had emigrated to the United States at the turn of the century, taking physically demanding jobs in steel mills, quarries, and the construction trades. They had produced big families that could be supported only through long hours of honest labor, so there wasn't time to get fat. Stefan had grown up with an instinctual sense that a real man was solid but lean, with a thick neck, big shoulders, and joints gnarled from hard work. To Father Wykasik's surprise, Brendan Cronin had proved to be a hard worker. He had acquired no pretensions and no elitist opinions while in Rome. He was bright, good-natured, amusing, and he thrived on visiting shut-ins, teaching the children, and soliciting funds. He was the best curate Father Wykasik had been given in 18 years. That was why Brendan's outburst on Sunday, and the loss of faith that had inspired it, was so distressing to Stefan Wykasik. Of course, on another level, he looked forward to the challenge of bringing Brendan Cronin back into the fold. He had begun his career in the church as a strong right arm for priests in trouble, and now he was being called upon to fill that role once more, which reminded him of his youth, and engendered in him a buoyant feeling of vital purpose. Now, as he took another sip of coffee, a knock came at the office door. He turned his gaze to the mantel clock. It was of ormolu and inlaid mahogany, with a fine Swiss movement, a gift from a parishioner. That timepiece was the only elegant object in a room boasting strictly utilitarian and mismatched furniture and a threadbare imitation Persian carpet. According to the clock, the time was 8:30 precisely, and Stefan turned to the door, saying, "Come in, Brendan." As he came through the door, Father Brendan Cronin looked no less distressed than he had on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, when they had met in this office to discuss his crisis of faith and to search for ways to reestablish his belief. He was so pale that his freckles burned like sparks on his skin, and by contrast, his auburn hair looked more red than usual. The bounce had left his step. "Sit down, Brendan. Coffee?" "Thank you, no." Brendan bypassed the tattered Chesterfield and the Morris chair, slumping in the sag-bottomed wingback instead. "Did you eat a good breakfast?" Stefan wanted to ask. "Or did you just nibble at some toast and swill it down with coffee?" But he did not want to seem to be mothering his curate, who was 30 years old, so he said, "You've done the reading I suggested?" "Yes." Stefan had relieved Brendan of all parish duties and had given him books and essays that argued for the existence of God and against the folly of atheism from an intellectual point of view. "And you've reflected on what you've read?" Father Wykasik said. "So, have you found anything so far that helps you?" Brendan sighed, shook his head. "You continue to pray for guidance?" "Yes. I've received none." "You continue to search for the roots of this doubt?" "There don't seem to be any." Stefan was increasingly frustrated by Father Cronin's taciturnity, which was utterly unlike the young priest. Usually, Brendan was open, voluble, but since Sunday he had turned inward, and he had begun to speak slowly, softly, and never at length, as if words were money and he a miser who begrudged the paying out of every penny. "There must be roots to your doubt," Father Wykasik insisted. "There must be something from which doubt's grown, a seed, a beginning." "It's just there," Brendan muttered, barely audible. "Doubt. It's just there as if it's always been there." "But it wasn't. You did believe. So when did doubt begin?" "Last August, you said, but what sparked it? There must have been a specific incident or incidents that led you to reevaluate your philosophy." Brendan gave a softly exhaled, "No." Father Wykasik wanted to shout at him, shake him, shock him out of his numbing gloom. But he patiently said, "Countless good priests have suffered crises of faith. Even some saints wrestled angels, but they all had two things in common. Their loss of faith was a gradual process that continued many years before reaching a crisis, and they could all point to specific incidents and observations from which doubt arose. The unjust death of a child, for instance, or a saintly mother stricken with cancer. Murder, rape. Why does God allow evil in the world? Why war? The sources of doubt are innumerable, if familiar, and though church doctrine answers them, cold doctrine is sometimes little comfort. Brendan, doubt always springs from specific contradictions between the concept of God's mercy and the reality of human sorrow and suffering."
"Not in my case,"
Brendan said. Gently but insistently, Father Vikazik continued, "And the only way to assuage that doubt is to focus on those contradictions that trouble you and discuss them with a spiritual guide."
"In my case, my faith just collapsed under me, suddenly, like a floor that seemed perfectly solid but was rotten all along."
"You don't brood about unjust death, sickness, murder, war like a rotten floor, then? Just collapsed overnight?"
"That's right."
"Bullshit!" Stefan said, launching himself up from his chair. The expletive and the sudden movement startled Father Cronin. His head snapped up and his eyes widened with surprise. "Bullshit!" Father Vikazik repeated, matching the word with a scowl as he turned his back on his curate. In part he intended to shock the younger priest and force him out of his half-trance of self-pity, but in part he was also irritated by Cronin's uncommunicative funk and stubborn despair. Speaking to the curate, but facing the window where patterns of frost decorated the panes and where wind buffeted the glass, he said, "You didn't fall from committed priest in August to atheist in December. Could not. Not when you claim you've had no shattering experiences that might be responsible. There must be reasons for your change of heart, Father, even if you're hiding them from yourself, and until you're willing to admit them, face them, you'll remain in this wretched state." A plumbless silence filled the room. Then, the muffled ticking of the ormolu and mahogany clock. At last, Brendan Cronin said,
"Father, please don't be angry with me. I have such respect, and I value our relationship so highly that your anger, on top of everything else, is too much for me right now."
Pleased by even a thread-thin crack in Brendan's shell, delighted that his little stratagem had produced results, Father Vikazik turned from the window, moved quickly to the wing-back chair, and put a hand on his curate's shoulder. "I'm not angry with you, Brendan. Worried, concerned, frustrated that you won't let me help you, but not angry." The young priest looked up.
"Father, believe me, I want nothing more than your help in finding a way out of this. But in truth, my doubt doesn't spring from any of the things you mentioned. I really don't know where it comes from. It remains, well, mysterious."
Stefan nodded, squeezed Brendan's shoulder, returned to his chair behind the desk, sat down, and closed his eyes for a moment, thinking. "All right, Brendan. Your inability to identify the cause of your collapsed faith indicates that it's not an intellectual problem, so no amount of inspirational reading will help. If it's a psychological problem, the roots lie in your subconscious, awaiting revelation." When he opened his eyes, Stefan saw that his curate was intrigued by the suggestion that his own inner mind was simply malfunctioning, which meant God hadn't failed Brendan after all. Brendan had failed God. Personal responsibility was far easier to deal with than the thought that God was unreal or had turned his back. Stefan said, "As you may know, the Illinois provincial of the Society of Jesus is Lee Kellogg. But you may not know that he oversees 2 psychiatrists, both Jesuits themselves, who deal with the mental and emotional problems of priests within our order. I could arrange for you to begin analysis with one of those psychiatrists."
"Would you?"
Brendan asked, leaning forward in his chair. "Yes, eventually, but not right away. If you begin analysis, the provincial will refer your name to the province's prefect of discipline, who will begin to pick through your actions of the past year to see if you violated any of your vows."
"But I never—"
"I know you never," Stefan said reassuringly. "But the prefect of discipline's job is to be suspicious. The worst thing is, even if your analysis leads to a cure, the prefect will scrutinize you for years to come, to guard against a lapse into unpriestly conduct, which would limit your prospects. And until your current problem, Father, you struck me as a priest who'd go far. Monsignor, perhaps higher."
"Oh, no, certainly not me,"
Brendan said self-deprecatingly. "Yes, you. And if you beat this problem, you could still go far. But once you're on the prefect's danger list, you'll always be suspect. At best, you'll wind up no better than me, a simple parish priest." A smile flickered at the corners of Brendan's mouth.
"It would be an honor, and a life well spent to be, as you say, no better than you."
"But you can go farther and be of great service to the church, and I'm determined you'll have that chance. So I want you to give me until Christmas to help you find a way out of this hole. No more pep talks, no debates about the nature of good and evil. Instead, I'll apply some of my own theories about psychological disorders. You'll get amateur treatment from me, but give it a chance. Just until Christmas. Then, if your distress is still as great, if we're no nearer an answer, I'll put you in the hands of a Jesuit psychiatrist. Deal?" Brendan nodded.
"Deal."
"Terrific," Father Vikasic said, sitting up straight, rubbing his hands together briskly, as if about to chop wood or perform some other invigorating exercise. "That gives us more than 3 weeks. For the first week, you'll put away your ecclesiastical suits, dress in ordinary clothes, and report to Dr. James McMurtry at St. Joseph's Hospital for Children. You'll see that you're assigned to the hospital staff."
"As chaplain?"
"As an orderly. Emptying bedpans, changing bedclothes, whatever is required. Only Dr. McMurtry will know you're a priest." Brendan blinked.
"But what's the point of this?"
"You'll figure it out before the week is up," Stefan said happily. "And when you understand why I sent you to the hospital, you'll have one important key to help you unlock your psyche, a key that'll open doors and give you a look inside yourself. And maybe then you'll see the cause of your loss of faith and overcome it." Brendan looked doubtful. Father Vikasic said, "You promised me 3 weeks."
"All right."
Brendan unconsciously fingered his Roman collar and seemed disturbed by the thought of removing it, which was a good sign. "You'll move out of the rectory until Christmas. I'll give you funds to pay for meals and an inexpensive hotel room. You'll work and live in the real world beyond the shelter of the ecclesiastic life. Now, change clothes, pack your suitcases, and report back to me. Meanwhile, I'll call Dr. McMurtry and make the necessary arrangements." Brendan sighed, got up, and went to the door.
"There's one thing maybe supports the notion that my problem's psychological, not intellectual. I've been having these dreams. Actually, the same dream every time."
"A recurring dream? That's very Freudian."
"I've had it several times a month since August. But this week it's become a regular occurrence. 3 out of the last 4 nights. It's a bad one, too. A short dream that I have over and over again in one night. Short, but suspense. It's about these black gloves.
Black gloves.
Brendan grimaced. I'm in a strange place. Don't know where. I'm lying in bed, I think. I seem to be restrained. My arms are held down, and my legs. I want to move, run, get out of there, but I can't. The light is dim, can't see much. Then these hands. He shuddered.
Hands wearing black gloves? Father Vikazik prompted.
Yes. Shiny black gloves. Vinyl or rubber. Tightly fitted and shiny, not like ordinary gloves.
Brendan let go of the doorknob, took 2 steps toward the middle of the room, and stood with his hands raised before his face, as if the sight of them would help him recollect the details of the menacing hands in his dream.
I can't see whose hands they are. Something wrong with my vision. I can see the hands, the gloves, but only up to the wrists. Beyond that, it's all blurry.
By the offhanded way that Brendan had mentioned the dream, almost as an afterthought, he obviously wanted to believe that it was of no consequence. However, his face was paler than before, and there was a vague but unmistakable flutter of fear in his voice. A burst of winter wind rattled the loose window pane, and Stefan said, "The man with black gloves. Does he say anything to you?"
He never speaks.
Another shudder. Brendan lowered his hands, thrust them in his pockets.
He touches me.
The gloves are cold. Slick. The curate looked as if he could feel those gloves even now. Acutely interested, Father Vikazik leaned forward in his chair and said, "Where do these gloves touch you?" The young priest's eyes glazed.
They touch my face, forehead, cheeks, neck, chest. Cold. They touch me almost everywhere.
They don't hurt you?
No.
But you're afraid of these gloves, of the man wearing them.
Terrified. But I don't know why.
One can't help but see how Freudian a dream it is.
I suppose,
the curate said. Dreams are a way for the subconscious mind to send messages to the conscious, and in this case, it's easy to see Freudian symbolic meanings in these black gloves. The hands of the devil, reaching out to pull you down from grace, or the hands of your own doubt, or they could be symbols of temptations, of sins, seeking your indulgence. Brendan seemed grimly amused by the possibilities.
Especially sins of the flesh. After all, the gloves do touch me all over.
The curate returned to the door and put his hand on the knob, but paused again.
Listen, I'll tell you something odd. This dream, I'm half sure it's not symbolic.
Brendan let his gaze slide away from Stefan's, down to the worn rug.
I think those gloved hands represent nothing more than gloved hands. I think somewhere, some place, at some time or other, they were real.
You mean you were once in a situation like the one in your dream? Still looking at the rug, the curate said,
I don't know. Perhaps in my childhood? See, this might not have anything to do with my crisis of faith. The two things might be, probably are, unconnected.
Stefan shook his head. 2 unusual and serious afflictions, a loss of faith and a recurring nightmare, troubling you at the same time, and you want me to think they've no relation? Too coincidental. There must be some connection. But tell me, at what point in your childhood would you have been menaced by this unseen, gloved figure?
Well, I had a couple of serious illnesses as a boy. Maybe during a fever I was examined by a doctor who was a little rough, or scary-looking. And maybe the experience was so traumatic that I repressed it and now it's coming back to me in a dream.
When doctors wear gloves for an examination, they use throwaway white latex, not black, and not heavy rubber or vinyl gloves.
The curate took a deep breath, blew it out. Yeah, you're right. But I just can't shake the feeling that the dream's not symbolic. It's crazy, I suppose, but I'm sure those black gloves are real. As real as that Morris chair, as real as those books on the shelf. On the mantel, the clock struck the hour. The soughing of the wind in the eaves became a howl.
Creepy, Stefan said, referring not to the wind or the hollow striking of the clock. He crossed the room and clapped the curate on the shoulder. But I assure you, you're wrong. The dream is symbolic, and it is related to your crisis of faith, the black hands of doubt. It's your subconscious warning you that you're in for a real battle. But it's a battle in which you're not alone. You've got me beside you.
Thank you, Father.
And God. He's beside you as well. Father Cronin nodded, but there was no conviction in his face or in the defeated hunching of his shoulders. Now, go pack your suitcases, Father Vikazik said.
I'm leaving you short-handed when I go.
I've got Father Gerano and the sisters at the school. Now, off with you. When his curate had gone, Stefan returned to his desk. Black gloves. It was only a dream, not particularly frightening in its essence. Yet Father Cronin's voice had been so haunted when he spoke of it that Stefan was still affected by the image of shiny, black, rubber-clad fingers reaching out of the blur and prodding, poking. Black gloves. Father Vikazik had a hunch that this was going to be one of the most difficult salvage jobs upon which he had ever embarked. Outside, snow fell. It was Thursday, December 5th. 4. Boston, Massachusetts. On Friday, 4 days after the catastrophic fugue that followed the aortal graft on Viola Fletcher, Ginger Weiss was still a patient at Memorial Hospital, where she had been admitted after George Hannaby led her out of the snowy alleyway in which she had regained consciousness. For 3 days, they had put her through exhaustive tests, an EEG study, cranial X-rays, sonograms, pneumoventriculography, a lumbar puncture, an angiogram, and more, repeating the several procedures, though fortunately not the lumbar puncture, for cross-checked results. With the sophisticated tools and processes of modern medicine, they searched her brain tissue for neoplasms, cystic masses, abscesses, clots, aneurysms, and benign gummatous lumps. For a while, they concentrated on the possibility of malignancies of the peroneural nerves. They checked for chronic intracranial pressure. They analyzed the fluid from the spinal tap in search of abnormal protein, cerebral bleeding, a low sugar count that would indicate bacterial infection or signs of a fungus infection. Because they were physicians who always gave their best to a patient, but especially because Ginger was one of their own colleagues, her doctors were diligent, determined, thoughtful, thorough, and firmly committed to pinpointing the cause of her problem. At 2 o'clock Friday afternoon, George Hannaby came to her room with the results of the final battery of tests and with the reports of consultants who had given one last round of opinions. The fact that he had come himself, rather than let the oncologist or the brain specialist, who were in charge of her case, bring the news, most likely meant that it was bad. And for once, Ginger was sorry to see him. She was sitting in bed, dressed in blue pajamas that Rita Hannaby, George's wife, had been kind enough to fetch, along with a suitcase full of other necessities, from the Beacon Hill apartment. She was reading a paperback mystery, pretending to be confident that her seizures were the result of some easily corrected malady, but she was scared. But what George had to tell her was so bad that she could no longer hold fast to her composure. In a way, it was worse than anything for which she had prepared herself. They had found nothing. No disease, no injury, no congenital defect, nothing. As George solemnly outlined the final results and made it clear that her wild flights, performed in a fugue, were without a discernible pathological cause, she finally lost control of her emotions for the first time since she had broken into tears in the alleyway. She wept, not noisily, not copiously, but quietly, and with enormous anguish. A physical ailment might have been correctable, and once cured, it would not have prevented her from returning to a career as a surgeon. But the test results and the opinions of the specialists all conveyed the same unbearable message. Her problem was entirely in her mind, a psychological illness beyond the reach of surgery, antibiotics, or controlling drugs. When a patient suffered repeated incidents of fugue for which no physiological cause could be found, the only hope of ending the seizures was psychotherapy, though the finest psychiatrists could not boast of a high cure rate with patients thus afflicted. Indeed, a fugue was often an indication of incipient schizophrenia. Her chances of managing her condition and living a normal life were small. Her chances of institutionalization were dismayingly high. Within reach of her lifelong dream, within months of beginning her own surgical practice, her life had been shattered as thoroughly as a crystal goblet struck by a bullet. Even if her condition was not that extreme, even if psychotherapy gave her a chance to control her strange outbursts, she'd never be able to obtain a license to practice medicine. George plucked several Kleenex from the box on the nightstand and gave them to her. He poured a glass of water. He got a Valium and made her take it, though at first she resisted. He held her hand, which seemed like that of a very small girl when clasped in his large mitt. He spoke softly, reassuringly. Gradually, he calmed her. When she could speak, she said, "But George, damn it, I wasn't raised in a psychologically destructive atmosphere. Our home was happy, at peace, and I certainly got more than my share of love and affection. I wasn't physically, mentally, or emotionally abused." She angrily snatched the box of tissues from the nightstand, tore Kleenex from it. "Why me? How could I, coming from my background, develop a psychosis? How? With my fantastic mother, my special papa, my damned-if-it-wasn't happy childhood, how could I wind up seriously mentally disturbed? It isn't fair. It isn't right. It isn't even believable." He sat on the edge of her bed, and he was so tall that he still loomed over her. "First of all, Doctor, the consulting specialists tell me there's a whole school of thought that says many mental illnesses are the result of subtle chemical changes in the body, in the brain tissue, changes we're not yet advanced enough to detect or understand. So this doesn't have to mean that you're screwed up by your childhood. I don't think you've got to reevaluate your whole life because of this. Second, I'm not, I repeat, not at all convinced that your condition is anything as serious as debilitating psychosis." "Oh, George, please don't coddle." "Coddle a patient? Me?" he said, as if no one had ever suggested anything half as astonishing to him. "I'm not just trying to lift your spirits. I mean what I say. Sure, we didn't find a physical cause for this, but that doesn't mean there isn't a physical problem involved. You might have a condition that's not yet sufficiently advanced to be detectable. In a couple of weeks, or a month, or as soon as there's any worsening of the problem, any indication of deterioration, we'll run more tests. We'll take another look, and I'd bet everything I own that we'll eventually put our finger on the problem." She allowed herself to hope. Discarding a wadded mass of tissues, she fumbled for the Kleenex box. "You really think it could be like that? A brain tumor? Or an abscess so small it doesn't show up yet?" "Sure. I find that a hell of a lot easier to believe than that you're psychologically disturbed. You're one of the steadiest people I've ever known, and I can't accept that you could be psychotic or even psychoneurotic and not exhibit unusual behavior between these fugues. I mean, Serious mental illness isn't expressed in neatly contained little bursts. It slops over into the patient's entire life. She had not thought about that before. As she considered his point, she felt a little better, though not wildly hopeful, and certainly not happy. On the one hand, it seemed weird to be hoping for a brain tumor, but a tumor could be excised, perhaps without gross damage to cerebral tissues. Madness, however, responded to no scalpel. The next few weeks or months are probably going to be the most difficult of your life. The waiting.
I suppose I'm restricted from hospital work for the duration?
Yes. But depending on how you come along, I don't see why you can't help me out at the office.
And what if I threw one of these fits?
I'd be there to keep you from hurting yourself until it passed.
But what would your patients think? Wouldn't exactly help your practice any, would it? To have an assistant who suddenly turns into a mashugana and runs shrieking through the office?
He smiled. Let me worry about what my patients think. Anyway, that's for the future. Right now, at least for a week or two, you've got to take it easy. No work at all. Relax. Rest. These last few days have been emotionally and physically exhausting.
I've been in bed. Exhausting? Don't knock a teapot.
He blinked, confused. Don't what?
Oh,
she said, surprised to have heard those 4 words pop out of her.
It's something my father used to say. It's a Yiddish expression. Hocknet kanchainik. Don't knock a teapot. It means don't talk nonsense. But don't ask me why it means that. It's just something I used to hear all the time when I was a kid.
Well, I'm not knocking a teapot. You may have been in bed all week, but it's been an exhausting experience nonetheless, and you need to take it easy for a while. I want you to move in with Rita and me for the next few weeks.
What? Oh, I couldn't impose on you.
It's no imposition. We have a live-in maid, so you won't even have to make your bed in the morning. From the guest room window, you'll have a nice view of the bay. Living around water is calming. In fact, it's quite literally what the doctor ordered.
No, really, thank you, but I couldn't.
He frowned. You don't understand. I'm not just your boss, but your doctor, and I'm telling you this is what you're going to do.
I'll be perfectly fine at the apartment.
No, he said firmly. Think about it. Suppose one of these seizures struck while you were making dinner. Suppose you knocked over a pot on the stove. It could start a fire, and you might not even be aware of it until you came out of the fugue, by which time the whole apartment could be ablaze and you could be trapped. That's only one way you might hurt yourself. I can think of 100. So I have to insist that, for a while, you must not live alone. If you don't want to stay with me and Rita, do you have relatives who take you in for a while?
Not in Boston. In New York, I've got aunts, uncles.
But Ginger could not stay with any of her relatives. They would be happy to have her, of course, especially Aunt Francine or Aunt Rachel. However, she did not want them to see her in her current condition, and the thought of pitching a fit in front of them was intolerable. She could almost see Francine and Rachel huddling over a kitchen table, speaking in low voices, clucking their tongues. Where did Jacob and Anna go wrong? Did they push her too hard? Anna always pushed her too hard, and after Anna died, Jacob relied on the girl too much. She had to take over the house at 12. It was too much for her. Too much pressure, too young. Ginger would receive considerable compassion, understanding, and love from them, but at the risk of sullying the memory of her parents, a memory she was determined to honor, always. To George, who still sat upon the edge of the bed and awaited her response with an obvious concern that touched her deeply, she said,
I'll take the guest room with the view of the bay.
Splendid.
Though I think it's a horrible imposition, and I warn you, if I really like it there, you might never get rid of me. You'll know you're in trouble if you come home someday and I've hired people to repaint the walls and hang new drapes.
He grinned. At the first mention of painters or draperies, we'll throw your butt out in the street." He kissed her lightly on the cheek, got up from the edge of the bed, and walked to the door. "I'm going to start the release procedures now, so you should be out of here in 2 hours. I'll call Rita and have her come pick you up." "I'm sure you can beat this thing, Ginger, but you've got to keep thinking positive." When he left the room and his footsteps faded down the hall, she stopped struggling to maintain her smile, and it collapsed instantly. She leaned back against her pillows and stared morosely at the age-yellowed acoustic tile on the ceiling. After a while, she got out of bed and went into the adjoining bathroom, where she approached the sink with trepidation. After a brief hesitation, she turned on the water and watched it whirling around and into the drain. On Monday, at the surgical scrub sink, after successfully performing the aortal graft on Viola Fletcher, Ginger had been panicked by the sight of water swirling into a drain, but she could not imagine why. Damn it! Why? She desperately wanted to understand. "Papa," she thought, "I wish you were alive, here to listen, to help." Life's nasty surprises had been the subject of one of Papa's little sayings that Ginger had once found amusing. When anyone fretted about the future, Jacob would shake his head and wink and say, "Why worry about tomorrow? Who knows what'll hit you today?" How true, and how utterly unamusing now. She felt like an invalid. She felt lost. It was Friday, December 6th. 5. Laguna Beach, California. When Dom went to the doctor's office on Monday morning, December 2nd, in the company of Parker Fane, Dr. Koblitz did not recommend immediate diagnostic procedures, for he had only recently given Dom a thorough examination and had seen no signs of physical disorder. He assured them there were other treatments to be tried before jumping to the conclusion that it was a brain disorder that sent the writer scurrying upon errands of fortification and self-defense in his sleep. After Dom's previous visit, on November 23rd, the physician had, he said, become curious about somnambulism and had done some reading on the subject. With most adults, the affliction was short-lived. However, in a few cases there was a danger of it becoming habitual, and in its most serious forms, it resembled the inflexible routines and pattern-obsessed behavior of worst-case neurotics. Once habitual, somnambulism was much harder to cure, and it could become the dominant factor in the patient's life, generating a fear of night and sleep, producing profound feelings of helplessness, culminating in more serious emotional disorders. Dom felt he was already in that danger zone. He thought of the barricade he had built across his bedroom door, the arsenal on the bed. Koblitz, intrigued and concerned but not worried, had assured Dominic and Parker that in most instances of persistent somnambulism, the pattern of nocturnal rambling could be broken by the administration of a sedative before bed. Once a few untroubled nights had passed, the patient was usually cured. In chronic cases, the nightly sedative was augmented with a diazepam compound during the day when the patient was plagued by anxiety. Because the tasks that Dominic performed in his sleep were unnaturally strenuous for a somnambulist, Dr. Koblitz had prescribed both Valium during the day and a 15-milligram tablet of Dalmane just before slipping under the covers each night. On the drive back to Laguna Beach from Dr. Koblitz's office in Newport, with the sea on the right and hills on the left, Parker Fane argued that, until the sleepwalking stopped, it was not wise for Dom to continue living alone. Hunched over the steering wheel of his Volvo, the bearded and shaggy-haired artist drove fast, aggressively, but not recklessly. He seldom glanced away from the Pacific Coast Highway, yet he gave the impression, through the sheer force of his personality, that his eyes and attention were fixed constantly and entirely upon Dom. "There's plenty of room at my place. I can keep an eye on you. I won't hover, mind you. I won't be a mother hen, but at least I'll be there. And we would have plenty of opportunity to talk about this, really get into it, just you and me, and try to figure how this sleepwalking is related to the changes you went through the summer before last,
when you threw away that job at Mountain View College? I'm definitely the guy to help you. I swear, if I hadn't become a goddamn painter, I'd have become a goddamn psychiatrist. I have a knack for getting people to talk about themselves. How about it? Come stay with me for a while, and let me play therapist.
Dom had refused. He wanted to stay at his own house, alone, for to do otherwise seemed to be a retreat into the same rabbit hole in which he had hidden from life for so many years. The change he had undergone during his trip to Mountain View, Utah, the summer before last, had been dramatic, inexplicable, but for the better. At 33, he had finally seized the reins of life, had mounted it with a flourish, and had ridden into new territory. He liked the man he had become, and he feared nothing more than slipping back into his dreary former existence. Perhaps his somnambulism was mysteriously related to the previous changes of attitude that he had undergone, as Parker insisted, but Dom had his doubts that the relationship was either mysterious or complex. More likely, the connection between the two personality crises was simple. The sleepwalking was an excuse to retreat from the challenges, excitement, and stress of his new life, which could not be allowed. Therefore, Dom would stay in his own house, alone, take the Valium and Dalmane as Dr. Koblitz had prescribed them, and tough this thing out. That was what he had decided in the Volvo on Monday morning, and by Saturday, the 7th of December, it seemed that he had made the correct decision. Some days he needed a Valium, and some days he did not. Every evening he took a Dalmane tablet with milk or hot chocolate. Somnambulism disturbed his nights less frequently. Before beginning drug therapy, he walked in his sleep every night, but in the past 5 nights he journeyed just twice, leaving his bed only in the pre-dawn hours of Wednesday and Friday mornings. Furthermore, his activities in his sleep were far less bizarre and less disturbing than they had been. He no longer gathered up weapons, built barricades, or tried to nail the windows shut. On both occasions, he merely left his beauty rest for a makeshift bed in the back of the closet, where he woke stiff and sore and frightened by some unknown and nameless threat that had pursued him in dreams he could not recall. Thank God, the worst seemed past. By Thursday, he had begun to write again. He worked on the new novel, picking up where he left off weeks ago. On Friday, Tabitha Wycombe, his editor in New York, called with good news. 2 pre-publication reviews of Twilight in Babylon had just come in, and both were excellent. She read them to him, then revealed even better news. Bookseller excitement, aroused by industry publicity and by the distribution of several hundred advance reading copies, continued to grow, and the first printing, which had already been raised once, was now being raised again. They talked for almost half an hour, and when Dom hung up, he felt that his life was back on the rails. But Saturday night brought a new development, which might have been either a turn for the better or the worse. Every night that he had gone walking in his sleep, he had been unable to recall even the smallest detail of the nightmares that drove him from his bed. Then, Saturday, he was plagued by an uncannily vivid, terrifying dream that sent him fleeing through the house in somnambulistic panic. But this time he remembered part of it when he woke. Not most of it, but at least the end. In the last minute or two of the dream, he was standing in a half-glimpsed bathroom, everything blurred. An unseen man shoved him against a sink, and Dom bent over it, his face thrust down into the porcelain bowl. Someone had an arm around him and was holding him on his feet, for he was too weak to stand on his own. He felt rag-limp, and his knees were quivering, and his stomach was twisting and rolling. A second unseen person had 2 hands on his head, forcing his head into the sink. He could not speak. He could not draw breath. He knew he was dying. He had to get away from these people, out of this room, but he did not have the physical resources to take flight. Though his vision remained bleary, he could see the smooth porcelain and the chrome-plated rim of the drain in detail, for his face was only inches from the bottom of the sink. It was an old-fashioned drain, without a mechanically operated stopper. The rubber plug had been removed and set aside, somewhere out of sight. The water was running, spewing out of a faucet, past his face, splattering against the bottom of the basin, whirling around and around, down into the drain, around and down. The two people forcing him into the sink were shouting, though he could not understand them, around and down, around. Staring hypnotically into the miniature whirlpool, he grew terrified of the gaping drain, which was like a sucking orifice intent upon drawing him into its reeking depths. Suddenly, he was aware they wanted to stuff him down into the drain, dispose of him. Might be a garbage disposal in there, something that would chop him to pieces and flush him away. He woke, screaming. He was in his bathroom. He had walked in his sleep. He was at the sink, bent over, screaming into the drain. He leapt back from that gaping hole, stumbled, nearly fell over the edge of the bathtub. He grabbed a towel rack to steady himself. Gasping for breath, shaking, he finally got up enough nerve to return to the sink and look into it. Glossy white porcelain, a brass drain rim, and a dome-shaped brass stopper. Nothing else. Nothing worse. The room in his nightmare had not been this room. Dominic washed his face and returned to the bedroom. According to the clock on the nightstand, it was only 2:25 a.m. Though it made no sense at all, and seemed to have no symbolic or real connection with his life, the nightmare was profoundly disturbing. However, he had not nailed windows shut or gathered up weapons in his sleep, so it seemed that this was only a minor setback. In fact, it might be a sign of improvement. If he remembered his dreams, not just pieces, but all of them, from beginning to end, he might discover the source of the anxiety that had made a night rambler of him. Then he would be better able to deal with it. Nevertheless, he did not want to go back to bed and risk returning to that strange place in his dream. The bottle of Dalmane was in the top drawer of the nightstand. He was not supposed to take more than one tablet each evening, but surely one indulgence couldn't hurt. He went out to the bar cabinet in the living room, poured some Chivas Regal. With a shaky hand, he popped the pill in his mouth, drank the Chivas, and returned to bed. He was improving. Soon the sleepwalking would stop. A week from now, he'd be back to normal. In a month, this would seem like a curious aberration, and he'd wonder how he'd allowed it to get the better of him. Precariously prone upon the trembling wire of consciousness above the gulf of sleep, he began to lose his balance. It was a pleasant feeling, a soft slipping away. But as he floated down into sleep, he heard himself murmuring in the darkness of the bedroom, and what he heard himself saying was so strange it startled him, and piqued his interest even as the Dalmane and whiskey inexorably had their way with him. "The moon," he whispered thickly. "The moon. The moon." He wondered what he could possibly mean by that, and he tried to push sleep away at least long enough to ponder his own words. "The moon? The moon," he whispered again, and then he was gone. It was 3:11 a.m., Sunday, December 8th. Six. New York, New York. 5 days after stealing more than $3 million from the Fratellanza, Jack Twist went to see a dead woman who still breathed. At 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon, in a respectable neighborhood on the east side, he parked his Camaro in the underground garage beneath the private sanitarium and took the elevator up to the lobby. He signed in with the receptionist and was given a visitor's pass. One would not think the place was a hospital. The public area was tastefully decorated in Art Deco style, suited to the building's period. There were 2 small Erte originals, sofas, 1 armchair, tables with neatly arranged magazines, and all the furniture had a 1920s look. It was too damn luxurious. The airtays were unnecessary. 100 other economies were obvious, but the management felt that image was important in order to continue to attract upper-crust clientele and keep the annual profit around the 100% mark. The patients were of all types: middle-aged, catatonic schizophrenics, autistic children, the long-term comatose, both young and old. But they all had two things in common. Their conditions were all chronic rather than acute, and they were from well-to-do families who could afford the best care. Thinking about the situation, Jack invariably became angry that no place in the city provided fine custodial care for the catastrophically brain-injured or mentally ill at a reasonable price. In spite of huge expenditures of tax money, New York's institutions, like public institutions everywhere, were a grim joke that the average citizen had to accept for a lack of alternatives. If he had not been a skilled and highly successful thief, he would not have been able to pay the sanitarium's exorbitant monthly charges. Fortunately, he had a talent for larceny. Carrying his visitor's pass, he went to another elevator and rode up to the 4th of 6 floors. The hallways in the upper levels were more reminiscent of a hospital than the lobby had been. Fluorescent lights, white walls, the clean, crisp, minty smell of disinfectant. At the far end of the 4th floor hall, in the last room on the right, lived the dead woman who still breathed. Jack hesitated with his hand on the push plate of the heavy swinging door, swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and finally went inside. The room was not as sumptuous as the lobby, and it was not Art Deco either, but it was very nice, resembling a medium-priced room at the plaza. A high ceiling and white molding, a fireplace with a white mantel, a deep hunter-green carpet, pale green drapes, a green leaf-patterned sofa, and a pair of chairs. The theory was that a patient would be happier in a room like this than in a clinical room. Although many patients were oblivious of their surroundings, the cozier atmosphere at least made visiting friends and relatives feel less bleak. The hospital bed was the only concession to utilitarian design, a dramatic contrast to everything else, but even that was dressed up with green-patterned designer sheets. Only the patients spoiled the lovely mood of the chamber. Jack lowered the safety railing on the bed, leaned over, and kissed his wife's cheek. She did not stir. He took one of her hands and held it in both of his. Her hand did not grip him in return, did not flex, remained slack, limp, senseless, but at least it was warm.
Jenny. It's me, Jenny. How are you feeling today? You look good. You look lovely.
You always look lovely. In fact, for someone who had spent 8 years in a coma, for someone who had not taken a single step and had not felt sunshine or fresh air upon her face in all that time, she looked quite good indeed. Perhaps only Jack could say that she was still lovely, and mean it. She was not the beauty she had once been, but she certainly did not look as if she had spent almost a decade in solemn flirtation with death. Her hair was not glossy anymore, though still thick and the same rich chestnut shade as when he had first seen her at her job behind the men's cologne counter in Bloomingdale's 14 years ago. The attendants washed her hair twice a week here and brushed it every day. He could have moved his hand under her hair, along the left side of her skull, to the unnatural depression, the sickening concavity. He could have touched it without disturbing her, for nothing disturbed her anymore. But he did not, because touching it would have disturbed him. Her brow was uncreased, her face unlined, even at the corners of her eyes, which were closed. She was gaunt, though not shockingly so. Motionless upon those green designer sheets, she seemed ageless, as if she were an enchanted princess awaiting the kiss that would wake her from a century of slumber. The only signs of life were the vague, rhythmic rise and fall of her breast as she breathed, and the soft movement of her throat as she occasionally swallowed saliva. The swallowing was an automatic, involuntary action and not a sign of awareness on any level whatsoever. The brain damage was extensive and irreparable. The movements she made here and now were virtually the only movements she would ever make until, at last, she gave a dying shudder. There was no hope. He knew there was no hope, and he accepted the permanence of her condition. She would have looked much worse if she had not received such conscientious care. A team of physical therapists came to her room every day and put her through passive exercise routines. Her muscle tone was not the best, but at least she had muscle tone. Jack held her hand and stared down at her for a long time. For 7 years, he had been coming to see her 2 nights a week, and for 5 or 6 hours every Sunday afternoon, sometimes on other afternoons as well. But in spite of the frequency of his visits, and in spite of her unchanging condition, he never tired of looking at her. He pulled up a chair and sat next to the bed, still holding her hand, staring at her face, and for more than an hour he talked to her. He told her about a movie that he had seen since his previous visit, about 2 books he had read. He spoke of the weather, described the force and bite of the winter wind. He painted colorful word pictures of the prettiest Christmas displays he had seen in shop windows. She did not reward him with even a sigh or a twitch. She lay as always, unmoving and unmoved. Nevertheless, he talked to her, for he worried that a fragment of awareness might survive, a gleam of comprehension down in the black well of the coma. Maybe she could hear and understand, in which case the worst thing for her was being trapped in an unresponsive body, desperate even for one-way communication, but receiving none because they thought she could not hear. The doctors assured him that these worries were groundless. She heard nothing, saw nothing, knew nothing, they said, except what images and fantasies might sputter across short-circuiting synapses of her shattered brain. But if they were wrong, if there was only 1 chance in a million that they were wrong, he could not leave her in that perfect and terrible isolation. So he talked to her, as the winter day beyond the window changed from one shade of gray to another. At 5:15 he went into the adjoining bathroom and washed his face. He dried off and blinked at his reflection in the mirror. As on countless other occasions, he wondered what Jenny had ever seen in him. Not one feature or aspect of his face could be called handsome. His forehead was too broad, ears too big. Although he had 20/20 vision, his left eye had a leftward cast, and most people could not talk to him without nervously shifting their attention from one eye to the other, wondering which was looking at them when, in fact, both were. When he smiled, he looked clownish, and when he frowned, he looked sufficiently threatening to send Jack the Ripper scurrying for home and hearth. But Jenny had seen something in him. She had wanted, needed, and loved him. In spite of her own good looks, she had not cared about appearances. That was one of the reasons he had loved her so much, one of the reasons he missed her so much, one of 1,000 reasons. He looked away from the mirror. If it was possible to be lonelier than he was now, he hoped to God that he never slipped down that far. He returned to the other room, said goodbye to his unheeding wife, kissed her, smelled her hair once more, and got out of there at 5:30. In the street, behind the wheel of his Camaro, Jack looked at passing pedestrians and other motorists with loathing. His fellow men. The good, kind, gentle, righteous people of the straight world would regard him with disdain and possibly even disgust if they knew he was a professional thief, though it was what they had done to him and to Jenny that had driven him to crime. He knew anger and bitterness solved nothing, changed nothing, and hurt no one but himself. Bitterness was corrosive. He did not want to be bitter, but there were times when he could not help it. Later, after dinner alone at a Chinese restaurant, he returned to his apartment. He had a spacious one-bedroom co-op in a first-class building on Fifth Avenue, overlooking Central Park. Officially, it was owned by a Liechtenstein-based corporation, which had purchased it with a check written on a Swiss bank account, and each month the utilities and the association fees were paid by the Bank of America out of a trust account. Jack Twist lived there under the name Philippe Delon. To the doormen and other building employees, to the few neighbors with whom he spoke, he was known as the odd and slightly disreputable scion of a wealthy French family who had sent him to America ostensibly to scout investments, but actually just to get him out of their hair. He spoke French fluently, and could speak English with a convincing French accent for hours without slipping up and revealing his deception. Of course, there was no French family, and both the corporation in Liechtenstein and the Swiss bank account were his, and the only wealth he had to invest was that which he had stolen from others. He was not an ordinary thief. In his apartment, he went directly to the walk-in closet in the bedroom and removed the false partition at the rear of it. He pulled 2 bags from the secret 3-foot-deep storage space and took them into the dark living room, not bothering to turn on lights. He piled the bags beside his favorite armchair, which stood by a large window. He got a bottle of Beck's from the refrigerator, opened it, and returned to the living room. He sat in the darkness for a while by the window, looking down on the park, where lights reflected off the snow-covered ground and made strange shadows in the bare-limbed trees. He was stalling, and he knew it. Finally, he switched on the reading lamp beside the chair. He pulled the smallest of the 2 bags in front of him, opened it, and began to scoop out the contents. Jewels. Diamond pendants, diamond necklaces, glittering diamond chokers. A diamond and emerald bracelet. 3 diamond and sapphire bracelets, rings, brooches, barrettes, stick pins, jeweled hat pins. These were the proceeds of a heist that he had pulled off single-handedly 6 weeks ago. It should have been a 2-man job, but with extensive and imaginative planning he had found a way to handle it himself, and it had gone smoothly. The only problem was that he had gotten no kick whatsoever from the heist. When a job had been successfully concluded, Jack was usually in a grand mood for days after. From his point of view, these were not simply crimes, but also acts of retribution against the straight world, payment for what it had done to him and to Jenny. Until the age of 29, he had given much to society, to his country, but as a reward he had wound up in a Central American hellhole, in a dictator's prison, where he had been left to rot. And Jenny. He could not bear to think about the condition in which he had found her when, at last, he had escaped and come home. Now, he no longer gave to society, but took from it, and with intense pleasure. His greatest satisfaction was breaking the rules, taking what he wanted, getting away with it. Until the jewelry heist 6 weeks ago. At the end of that operation he had felt no triumph, no sense of retribution. That lack of excitement scared him. It was, after all, what he lived for. Sitting in the armchair by the window, he piled the jewelry in his lap, held selected pieces up to the light, and tried once more to gain a feeling of accomplishment and revenge.
He should have disposed of the jewelry in the days immediately following the burglary, but he was reluctant to part with it until he had squeezed at least a small measure of satisfaction from it. Troubled by his continued lack of feeling, he put the jewels back into the sack from which he had taken them. The other sack contained his share of the proceeds from the robbery at the Fratellanza warehouse 5 days ago. They had been able to open only one of the 2 safes, but that had contained over $3,100,000, more than $1 million apiece in untraceable 20s, 50s, and 100s. By now he should have begun to convert the cash into cashier's checks and other negotiable instruments for deposit by mail in his Swiss accounts. However, he held on to it because, as with the jewelry, the possession of it had not yet given him a sense of triumph. He removed thick stacks of tightly banded currency from the bag and held them, turned them over in his hands. He brought them to his face and smelled them. That singular scent of money was usually exciting in itself, but not this time. But he did not feel triumphant, clever, lawless, or in any way superior to the obedient mice who scurried through society's maze exactly as they were taught. He just felt empty. If this change in him had occurred with the warehouse job, he would have attributed it to having stolen from other thieves rather than from the straight world. But his reaction subsequent to the jewelry heist had been the same, and that victim had been a legitimate business. It was his ennui following the jewelry store action that caused him to move on to another job sooner than he should have. Usually, he pulled off one job every 3 or 4 months, but only 5 weeks had elapsed between his most recent operations. All right, so maybe the usual thrill eluded him on both these recent jobs because the money was no longer important to him. He had set aside enough to support himself in style for as long as he lived, and to take care of Jenny even if she endured a normal lifespan in her coma, which was unlikely. Perhaps all along the most important thing about his work had not been the rebellion and defiance of it as he had thought. Perhaps, instead, he had done it all just for the money, and the rest of it had been merely cheap rationalization and self-delusion. But he could not believe that. He knew what he had felt, and he knew how much he missed those feelings now. Something was happening to him, an inner shifting, a sea change. He felt empty, adrift, without purpose. He dared not lose his love of larceny. It was the only reason he had for living. He put the money back into the bag. He turned out the light and sat in the darkness, sipping Beck's and staring down at Central Park. In addition to his recent inability to find joy in his work, he had been plagued by a recurring nightmare, more intense than any dream he had ever known. It had begun 6 weeks ago, before the jewelry store job, and he'd had it 8 or 10 times since. In the dream, he was fleeing from a man in a motorcycle helmet with a darkly tinted visor. At least, he thought it was a motorcycle helmet, although he could not see many details of it, or anything else of the man who wore it. The faceless stranger pursued him on foot through unknown rooms and along amorphous corridors, and most vividly along a deserted highway that cut through an empty, moon-washed landscape. On every occasion, Jack's panic built like steam pressure in a boiler until it exploded and blew him awake. The obvious interpretation was that the dream was a warning, that the man in the helmet was a cop, that Jack was going to get caught. But that was not the way the nightmare felt. In the dream, he never had the impression that the guy in the helmet was a cop. Something else. He hoped to God he would not have the dream tonight. The day had been bad enough without that midnight terror. He got another beer, returned to the chair by the window, and sat down in the darkness once more. It was December 8th, and Jack Twist, former officer in the elite United States Army Rangers, former POW in an undeclared war, a man who had helped save the lives of over 1,000 Indians in Central America, a man who functioned under a burden of grief that might have broken some people, a daring thief whose reservoir of courage had always been bottomless, wondered if he had run out of the simple courage to go on living. If he could not regain the sense of purpose he had found in larceny, he needed to find a new purpose. Desperately. 7. Elko County, Nevada. Ernie Block broke all the speed limits on the drive back from Elko to the Tranquility Motel. The last time he had driven so fast and recklessly had been on a gloomy Monday morning during his hitch with Marine Intelligence in Vietnam. He had been behind the wheel of a Jeep, passing through what should have been friendly territory, and had unexpectedly come under enemy fire. The incoming shells had spewed up geysers of dirt and chunks of macadam only feet away from his front and rear bumpers. By the time he had broken out of the fire zone, he had escaped more than 20 near misses, had been hit by 3 small but painfully jagged pieces of mortar, had been rendered temporarily deaf from the thunderous explosions, and had found himself struggling to control a Jeep that was running on its wheel rims with 4 flat tires. Having survived, he figured he had known fear as profound as it could ever be. But coming back from Elko, his fear was building toward a new peak. Nightfall was approaching. He had driven to the Elko freight office in the Dodge van to take delivery of a shipment of lighting fixtures for the motel. He had set out shortly after noon, leaving Faye in charge of the front desk, giving himself plenty of time to make the round trip before twilight. But he had a flat tire and lost time changing it. Then, once he reached Elko, he wasted almost an hour having the tire repaired because he had not wanted to start home without a spare. With one thing or another, he had left Elko almost 2 hours later than expected, and the sun had westered to the far edge of the Great Basin. He kept the accelerator most of the way to the floor, whipping around other traffic on the superhighway. He did not think he would be able to finish the drive home if he had to do it in full darkness. In the morning, they would find him behind the wheel of the van, still parked along the roadside, stark raving mad from having spent long hours in horrified contemplation of the perfectly black landscape. In the 2.5 weeks since Thanksgiving, he had continued to conceal his irrational fear of darkness from Faye. After she returned from her visit to Wisconsin, Ernie found it more difficult to sleep without a lamp burning, having indulged himself with a nightlight while she was gone. Every morning he used Murine to clear his bloodshot eyes. Fortunately, she had not suggested going into Elko at night for a movie, so Ernie had not been required to make excuses. A few times, after sunset, he'd had to go from the office to the Tranquility Grill next door, and even though the walk was well lighted by the motel's outdoor lamps and signs, he had been nearly overwhelmed by a sense of fragility, vulnerability. But he had kept his secret. All his life, in the Marine Corps and out of it, to the best of his ability, Ernie Block had done what was required of him, all that could be expected. And now, by God, he was not going to fail his own wife. Behind the wheel of the Dodge van, racing westward toward the Tranquility Motel under a smeary orange-purple sky, Ernie Block wondered if his problem was premature senility, Alzheimer's disease. Even though he was only 52, it almost had to be something like Alzheimer's. Although it frightened him, at least he could understand it. Understand it? Yes, but he could not accept it. Faye depended on him. He could not become a mental invalid, a burden on her. The men in the Block family never let their womenfolk down. Never. Unthinkable. The highway rounded a small hillock, and a mile ahead, north of the interstate, lay the motel, the only building in that vast panorama. Its blue and green neon sign was already switched on, shining fiercely bright against the twilight sky. He had never seen a more welcome sight. Complete darkness was still 10 minutes away, and he decided it was foolish to risk being stopped by a cop when he was this close to sanctuary. He eased up on the accelerator, and the speedometer needle swiftly dropped. 90, 85, 75, 60. He was 3/4 of a mile from home when a curious thing happened. He glanced southward, away from the road, and his breath caught. He did not know what startled him. Something about the landscape, something about the way the light and shadow played across those down-sloping fields. He was suddenly gripped by the odd idea that a particular piece of ground, a half-mile ahead, on the opposite side of the highway, was of supreme importance in understanding the bizarre changes that had been taking place in him during the past few months. 50, 45, 40. He could see nothing to make that piece of land different from the tens of thousands of acres around it. Besides, he had seen it countless times before and had been unimpressed by it. Nevertheless, in the slope of the terrain, in the gently folded contours of the earth, in the bisecting wound of an arroyo, in the configuration of sagebrush and grass, and in the scattered, gnarled outcroppings of rock, something seemed to cry out for investigation. He felt as if the land itself were saying, Here is part of the answer to your problem, part of the explanation for your fear of the night. Here. But that was ridiculous. To his surprise, he found himself pulling to the shoulder of the highway, stopping 1/4 mile from home, not far from the exit ramp to the county road that led past the motel. He squinted south across the highway, at the place that had mysteriously captured his attention. He was gripped by the most amazing sense of impending epiphany, an overwhelming feeling that something of monumental importance was about to happen to him. The skin prickled along the back of his neck. He got out of the van, leaving it idling behind him. In a state of tremulous expectation that he could not understand, he headed toward the far side of the interstate, where he could have a better look at the plot of ground that fascinated him. He traversed 2 lanes of blacktop, clambered into the 20-foot-wide gully that divided the halves of the interstate, and scrambled up the far slope. He waited for 3 huge trucks to roar past, then crossed the eastbound lanes in the windy wake of those rigs. His heart was pounding with an inexplicable excitement, and for the moment he had forgotten the advent of night. He stopped on the far berm, at the crest of the highway's elevated bed, looking south and slightly west. He wore a bulky, suede jacket with sheepskin lining, but his brush-cut gray hair provided little protection from the chilly wind, which scrubbed its cold knuckles across his skull. He began to lose the feeling that something of immense importance was about to happen. Instead, he was seized by the even creepier notion that something had already happened to him on that patch of shadow-banded ground out there. Something that accounted for his recent fear of the dark, something he had assiduously banned from his memory. But that made no sense. If important events had transpired here, they simply would not have slipped his mind. He was not forgetful, and he was not the kind of person who repressed unpleasant memories. Still, the back of his neck continued to tingle. Out there, not far into those trackless Nevada plains, something had happened to him that he had forgotten, but that now pricked him from his subconscious, where it was deeply embedded, much the way a needle accidentally left in a quilt might jab and startle a sleeper out of a dream. With his legs spread wide and his feet planted firmly in the berm, with his blocky head hunched down on his blocky shoulders, Ernie seemed to be challenging the landscape to speak more clearly to him. He strained to resurrect the dead memory of this place, if indeed there was one. But the harder he tried to grasp the elusive revelation, the faster it receded from him. Then it was gone altogether. The déjà vu deserted him as completely as the sense of impending epiphany had evaporated before it. The tingle left his scalp and neck. His frantically pounding heart settled slowly into a more normal pace. Bewildered and somewhat dizzy, he studied the fast-fading scene before him. The angled land, the spines and teeth of rock, the brush and grass, the weathered convexities and concavities of the ancient earth, and now he could not imagine why it had seemed special to him. It was just a portion of the high plains virtually indistinguishable from 1,000 other spots from here to Elko, or from here to Battle Mountain. Disoriented by the suddenness of his plunge from the brink of transcendent awareness, he looked back toward the van which waited on the north side of the interstate. He felt conspicuous and foolish when he thought of the way he had dashed from there to here in the grip of a strange excitement. He hoped Faye had not seen him. If by chance she had been looking out a window in this direction, she could not have missed his performance, for the motel was only a quarter of a mile away, and the flashing emergency blinkers on the truck made it by far the most noticeable thing in the swiftly descending darkness. Darkness. Abruptly, the nearness of nightfall hit Ernie Block hard. For a while, the mysterious magnetism that had drawn him to this place had been stronger than his fear of the dark, but that changed in an instant when he realized that the eastern half of the sky was purple-black and that only minutes of vague light remained in the western realm. With a cry of panic, he bolted across the eastbound lanes in front of a motorhome, oblivious of the danger. A horn blared at him. He did not care, did not pause, just ran pell-mell because he could feel the darkness clutching at him and pressing down on him. He reached the shallow gully that served as a lane divider, fell as he started down into it, rolled back onto his feet, terrified of the blackness that was welling up out of each depression in the land and from under every rock. He flung himself up the other side of the gully, fled into the westbound lanes. Fortunately, there was no oncoming traffic, for he did not look to see if the way was clear. At the van, he fumbled with the door handle, acutely conscious of the perfect blackness under the truck. It was grappling at his feet. It wanted to pull him under the dodge and devour him. He yanked the door open, tore his feet loose of the hands of darkness, clambered into the cab, slammed the door, locked it. He felt better, but far from safe, and if he had not been so close to home, he would have frozen stiff. But he only had a quarter of a mile to go, and when he switched on his headlights, the gloom fell back, which encouraged him. He was shaking so violently that he did not trust himself to pull back into traffic, so he drove along the shoulder of the interstate until he came to the exit ramp. There were sodium-arc lamps along the ramp and at the base of it, and he was tempted to stop there, at the bottom, in the yellow glare. But he gritted his teeth and turned onto the county road out of the light. After driving only 200 yards, Ernie reached the entrance to the Tranquility Motel. He swung through the parking area, slid the van into a slot in front of the office, switched off the headlights, and cut the engine. Beyond the big windows of the office, he could see Faye at the front desk. He hurried inside, closing the door behind himself with too much force. He smiled at Faye when she glanced up, and he hoped the smile looked more convincing than it felt.
"I was beginning to worry, dear," she said, returning his smile.
"Had a flat tire,"
Ernie said, unzipping his jacket. He felt somewhat relieved. Nightfall was easier to accept when he was not alone. Faye gave him strength, but he was still uneasy. She said, "I missed you."
"I was only gone the afternoon."
"I guess I'm hooked then. Seen longer. Guess I've got to have my Ernie fix every couple of hours or go through withdrawal symptoms." He leaned across the counter, and she leaned from her side, and they kissed. There was nothing half-hearted about their kiss. She put one hand to his head to hold him close. Most long-married couples, even if they remained in love,
were perfunctory in their displays of affection, but that was not the case with Ernie and Fay Block. After 31 years of marriage, she could still make him feel young. She said,
"Where are the new lighting fixtures? They did come in, didn't they? The freight office didn't make a mistake?"
That question jolted him back to an acute awareness of the night outside. He glanced at the windows, then quickly away. No. I'm tired. I don't really feel up to hauling them in here tonight.
Just 4 crates.
Really, I'd rather do it in the morning, he said, striving to keep a tremor out of his voice. The stuff will be all right in the truck. Nobody will touch it. Hey, you put up the Christmas decorations.
You mean you just noticed?
A huge wreath of pine cones and nuts hung on the wall above the sofa. A life-sized cardboard figure of Santa Claus stood in the corner beside the rack of postcards, and a small ceramic sleigh with ceramic reindeer was displayed at one end of the long counter. Red and gold Christmas tree balls hung from the ceiling light fixture on lengths of transparent fishing line. You had to get up on a ladder for some of this.
Just a step ladder.
But what if you'd fallen? You should have left this for me to do. Fay shook her head.
Honey, I swear to God, I'm not the fragile type. Now, hush up. You ex-Marines carry macho too far sometimes.
Is that so? The outer door opened, and the trucker came in, asking about a room. Ernie held his breath until the door closed. The trucker was a lanky man in a cowboy hat, denim jacket, cowboy shirt, and jeans. Fay complimented him on the hat, which had an elaborately sculpted leather band brightened with chips of turquoise. In that easy way of hers, she made the stranger feel like an old friend as she shepherded him through the check-in process. Leaving her to it, trying to forget his curious experience on the interstate, trying not to dwell on the night that had come, Ernie moved behind the counter, hung his coat on the brass rack in the corner by the file cabinets, and went to the oak desk where mail was stacked on the blotter. Bills, of course, advertisements, a charity solicitation, the first Christmas cards of the year, his military pension check. Finally, there was a white envelope without a return address, which contained only a Polaroid color photograph that had been taken in front of the motel, beside the door to room 9. It was of 3 people, man, woman, child. The man was in his late 20s, darkly tanned and good-looking. The woman was a couple of years younger, a pretty brunette. The little girl, 5 or 6, was very cute. All 3 were smiling at the camera. Judging from their clothes, shorts and T-shirts, and the quality of sunlight in the picture, Ernie assumed that the snapshot had been taken in the middle of summer. Puzzled, he turned the photo over, looking for a scribbled note of explanation. The back was blank. He checked the envelope again, but it was empty. No letter, no card, not even a business card to identify the sender. The postmark was Elko, December 7th, last Saturday. He looked again at the people in the picture, and although he did not remember them, he felt his skin prickle, just as it had done when he had been drawn to that place along the highway. His pulse accelerated. He quickly put the picture aside and looked away from it. Fay was still chatting with the cowboy trucker as she took a room key off the pegboard and passed it across the counter. Ernie kept his eyes on her. She was a calming influence. She had been a lovely farm girl when he'd met her, and had grown into a lovelier woman. Her blonde hair might have begun to turn white, but it was hard to tell. Her blue eyes were clear and quick. Hers was an open, friendly Iowa face, slightly saucy, but always wholesome, even beatific. By the time the cowboy trucker left, Ernie had stopped shaking. He took the Polaroid snapshot to Fay. What do you make of this?
That's our room 9. They must have stayed with us.
She frowned at the young couple and little girl in the photograph.
Can't say I remember them, though. Strangers to me.
So why would they send us a photo without a note?
Well, obviously they thought we would remember them.
But the only reason they'd think that was if maybe they stayed for a few days and we got to know them. And I don't know them at all. I think I'd remember the tyke, Ernie said. He liked children, and they usually liked him. She's cute enough to be in the movies.
I think you'd remember the mother. She's gorgeous.
Postmark Elko, Ernie said. Why would anybody who lives in Elko come out here to stay?
Maybe they don't live in Elko. Maybe they were here last summer and always meant to send us a photo, and maybe they recently passed through and meant to stop and leave this off but didn't have time, so they mailed it from Elko.
Without a note.
It is odd, Faye agreed. He took the picture from her.
Besides, this is a Polaroid, developed a minute after it was taken. If they wanted us to have it, why didn't they leave it with us when they stayed here?
The door opened, and a curly-haired guy with a bushy mustache came into the office, shivering.
Got any rooms left? He asked.
While Faye dealt with the guest, Ernie took the Polaroid back to the oak desk. He meant to gather up the mail and go upstairs, but he stood by the desk, studying the faces of the people in the snap shop. It was Tuesday evening, December 10th. 8. Chicago, Illinois. When Brendan Cronin went to work as an orderly at St. Joseph's Hospital for Children, only Dr. Jim McMurtry knew that he was really a priest. Father Vikazik had obtained a guarantee of secrecy from the physician, as well as the solemn assurance that Brendan would be assigned as much work, and as much unpleasant work, as any orderly. Therefore, during his first day on the job, he emptied bedpans, changed urine-soaked bed linens, assisted a therapist with passive exercises for bedridden patients, spoon-fed an 8-year-old boy who was partially paralyzed, pushed wheelchairs, encouraged despondent patients, cleaned up the vomit of 2 young cancer victims nauseous from chemotherapy. No one pampered him, and no one called him father. The nurses, doctors, orderlies, candy stripers, and patients called him Brendan, and he felt uncomfortable, like an impostor engaged in a masquerade. That first day, overcome with pity and grief for St. Joseph's children, he twice slipped away to the staff men's room and locked himself in a stall, where he sat and wept. The twisted legs and swollen joints of those who suffered from rheumatoid arthritis, that mangler of the innocent young, was a sight almost too terrible to be borne. The wasted flesh of the muscular dystrophy victims, the suppurating wounds of the burn victims, the battered bodies of those whose parents had abused them, he wept for all of them. He could not imagine why Father Vikazik thought this duty would help him regain his lost faith. If anything, the existence of so many pain-racked children only reinforced his doubt. If the merciful God of Catholicism really existed, if there was a Jesus, why would he allow the innocent to endure such atrocities? Of course, Brendan knew all the standard theological arguments on that point. Mankind had brought all forms of evil upon itself by choice, the Church said, by turning away from the grace of God. But theological arguments were inadequate when he came face to face with these smallest victims of fate. By the second day, the staff was still calling him Brendan, but the children were calling him Pudge, a long, unused nickname which he divulged to them in the course of telling a funny story. They liked his stories, jokes, rhymes, and silly puns, and he found he could nearly always get a laugh or at least a smile out of them. That day, he went to the men's room and wept only once. By the third day, both the children and staff called him Pudge. If he had another métier besides the priesthood, he had found it at St. Joseph's. In addition to performing the usual tasks expected of an orderly, he entertained the patients with comic patter, teased them, drew them out. Wherever he went, he was greeted with cries of "Pudge!" that were a better reward than money. And he did not cry until he was back in the hotel room that he had taken for the duration of Father Vikazik's unconventional therapy. By Wednesday afternoon, the 7th day,
He knew why Father Vikazik sent him to St. Joseph's. Understanding came when he was brushing the hair of a 10-year-old girl who had been crippled by a rare bone disease. Her name was Emmeline, and she was rightfully proud of her hair. It was thick, glossy, raven black, and its healthy luster seemed to be a defiant response to the sickness that had wasted her body. She liked to brush her hair 100 strokes every day, but often her knuckles and wrist joints were so inflamed that she could not hold the brush. On Wednesday, Brendan put her in a wheelchair and took her to the X-ray department, where they were monitoring a new drug's effects on her bone marrow, and when he brought her back to her room an hour later, he brushed her hair for her. Emmeline sat in the wheelchair, looking out a window, while Brendan pulled the soft bristles through her silken tresses, and she became enchanted with the winterscape beyond the glass. With a gnarled hand, more suited to the body of an 80-year-old woman, she pointed down to the roof of another, lower wing of the hospital.
See that patch of snow, Pudge?
Rising heat within the building had caused most of the snow to loosen and slide off the pitched roof, but a large patch remained, outlined by dark slate shingles.
It looks like a ship,
Emmy said.
The shape. You see? A beautiful old ship, with 3 white sails, gliding across a slate-colored sea.
For a while Brendan could not see what she saw, but she continued to describe the imaginary vessel, and the 4th time that he looked up from her hair, he suddenly was able to see that the patch of snow did, indeed, bear a remarkable and delightful resemblance to a sailing ship. To Brendan, the long icicles that hung in front of Emmy's window were transparent bars, the hospital a prison from which she might never be released. But to Emmy, those frozen stalactites were wondrous Christmas decorations that, she said, put her in the holiday mood.
God likes winter as much as he likes spring,
Emmy said.
The gift of the seasons is one of his ways of keeping us from getting bored with the world. That's what Sister Catherine told us, and right away I could see it must be true. When the sun hits those icicles just right, they cast rainbows across my bed. Ever so pretty rainbows, Pudge. The ice and the snow are like jewels, and ermine cloaks that God uses to dress up the world in winter to make us ooh and ah. That's why he never makes 2 snowflakes alike. It's a way of reminding us that the world he made for us is a wonderful, wonderful world.
As if on cue, snowflakes spiraled down from the gray December sky. In spite of her nearly useless legs and twisted hands, in spite of the pain she had endured, Emmy believed in God's goodness and in the inspiring rightness of the world that he had created. Strong faith was, in fact, a trait of nearly all the children in St. Joseph's Hospital. They remained convinced that a caring Father watched over them from his kingdom in the sky, and they were encouraged. In his mind he could hear Father Vikazik saying, "If these innocents can suffer so much and not lose their faith, what sorry excuse do you have, Brendan? Perhaps, in their very innocence and naivete, they know something that you have forgotten while chasing your sophisticated education in Rome. Perhaps there is something to be learned from this, Brendan. Do you think so? Just maybe something to be learned?" But the lesson was not powerful enough to restore Brendan's faith. He continued to be deeply moved, not by the possibility that a caring and compassionate God might actually exist, but by the children's amazing courage in the face of such adversity. He gave Emmy's hair 100 strokes, then 10 more, which pleased her, and then he lifted her from the wheelchair and put her into bed. As he pulled the covers over her pathetic, bent-stick legs, he felt a surge of that same rage that had filled him during Mass at St. Bet's 2 Sundays ago, and if a sacred chalice had been close at hand, he would not have hesitated to hurl it at the wall once more. Emmy gasped, and Brendan had the odd notion that she had read his blasphemous thoughts, but she said,
"Oh, Pudge, did you hurt yourself?"
He blinked at her.
"What do you mean?" Did you burn yourself? Your hands. When'd you hurt your hands?
Bewildered by her question, he looked down at the backs of his hands, turned them over, and was surprised by the marks on his palms. In the center of each palm was a red ring of inflamed and swollen flesh. Each ring was 2 inches in diameter and sharply defined along all its edges. The circular band of irritated tissue which formed the ring was no more than 1/2 an inch wide, inscribing a perfect circle. The skin around and within the circle was quite normal. It almost looked as if the marks had been painted on his hands, but when he touched one of the rings with a fingertip, he could feel the bump it made in his palm.
That's strange,
he said. Dr. Stan Heaton was the resident physician on duty in St. Joseph's emergency room. Standing at the examining table on which Brendan sat, peering with interest at the odd rings on Brendan's hands, he said, "Do they hurt?"
"No, not at all."
"Itching? A burning sensation?"
"No, neither."
"Do they at least tingle?" "No?" "You've never had these before?"
"Never."
"Do you have any allergies that you're aware of?"
"No."
At first glance it looks like a mild burn, but you'd have remembered leaning against something hot enough to cause this. There'd be pain. So we can rule that out. Same for acid contact. Did you say that you had taken the little girl to radiology?"
"Yes, but I didn't stay in the room while the x-rays were taken."
"Doesn't really look like a radiation burn." "Maybe dermatomycosis, a fungal infection, perhaps in the ringworm family, though the symptoms aren't sufficiently indicative of ringworm, no scaling, no itching, and the ring is much too clearly defined, not like the inflammation patterns you get with a microsporum or trichophyton infection."
"So, what does all this boil down to?"
Heaton hesitated, then said,
"I don't think it's anything serious.
The best guess is a rash related to an unidentified allergy. If the problem persists, you'll have to take the standard patch tests and find the source of your problem." He let go of Brendan's hands, went to a chair at a corner desk, and began to fill out a prescription form. Puzzled, Brendan stared at his hands a moment longer, then folded them in his lap. At the corner desk, still writing, Heaton said, "I'll start with the simplest treatment, a cortisone lotion. If the rash doesn't disappear in a couple of days, come see me again." He returned to the examining table, holding out the prescription form. Brendan took the paper from him.
"Listen, is there any chance I might pass on an infection to the kids, or anything like that?"
"Oh, no. If I thought there was the slightest chance, I'd have told you," Heaton said. "Now, let me have one last look." Brendan turned his hands palms up for examination. "What the devil?" Dr. Heaton said, surprised. The rings were gone. That night, in his room at the Holiday Inn, Brendan again endured the by now familiar nightmare about which he had spoken with Father Vikazik. It had disturbed his sleep twice before in the past week. He dreamed he was lying in a strange place, with his arms and legs restrained by straps or braces. From out of a haze, a pair of hands reached for him, hands encased in shiny black gloves. He woke in knots of sweat-soaked sheets, sat up in bed, and leaned back against the headboard, letting the dream evaporate as sweat dried on his forehead. In the dark, he brought his hands to his face to blot it, and went rigid when his palms touched his cheeks. He switched on the lamp. The swollen, inflamed rings had returned to his palms, but as he watched, they faded. It was Thursday, December 12th. 9. Laguna Beach, California. Dom Corvasis thought he had slept Wednesday night straight through in peace. He woke in bed in precisely the same position in which he had gone to sleep, as if he had not moved an inch during the night. But when he went to work at his display writer, he was dismayed to find proof of his somnambulistic wandering on the current work diskette. As on a few other occasions, he apparently had gone to the display writer in his night trance and had repeatedly typed 2 words. Previously he had typed, "I'm scared." but this time there were two different words. The moon. 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 There were hundreds of repetitions of those 7 letters, and he was at once reminded that he had heard himself murmuring the same words in a state of drowsy disorientation, just as he had fallen asleep last Sunday. Dominic stared at the screen for a long time, chilled, but he had no idea what special meaning the moon held for him, if any. The Valium and Dalmane therapy was working well. Until now there had been no new episodes of sleepwalking and no dreams since last weekend, when he'd had that nasty nightmare about being forced face down into a sink. He had seen Dr. Koblitz again, and the physician had been pleased by his swift progress. Koblitz had said, "I'm going to extend your prescriptions, but be sure not to take the Valium more than once, or at most twice a day." "I never do," Dom had lied. "And only one Dalmane a night. I don't want you becoming drug-dependent. I'm sure we'll beat this thing by the first of the year." Dom believed Koblitz was correct, which was why he did not want to worry the doctor by confessing that there were days when he only made it through with the aid of Valium and nights when he took 2 or even 3 Dalmane tablets, washing some of them down with beer or scotch. But in a couple of weeks he could stop taking them without fear that the somnambulism would get a new grip on him. The treatment was working. That was the important thing. The treatment was, thank God, working. Until now. The moon. Frustrated and angry, he deleted the words from the diskette, 100 lines of them, 4 repetitions to the line. He stared at the screen a long time, growing increasingly nervous. Finally, he took a Valium. That morning, Dom got no work done, and at 11:30 he and Parker Fain picked up Denny Olmes and Nguyen Cao Tran, the 2 boys assigned to them by the Orange County chapter of Big Brothers of America. They had planned a lazy afternoon at the beach, dinner at Hamburger Hamlet, and a movie, and Dominic had been looking forward to the outing. He had become involved in the Big Brothers program years earlier in Portland, Oregon. It had been his only community involvement, the only thing that had been able to bring him out of his rabbit hole. He had spent his own childhood in a series of foster homes, lonely and increasingly withdrawn. Someday, when he finally got married, he hoped to adopt kids. In the meantime, when he spent time with these kids, he was not only helping them, but was also comforting the lonely child within himself. Nguyen Cao Tran preferred to be called Duke, in imitation of John Wayne, whose movies he loved. Duke was 13, the youngest son of boat people who had fled the horrors of peacetime Vietnam. He was bright, quick-witted, as startlingly agile as he was thin. His father, after surviving a brutal war, a concentration camp, and 2 weeks in a flimsy boat on the open sea, had been killed 3 years ago in a holdup while working at his second job as a night shift clerk at a 7-Eleven store in sunny Southern California. Denny Olmes, the 12-year-old who was Parker's little brother, lost his father to cancer. He was more reticent than Duke, but the two got along famously, so Dom and Parker frequently combined their outings. Parker became a big brother at Dom's insistence, with curmudgeonly reluctance. Me. I'm not father material, or surrogate father material, Parker had said. Never was and never will be. I drink too much, womanize too much. It'd be downright criminal for any kid to turn to me for advice. I'm a procrastinator, a dreamer, and a self-centered egomaniac, and I like me that way. What in God's name would I have to offer a kid? I don't even like dogs. Kids like dogs, but I hate them. Damn, dirty, flea-bitten things. Me? A big brother? Friend, you have lost your marbles for sure. But Thursday afternoon at the beach, when the water proved too cold for swimming, Parker organized a volleyball game and surfside races. He got Dom and the boys involved in a complicated game of his own devising involving 2 frisbees, a beach ball, and an empty soda can. Under his direction, they also built a sand castle
complete with a menacing dragon. Later, during an early dinner at Hamburger Hamlet in Costa Mesa, while the kids were in the bathroom, Parker said, "Dom, good buddy. This Big Brother thing was sure one of the best ideas I've ever had."
"Your idea?"
Dominic said, shaking his head. "I had to drag you into it, kicking and screaming." "Nonsense. I've always had a way with kids. Every artist is a bit of a kid at heart. We have to stay young to create. I find kids invigorate me, keep my mind fresh."
"Next you'll be getting a dog," Dom said.
Parker laughed. He finished his beer, leaned forward. "You okay? At times today you seemed distracted, a little out of it."
"A lot on my mind," Dom said, "but I'm fine. The sleepwalking's pretty much stopped, and the dreams. Kobletz knows what he's doing."
"Is the new book going well? Don't ship me now."
"It's going well," Dom lied.
"At times you have that look," Parker said, watching him intently. "That doped up. Following the prescribed dosage, I assume?"
The painter's perspicacity disconcerted Dom.
"I'd have to be an idiot to snack on Valium as if it was candy. Of course I follow the prescribed dosage."
Parker stared hard at him, then apparently decided not to push it.
The movie was good, but during the first 30 minutes, Dom grew nervous without reason. When he felt the nervousness building toward an anxiety attack, he slipped out to the men's room. He had brought another Valium for just such an emergency. The important thing was that he was winning. He was getting well. The somnambulism was losing its grip on him. It really was. Beneath a strong, pine-scented disinfectant, there was an acrid stench from the urinals. Dom felt slightly nauseous. He swallowed the Valium without water. That night, in spite of the pills, he had the dream again, and he remembered more of it than just the part where people were forcing his head into a sink. In the nightmare, he was in a bed in an unknown room, where there seemed to be an oily saffron mist in the air. Or perhaps the amber fog was only in his eyes, for he could not see anything clearly. Furniture loomed beyond the bed, and at least 2 people were present. But those shapes rippled and writhed as if this were purely a realm of smoke and fluid, where nothing had a fixed appearance. He almost felt as if he were underwater, very deep, underneath the surface of some mysterious cold sea. The atmosphere in the dream place had more weight than mere air. He could barely draw breath. Each inhalation and exhalation was agony. He sensed that he was dying. The 2 blurred figures came close. They seemed concerned about his condition. They spoke urgently to each other. Although he knew they were speaking English, he could not understand them. A cold hand touched him. He heard the clink of glass. Somewhere a door shut. With the flash-cut suddenness of a scene transition in a film, the dream shifted to a bathroom or kitchen. Someone was forcing his face down into the sink. Breathing became even more difficult. The air was like mud. With each inhalation, it clogged his nostrils. He choked and gasped and tried to blow out the mud-thick air, and the 2 people with him were shouting at him, and as before he could not understand what they were saying, and they pressed his face down into the sink. Dom woke, and was still in bed. Last weekend he had been flung free of the dream, only to discover that he had walked in his sleep and had been acting out the nightmare at his own bathroom sink. This time he was relieved to find himself beneath the sheets. "I am getting better," he thought. Trembling, he sat up and switched on the light. No barricades. No signs of somnambulistic panic. He looked at the digital clock. 2:09 a.m. A half-empty can of warm beer stood on the nightstand. He washed down another Dalmane tablet. "I am getting better." It was Friday, the 13th. 10. Elko County, Nevada. Friday night, 3 days after his weird experience on the I-80, Ernie Block couldn't sleep at all. As darkness embraced him, his nerves wound tighter, until he thought he would start screaming and be unable to stop. Slipping out of bed as soundlessly as he could, pausing to make sure that Faye's slow and even breathing had not changed, he went into the bathroom, closed the door, turned on the light. Wonderful light. He reveled in the light. He put down the lid of the commode and sat for 15 minutes in his underwear, just letting the brightness sear him, as mindlessly happy as a lizard on a sun-washed rock. Finally, he knew he must return to the bedroom. If Faye woke, and if he remained in here too long, she would begin to think something was wrong. He was determined to do nothing that would make her suspicious. Although he had not used the toilet, he flushed it for cover and went to the sink to wash his hands. He had just finished rinsing off the soap and had plucked the towel off the rack when his eyes were drawn to the only window in the room. It was above the bathtub, a rectangle about 3 feet wide and 2 feet high, which opened outward on an overhead piano hinge. Although the glass was frosted and provided no view of the night beyond, a shiver passed through Ernie as he stared at the opaque pane. More disturbing than the shiver was the sudden rush of peculiar, urgent thoughts that came with it. The window's big enough to get through. I could get away, escape. And the roof of the utility room is under the window, so there's not a long drop, and I could be off, into the arroyo behind the motel, up into the hills, make my way east, get to a ranch somewhere and get help. Blinking furiously as that swift train of thoughts flashed through his mind and faded away, Ernie discovered that he had stepped from the sink to the bathtub. He did not remember moving. He was bewildered by the urge to escape. From whom? From what? Why? This was his own home. He had nothing to fear within these walls. Yet he could not take his gaze from the milky window. A dreaminess had come over him. He was aware of it, but unable to cast it off. Got to get out. Get away. There won't be another chance. Not another chance like this. Now. Go now. Go. Go. Unwittingly, he had stepped into the tub and was directly in front of the window, which was set in the wall at face level. The porcelain coating of the tub was cold against his bare feet. Slide back the latch. Push up the window. Stand on the rim of the tub. Pull yourself up onto the sill, out and away. A 3 or 4 minute head start before you're missed. Not much, but enough. Panic rose in him without reason. There was a fluttering in his guts, a tightness in his chest. Without knowing why he was doing it, yet unable to stop himself, he slid the bolt from the latch on the bottom of the window. He pushed out. The window swung up. He was not alone. Something was at the other side of the window, out there on the roof. Something with a dark, featureless, shiny face. Even as Ernie recoiled in surprise, he realized it was a man in a white helmet with a tinted visor that came all the way down over his face, so darkly tinted that it was virtually black. A black-gloved hand reached through the window as if to grab him, and Ernie cried out and took a step backward and fell over the edge of the tub. Toppling out of the tub, he grabbed wildly at the shower curtain, tore it loose from several of its rings, but could not arrest his fall. He hit the bathroom floor with a crash. Pain flashed through his right hip. "Ernie!" Faye cried, and a moment later she pushed open the door. "Ernie! My God, what's wrong? What happened?" "Stay back." He got up painfully. "Someone's out there." Cold night air poured through the open window, rustling the half-wrecked, bunched-up shower curtain. Faye shivered, for she slept only in a pajama shirt and panties. Ernie shivered too, though partly for different reasons. The moment the pain had throbbed through his hip, the dreaminess had left him. In the sudden rush of clear-mindedness, he wondered if the helmeted figure had been imaginary, a hallucination. "On the roof?" Faye said. "At the window? Who?" "I don't know," Ernie said. rubbing his sore hip as he stepped back into the tub and peered out the window again. He saw no one this time.
"What did he look like?"
Faye asked. "I couldn't tell. He was in motorcycle gear. Helmet. Gloves," Ernie said, realizing how outlandish it sounded. He levered himself up on the windowsill far enough to lean out and look across the full length and breadth of the utility room's roof. Shadows were deep in places, but nowhere deep enough to hide a man. The intruder was gone, if indeed he had ever existed. Abruptly, Ernie became aware of the vast darkness behind the motel. It stretched across the hills, off to the distant mountains, an immense blackness relieved only by the stars. Instantly, a crippling weakness and vulnerability overwhelmed him. Gasping, he dropped off the sill back into the tub and started to turn away from the window.
"Close it up,"
Faye said. Squeezing his eyes shut to guard against another glimpse of the night, he turned once more to the inrushing cold air, fumbled blindly for the window, and pulled it shut so hard that he almost broke the pane. With unsteady hands, he struggled to secure the latch bolt. When he stepped out of the tub, he saw concern in Faye's eyes, which he expected. He saw surprise, which he also expected. But he saw a penetrating awareness for which he was unprepared. For a long moment they looked at each other, neither of them speaking. Then she said,
"Are you ready to tell me about it?"
"Like I said, I thought I saw a guy on the roof."
"That's not what I'm talking about, Ernie. I mean, are you ready to tell me what's wrong? What's been eating at you?"
Her eyes did not waver from his.
"For a couple of months now. Maybe longer."
He was stunned. He thought he had concealed it so well. She said,
"Honey, you've been worried. Worried like I've never seen you before. And scared."
"No. Not scared exactly."
"Yes, scared,"
Faye said, but there was no scorn in her, just an Iowan's forthrightness and a desire to help.
"I've only ever seen you scared once before, Ernie. Back when Lucy was 5 and came down with that muscle fever and they thought it might be muscular dystrophy."
"Oh, God, yes. I was scared shitless then."
"But not since."
"I was scared and numb sometimes,"
he said, his admission echoing hollowly off the bathroom walls.
"But I never saw it."
She hugged herself.
"It's rare that I see you like this, Ernie. So when you're scared, I'm scared. Can't help it. I'm even more scared because I don't know what's wrong. You understand? Being in the dark like I am, that's worse than any secret you're withholding from me."
Tears came to her eyes, and Ernie said,
"Oh, hey, don't cry. It's going to be all right, Faye. Really, it is.
"Tell me."
"Okay."
"Now. Everything."
He had woefully underestimated her, and he felt thick-headed. She was a core wife, after all, and a good one. She had followed him from Quantico to Singapore to Pendleton in California, even to Alaska, almost everywhere but Nam, and later Beirut. She had made a home for them wherever the Corps allowed dependents to follow, had weathered the bad times with admirable aplomb, had never complained and had never failed him. She was tough. He could not imagine how he had forgotten that.
"Everything,"
he agreed, relieved to be able to share the burden. Faye made coffee, and they sat in their robes and slippers at the kitchen table while he told her everything. She could see that he was embarrassed. He was slow to reveal details, but she sipped her coffee, remained patient, and gave him a chance to tell it in his own way. Ernie was about the best husband a woman could want, but now and then his Block family stubbornness reared its head, and Faye wanted to shake some sense into him. Everyone in his family suffered from it, especially the men. Blocks did things this way, never that way,
and you better never question why. Block men liked their undershirts ironed, but never their underpants. Block women always wore a bra, even at home, in the worst summer heat. Blocks, both men and women, always ate lunch at precisely 12:30, always had dinner at 6:30 sharp, and God forbid if the food was put on the table 2 minutes late. The subsequent complaining would burst eardrums. Blocks drove only General Motors vehicles. Not because GM products were notably better than others, but because Blocks had always driven only General Motors vehicles. Thank God, Ernie was not a tenth as bad as his father or brothers. He had been wise enough to get out of Pittsburgh, where the Block clan had lived for generations in the same neighborhood. Out in the real world, away from the kingdom of the Blocks, Ernie had loosened up. In the Marine Corps, he could not expect every meal at precisely the time that Block tradition demanded, and soon after their marriage, Fay had made it clear that she would make a first-rate home for him, but would not be bound by senseless traditions. Ernie adapted, though not always easily, and now he was a black sheep among his people, guilty of such sins as driving a variety of vehicles not made by General Motors. Actually, the only area where the Block family's stubbornness still had a hold on Ernie was in some man-woman matters. He believed that a husband had to protect his wife from a variety of unpleasantnesses that she was just too fragile to handle. He believed that a husband should never allow his wife to see him in a moment of weakness. Although their marriage had never been conducted according to those rules, Ernie did not always seem to realize they had abandoned the Block traditions more than a quarter of a century ago. For months, she had been aware something was seriously wrong, but Ernie continued to stonewall it, straining to prove he was a happy, retired Marine, blissfully launched on a second career in motels. She had watched an unknown fire consuming him from within, and her subtle and patient attempts to get him to open up had gone right over his head. During the past few weeks, ever since returning from Wisconsin after Thanksgiving, she had been increasingly aware of his reluctance, even inability, to go out at night. He could not seem to make himself comfortable in a room where even one lamp was left unlit. Now, as they sat in the kitchen with cups of steaming coffee, the blinds tightly closed and all the lights on, Fay listened intently to Ernie, interrupting only when he seemed to need a word of encouragement to keep him going, and nothing he told her was more than she could cope with. Indeed, her spirits rose, for she was increasingly certain that she knew what was wrong with him and how he might be helped. He finished, his voice low and thin. So, is that the reward for all the years of hard work and careful financial planning? Premature senility? Now, when we can really start enjoying what we've earned, am I going to wind up with my brains all scrambled, drooling, pissing my pants, useless to myself and a burden on you, 20 years before my time? Christ, Fay. I've always realized that life isn't fair, but I never thought the deck was stacked against me this bad.
It won't be like that.
She reached across the table and took his hand.
Sure, Alzheimer's can strike people even younger than you, but this isn't Alzheimer's. From what I've read, from the way it was with my father, I don't think the onset of senility, premature or otherwise, is ever like this. What it sounds like is a simple phobia. Phobia. Some people have an irrational fear of flying or heights. For some reason, you've developed a fear of the dark. It can be overcome.
But phobias just don't develop overnight, do they?
Their right hands were still clasped. She squeezed his as she said,
Do you remember Helen Dorfman? Almost 24 years ago? Our landlady when you were first assigned to Camp Pendleton?
Oh, yeah. The building on Vine Street. Lived in number 1, first floor front. We lived in number 6.
He seemed to take heart from his ability to recall those details. She had a cat, Sable. Remember how the damn cat took a liking to us, left little gifts on our doorstep?
Dead mice.
Yeah, right there beside the morning paper and the milk. He laughed, blinked, and said, "Hey, I see what you mean by bringing up Helen Dorfman. She was afraid to go out of her apartment, couldn't even walk out on her own lawn."
The poor woman had agoraphobia, Faye said, an irrational fear of open spaces. She was a prisoner in her own home. Outside, she was overwhelmed with fear. Doctors call it a panic attack, I think.
Panic attack, Ernie said softly. Yeah, that's it, all right.
And Helen didn't develop her agoraphobia till she was 35, after her husband died. Phobias can spring up suddenly, later in life.
Well, whatever the hell a phobia is, wherever it comes from, I guess it's a lot better than senility. But, good God, I don't want to spend the rest of my life being afraid of the dark.
You won't have to, Faye said. 24 years ago, nobody understood phobias. There hadn't been much study done, no effective treatments, but it's not like that now. I'm sure it's not. He was silent a moment.
I'm not crazy, Faye.
I know that, you big jerk. He mulled over the word phobia, and he plainly wanted to believe her answer. In his blue eyes she saw a rebirth of hope. He said,
"But the weird experience I had on the interstate on Tuesday, and the hallucination, I'm sure it must have been a hallucination of the motorcyclist on the roof. How does stuff like that fit this explanation? How could that be a part of my phobia?"
I don't know, but an expert in the field could explain it all and tie it together. I'm sure it's not as unusual as it seems, Ernie. He pondered for a moment, then nodded.
Okay, but how do we begin? Where do we go for help? How do I beat this damn thing?
I already have it figured out. No doctor in Elko is going to know how to treat a case like this. We need a specialist, someone who deals with phobic patients every day. Probably isn't anyone like that in Reno either. We'll have to go to a bigger city. Now, I suspect Milwaukee's big enough to have a doctor with experience in these things, and we could stay with Lucy and Frank.
And at the same time get to see a lot of Frank Jr. and Dory, Ernie said, smiling at the thought of his grandchildren.
Right. We'll go there for Christmas a week sooner than planned, this Sunday instead of next, which is tomorrow, in fact. It's already Saturday. When we get to Milwaukee, we'll look up a doctor. If by New Year's it looks like we'll have to stay there a while, then I'll fly back here, find a full-time couple to manage the place, and rejoin you. We were planning to hire somebody this spring anyway.
If we close the motel a week early, Sandy and Ned will lose out on some money over at the grill.
Ned will still get the truckers off the interstate, and if he doesn't do as well as usual, we'll make it up to him.
Ernie shook his head and smiled. You got it all worked out. Here's something, Faye. You sure are. You're an absolute wonder.
Well, I will admit I can be dazzling sometimes.
I thank God every day that I found you.
I don't have any regrets either, Ernie, and I know I never will.
You know, I feel 1,000% better than when we first sat down here. Why'd it take me so damn long to ask you for help?
Why? Because you're a block. He grinned and finished the old joke.
Yeah, which is only one step removed from a blockhead.
They laughed. He grabbed her hand again and kissed it.
That's the first real laugh I've had in weeks. We're a terrific team, Faye. We can face anything together, can't we?
Anything, she agreed. It was Saturday, December 14th, near dawn, and Faye Block was sure they would come out on top of their current problem, just as they had always come out on top before when they worked together, side by side. She, like Ernie,
had already forgotten the unidentified Polaroid photograph that they had received in a plain envelope last Tuesday. 11. Boston, Massachusetts. On an intricately crocheted doily, on the highly polished maple dresser, lay black gloves and a stainless steel ophthalmoscope. Ginger Weiss stood at a window to the left of the dresser, looking out at the bay, where the gray water seemed to be a mirror image of the ashen mid-December sky. Farther shores were hidden by a lingering morning mist that shimmered with a pearly luminosity. At the end of the Hannaby property, at the bottom of a rocky slope, a private dock thrust out into the choppy bay. The dock was covered with snow, as was the long expanse of lawn leading back to the house. It was a big house, built in the 1850s, with new rooms added in 1892, in 1905, and again in 1950. The brick driveway curved beneath an enormous front portico, and broad, thick steps led up to massive doors. Pillars, pilasters, carved granite lintels above doors and windows, a multitude of gables and circular dormers, bay-facing second-story balconies at the back, and a large widow's walk on the roof, contributed to an impression of majesty. Even for a surgeon as successful as George, the house might have been too expensive. But he had not needed to buy it. He had inherited the place from his father, and his father had inherited it from George's grandfather, and his father had bought it in 1884. The house even had a name, Baywatch, like ancestral homes in British novels, and more than anything else that inspired awe in Ginger. Houses in Brooklyn, where she came from, did not have their own names. At Memorial, Ginger never felt uncomfortable around George. There, he was a figure of authority and respect, but he seemed to have his roots in common stock like everyone else. At Baywatch, however, Ginger was aware of the patrician heritage, and that made George different from her. He never invoked a claim to privilege. That would not be like him, but the ghost of the New England patriciate haunted the rooms and corridors of Baywatch, often making her feel out of place. The corner guest suite, bedroom, reading alcove, and bath, in which Ginger had been settled for the past 10 days, was simpler than many chambers in Baywatch, and there she was almost as comfortable as in her own apartment. Most of the pegged oak floor was covered by a figured serape carpet in shades of blue and peach. The walls were peach, the ceiling white. The maple furniture, which consisted of various kinds of chests used as nightstands and tables and dressers, had all come off 19th-century sailing ships owned by George's great-grandfather. There were 2 upholstered armchairs covered in peach-colored silk from Brunswick-Effys. On the nightstands, the bases of the lamps were actually baccarat candlesticks, a reminder that the apparent simplicity of the room was built upon an elegant foundation. Ginger went to the dresser and stared down at the black gloves that lay upon the doily. As she had done countless times during the past 10 days, she put the gloves on, flexed her hands, waiting for a rush of fear. But they were only ordinary gloves that she had bought the day she had been discharged from the hospital, and they did not have the power to bring her to the trembling edge of a fugue. She took them off. A knock sounded at the door, and Rita Hannaby said, "Ginger, dear, are you ready?" "Coming," she said, snatching her purse from the bed and taking one last quick glance at herself in the dresser mirror. She was wearing a lime-green knit suit with a creamy white blouse that had a simple lime-green bow at the throat. Her ensemble included a pair of green pumps that matched the suit, an eel-skin purse that matched the pumps, a gold and malachite bracelet. The outfit perfectly complemented her complexion and golden hair. She thought she looked chic. Well, perhaps not chic, but at least stylish. However, when she stepped into the hall and got a look at Rita Hannaby, Ginger felt at a disadvantage, a mere pretender to class. Rita was as slim as Ginger, but at 5'8" she was 6 inches taller, and everything about her was queenly. Her chestnut brown hair swept back from her face in a perfectly feathered cut. If her facial bones had been more exquisitely chiseled, she would have looked severe. However, beauty and warmth were assured by her luminous gray eyes, translucent skin, and generous mouth. Rita was wearing a gray St. John's suit, pearls, pearl earrings, and a broad-brimmed black hat. To Ginger, the amazing thing was that Rita's fashionable appearance did not seem planned. One had no sense that she had spent hours getting ready. Instead, she seemed to have been born with impeccable grooming and a fashionably tailored wardrobe. Elegance was her natural condition.
"You look smashing," Rita said. "Next to you, I feel like a frump in blue jeans and a sweatshirt. Nonsense. Even if I were 20 years younger, I'd be no match for you, dear. Wait and see who the waiters pamper the most at lunch."
Ginger had no false modesty. She knew she was attractive, but her beauty was more that of a pixie, while Rita had the blue blood looks of one who could sit upon a throne and convince the world she belonged. Rita did nothing to cause Ginger's newfound inferiority complex. The woman treated her not like a daughter, but like a sister and an equal. Ginger's feelings of inadequacy were, she knew, a direct result of her pathetic condition. Until 2 weeks ago, she had not been dependent on anyone in ages. Now she was dependent again, not entirely able to look after herself, and her self-respect slipped a bit further every day. Rita Hannaby's good humor, carefully planned outings, woman-to-woman schmoozing, and unflagging encouragement were not enough to distract Ginger from the cruel fact that fate once more had cast her, at 30, in the frustrating role of a child. Together, they descended to the marble-floored foyer, where they got their coats from the closet, then went out the door and down the steps under the portico to the black Mercedes 500 SEL in the driveway. Herbert, who was sort of a cross between a butler and the man Friday, had brought the car around 5 minutes ago and had left the engine running, so the interior was a toasty, warm haven from the frigid winter day. Rita drove with her usual confidence, away from the old estates, out of quiet streets lined with bare-limbed elms and maples, through ever busier thoroughfares, heading to Dr. Emanuel Goodhausen's office on bustling State Street. Ginger had an 11:30 appointment with Goodhausen, whom she had seen twice last week. She was scheduled to visit him every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday until they got to the bottom of her attacks of fugue. In her bleaker moments, Ginger was sure she'd still be lying on Goodhausen's couch 30 years from now. Rita intended to do a bit of shopping while Ginger was with the doctor. Then they would go to lunch at some exquisite restaurant in which, no doubt, the decor would seem to have been planned to flatter Rita Hannaby, and in which Ginger would feel like a schoolgirl, foolishly trying to pass for a grown-up.
"Have you given some thought to what I suggested last Friday?" Rita asked as she drove. "The women's auxiliary at the hospital." "I don't really think I'm up to it. I'd feel so awkward." "It's important work," Rita said, expertly slipping the Mercedes out from behind a Globe newspaper truck into a gap in traffic. "I know. I've seen how much money you've raised for the hospital, the new equipment you've bought. But I think I've got to stay away from Memorial right now. It'd be too frustrating to be around the place, too constant a reminder that I can't do the work I've been trained for." "I understand, dear. Don't give it another thought. But there's still the Symphony Committee, the Women's League for the Aged, and the Children's Advocacy Committee. We could use your help at any of those." Rita was an indefatigable charity worker, ably chairing committees or serving on them, not only organizing beneficent societies, but getting her hands dirty in the operation of them. "What about it?" she pressed. "I'm sure you'd find working with children especially rewarding." "Rita, what if I had one of my attacks while I was with the children? It would frighten them, and I—" "Oh, pish-posh," Rita said. Every time I've gotten you out of the house these last 2 weeks, you've used that same excuse to try to resist leaving your room. Oh, Rita, you say, I'll have one of my awful fits and embarrass you, but you haven't and you won't. Even if you did, it wouldn't embarrass me. I don't embarrass easily, dear. I never thought for a moment you were shrinking violet, but you haven't seen me in this fugue state. You don't know what I'm like, or, oh, for goodness sake, you make it sound as if you're a regular Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, or Ms. Hyde, which I'm sure you're not. You haven't beaten anyone to death with a cane yet, have you, Miss Hyde?
Ginger laughed and shook her head.
You're something else, Rita. Excellent. You'll bring so much to the organization.
Although Rita probably did not think of Ginger as another charity case, she had approached this recuperation and rehabilitation as a new cause. She rolled up her sleeves and committed herself to seeing Ginger through the current crisis, and nothing on earth was going to stop her. Ginger was touched by Rita's concern, and depressed by the need for it. They stopped at a traffic light, third car from the intersection, with cars, trucks, buses, taxis, and delivery vans crowding them on all sides. In the Mercedes, the cacophony of the city was muffled, but not silenced altogether, and when Ginger looked out the window at her side to search for the source of a particularly annoying engine roar, she saw a large motorcycle. The rider turned his head toward her at that moment, but she could not see his face. He was wearing a helmet with a tinted visor that came all the way down to his chin. For the first time in 10 days, the amnesic mist descended over Ginger. It happened much faster this time than it had with the black gloves, ophthalmoscope, or sink drain. She looked into the blank and shiny visor, and her heart stuttered, and her breath was pinched off, and she was instantly swept away by a massive wave of terror. Gone. First, Ginger became aware of horns. Car horns, bus horns, the air horns of trucks. Some like the high squeals of animals, some low and ominous, wailing, whooping, barking, shrieking, honking, bleating. She opened her eyes. Her vision swam into focus. She was still in the car. The intersection was still in front of them, though evidently a couple of minutes had passed, and the traffic ahead had moved. With the engine running but the gear shift in park, the Mercedes was 10 feet closer to the crosswalk and angled slightly into the next lane, which was what was causing the horn blowing as other vehicles tried to get around. Ginger heard herself whimpering. Rita Hannaby was leaning across the console that separated the driver's and passenger's seats, very close, gripping both of Ginger's hands, holding them down and holding them very tightly. Ginger, are you there? Are you all right? Ginger? Blood. After the jarring blasts of the horns, after Rita's voice, Ginger became aware of the blood. Red spots marked her lime-green skirt. A dark smear stained the sleeve of her suit jacket. Her hands were gloved in blood, as were Rita's hands. "Oh, my God," Ginger said. "Ginger, are you with me? Are you back? Ginger." One of Rita's manicured nails was torn off, with only a splintered stub sticking up jaggedly from the cuticle, and both her hands appeared to have been gouged. Scratches on the woman's fingers, on the backs of her hands, and on her palms were bleeding freely, and as far as Ginger could tell, all of the blood was Rita's, none of it her own. The cuffs of the gray St. John suit were wet with blood. "Ginger, talk to me." Horns continued to blare. Ginger looked up and saw that Rita's perfectly coiffured hair was now in disarray. A 2-inch-long scratch furrowed her left cheek, and blood tinted with makeup was trickling along her jaw to her chin. "Oh, you're back," Rita said with obvious relief, letting go of Ginger's hands. "What have I done?" "Only scratches," Rita said. "It's all right. You had an attack, panicked, tried to leave the car. I couldn't let you go. You might have been hit in traffic." A passing driver, maneuvering around the Mercedes, angrily shouted something unintelligible at them. "I've hurt you," Ginger said. Sickness throbbed through her at the thought of the violence she had done. Other drivers sounded their horns with increasing impatience, but Rita ignored them. She took Ginger's hands again, not to restrain her this time, but to offer comfort and reassurance.
"It's all right, dear. It's past now, and a little iodine will patch me up just fine."
The motorcyclist. The dark visor. Ginger looked out the side window. The cyclist was gone. He had, after all, been no threat to her, just a stranger passing in the street. Black gloves, an ophthalmoscope, a sink drain, and now the dark visor of a motorcyclist's helmet. Why had those particular things set her off? What did they have in common, if anything? As tears spilled down her face, Ginger said,
"I'm so sorry." "No need to be. Now, I better get us out of the way."
Rita pulled handsfuls of Kleenex from the box on the console and used them to grip the wheel and gear shift to avoid spreading bloodstains. Her own hands wet with Rita's blood, Ginger sagged back against her seat and closed her eyes and tried to stop the tears, but could not. 4 psychotic episodes in 5 weeks. She could no longer glide placidly through the gray winter days, defenseless, docile in the face of this vicious turn of fate, merely waiting for another attack or for a shrink to explain what was wrong. It was Monday, December 16th, and Ginger was suddenly determined to do something before she suffered a 5th fugue. She could not imagine what she possibly could do, but she was sure she'd think of something if she put her mind to it and stopped feeling sorry for herself. She had reached bottom now. Her humiliation, fear, and despair could not bring her to any greater depths. There was nowhere to go but up. She would claw her way back to the surface, damned if she wouldn't, up toward the light, out of the dark into which she had fallen. Chapter 3. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. 1. Laguna Beach, California. At 8 a.m., Tuesday, December 24th, when Dom Corvasis got out of bed, he went through his morning ablutions in a haze resulting from the lingering effects of yesterday's indulgence in Valium and Dalmane. For the 11th night in a row, he had been troubled by neither somnambulism nor the bad dream that involved the sink. The drug therapy was working, and he was willing to tolerate a period of pharmaceutically induced detachment to put an end to his unnerving midnight journeys. He did not believe he was in danger of becoming physically addicted to, or even psychologically dependent on, Valium or Dalmane. He had been exceeding the prescribed dosage, but he was still not worried. He had almost run out of pills, and in order to get another prescription from Dr. Kobletz, he had fabricated a story about a break-in at his house, claiming that the drugs had been taken along with his stereo and TV set. Dom had lied to his doctor in order to obtain drugs, and sometimes he saw his action in exactly that harsh and unfavorable light. But most of the time, in the soft haze that accompanied continuous tranquilization, he was able to dress the shabby truth in self-delusion. He dared not think about what would happen to him if the episodes of somnambulism returned in January, after the drugs were discontinued. At 10 o'clock, unable to concentrate enough to work, he put on a light corduroy jacket and left the house. The late December morning was cool. Except for a few unseasonably warm days now and then, the beaches would not be busy again until April. As Dom descended the hills in his Firebird, heading for the center of town, he noticed that Laguna looked dull under a somber gray sky. He wondered how much of the leaden gloom was real and how much resulted from the dulling effects of the drugs. But he quickly abandoned that disturbing line of thought. In acknowledgment of his somewhat fuzzy perceptions and impaired responsiveness, he drove with exaggerated care. Dom received most mail at the post office. Because he subscribed to so many publications, he rented a large drawer rather than just a box, and that day before Christmas the drawer was more than half full. He didn't look at the return addresses, but carried everything back to the car with the intention of reading his mail at breakfast. The Cottage, a popular restaurant for decades, was on the east side of Pacific Coast Highway, on the slope above the road. At that hour the breakfast rush had passed, and the lunch crowd had not yet arrived. Dom was given a table by the window with the best view. He ordered 2 eggs, bacon, cottage fries, toast, and grapefruit juice. As he ate, he went through the mail. In addition to magazines and bills, there was a letter from Lennart Sane, the wonderful Swedish agent who handled translation rights in Scandinavia and Holland, and a padded envelope from Random House. As soon as he saw the publisher's address on the label, he knew what he had. Finally, his mind began to clear, the fuzziness partially dispelled by excitement. He put down the toast he had been eating and tore open the large envelope, and an advance copy of his first novel slid out. No man can know what a woman feels when taking her newborn child in her arms for the first time, but a novelist who holds the first copy of his first book must experience a joy similar to that of the mother who looks upon the face of her baby for the first time and feels its warmth through the swaddling clothes. Dom kept the book beside his plate and could barely look away from it. He had finished his meal and had ordered coffee by the time he was able to tear his attention from Twilight and examine what mail remained. Among other things, there was a plain white envelope with no return address, which contained a single page of white paper on which had been typewritten 2 sentences that rocked him. The sleepwalker would be well advised to search the past for the source of his problem. That is where the secret is buried. He read the passage again, astonished. The sheet of paper rattled as a tremor passed through him. The back of his neck went cold. 2. Boston, Massachusetts. When Ginger got out of the cab, she was in front of a 6-story, brick Victorian Gothic building. A blustery wind slapped her, and the bare-limbed trees along Newbury Street rasped, clattered, and clicked, the sound of rattling bones. Huddling against the bitter wind, she scurried past a low iron fence and entered 127 Newbury, the former Hotel Agassiz, one of the city's finest historic landmarks, now converted into condominiums. She had come to see Pablo Jackson, about whom she knew only what she had read in yesterday's Boston Globe. She had left Baywatch after George departed for the hospital and after Rita went off to do some last-minute Christmas shopping, for she had been afraid they would try to stop her. In fact, the maid, Lavinia, had pleaded with her not to go out alone. Ginger had left a note explaining her whereabouts, and she hoped they would not be too upset. When Pablo Jackson opened his door, Ginger was surprised. That he was a black man, that he was in his 80s, those things were not surprising, for she had learned as much about him from the article in the Globe. However, she was not prepared for such a vital and vigorous octogenarian. He was about 5'8", slight, but age had not bowed his legs, bent his back, or rounded his shoulders. He stood militarily erect, in white shirt and sharply creased black trousers, and there was a sprightliness and youthfulness in his smile and in the way he waved her into the apartment. His thick, kinky hair had not receded, but it had gone so white that it seemed to glow with a spectral light, giving him a curiously mystical aura. He escorted Ginger into the living room, moving with the stride of a man 40 or 50 years his junior. The living room was a surprise, too, not what she expected either of a sedate old monument like the Hotel Agassiz or of Pablo Jackson, an elderly bachelor. The walls were cream-colored, and the contemporary sofas and chairs were upholstered in a matching fabric. An Edward Fields carpet of the same creamy shade provided relief from the dominant scheme by means of a deeply sculpted wave pattern. Color was provided by pastel accent pillows, yellow,
peach, green, and blue, on the sofas, and from 2 large oil paintings, one a Picasso. The result was an airy, bright, warm, and modern decor. Ginger settled into one of 2 armchairs that faced each other across a small table near a long bay window. She declined coffee and said, "Mr. Jackson, I'm afraid I'm here under false pretenses."
"What an interesting beginning," he said, smiling, crossing his legs, resting his long-fingered black hands on the arms of his chair.
"No, really, I'm not a reporter."
"Not from People?" He studied her speculatively.
"Well, that's all right. I knew you weren't a reporter when I let you in. These days, reporters have an oily smoothness about them, and they're an arrogant lot. Soon as I saw you standing at the door, I said to myself, Pablo, this bitty girl is no reporter. She's a real person."
"I need some help that only you can provide."
"A damsel in distress," he said, amused. He seemed not at all angry or uneasy, which she had expected he would be. She said,
"I was afraid you wouldn't see me if I told you my real reasons for wanting to meet you. You see, I'm a doctor, a surgical resident at Memorial, and when I read the article about you in the Globe, I thought you might be able to help."
"I'd be delighted to see you, even if you were selling magazines. An 81-year-old man can't afford to turn anyone away, unless he prefers to spend his days talking to the walls." Ginger appreciated his efforts to put her at ease, though she suspected that his social life was more interesting than her own. He said, "Besides, not even a burnt-out old fossil like me would turn away such a lovely girl as you. But now, tell me what this help is that only I can give you." Ginger leaned forward in her chair.
"First, I've got to know if the article in the newspaper was accurate."
He shrugged. "As accurate as newspaper articles ever are. My mother and father were expatriate Americans living in France, just as the newspaper said. She was a popular chanteuse, a cafe singer in Paris before and after World War I. My father was a musician, as the Globe said, and it's true that my parents knew Picasso and recognized his genius early on. I was named after him. They bought 200 of Picasso's pieces when his work was cheap, and he gave them several paintings as gifts. They had bon goût. They didn't own 100 works, as the paper said, but 50. Still, that collection was an embarrassment of riches. Sold gradually over the years, it cushioned their retirement and gave me something to fall back on as well."
"You were an accomplished stage magician."
"For over 50 years, he said, raising both hands in a graceful and elegant expression of amazement at his own longevity. That gesture was marked by the rhythm and fluidity of prestidigitation, and Ginger half expected him to pluck living white doves from thin air. "And I was famous, too. Sans pareil, even if I say so myself. Not famous over here, so much you understand, but all over Europe and in England."
"And your act involved hypnotizing a few members of the audience?"
He nodded. "That was the centerpiece. It always wowed them."
"And now you're helping the police by hypnotizing witnesses to crimes, so they can recall details they've forgotten."
"Well, it's not a full-time job," he said, waving one slender hand as if to dismiss any such thoughts she might have had. The gesture seemed likely to end with the magical appearance of a bouquet of flowers or a deck of cards. "In fact, they've only come to me 4 times in the past 2 years. I'm usually their last resort."
"But what you've done has worked for them."
"Oh, yes, just as the newspaper said. For instance, a bystander might see a murder take place and get a glimpse of the car in which the killer escaped, but not be able to recall the license number. Now, if he glanced at the license, even for a split second, That number is buried in his subconscious mind, 'cause we never really forget anything we see. Never. So if a hypnotist puts the witness in a trance, regresses him in time, that is, takes him back in his memories to the shooting, and tells him to look at the car, then the license number can be obtained.
Always?
Not always, but we win more than we lose.
Why turn to you? Aren't the police department's psychiatrists capable of using hypnosis?
Certainly, but they're psychiatrists, not hypnotists. Hypnosis is not what they specialized in. I've made it a lifelong study, developed my own techniques that often succeed where standard methods fail.
So when it comes to hypnotism, you're a maven.
An expert? Yes, that's true. Even a maven's maven. But why does any of this interest you, Doctor?
Ginger had been sitting with her purse in her lap, and her hands at rest upon it. But as she told Pablo Jackson about her attacks, she clutched the purse tighter, until her knuckles were white. Jackson's relaxed demeanor changed to shocked interest and concern.
You poor child. You poor little thing. De more en pire. En pire. From bad to worse to worse. How horrible.
You wait there. Don't you move. He popped up from the chair and hurried from the room. When he returned, he was carrying 2 glasses of brandy. She tried to refuse hers.
No, thank you, Mr. Jackson. I don't drink much, and certainly not at this hour of the morning.
Call me Pablo. How much sleep did you get last night? Not much? You were up most of the night, woke up hours ago, so for you this isn't morning, it's the middle of the afternoon. And there's no reason a person can't have a drink in the afternoon, is there?
He settled into his chair again, and for a moment they were silent as they sipped their brandies. Then she said,
Pablo, I want you to hypnotize me. Regress me back to the morning of November 12th, to Bernstein's delicatessen. I want you to hold me at that point in time, and question me relentlessly until I can explain why the sight of those black gloves terrified me.
Impossible, he shook his head. No.
I can pay whatever—
Money is not the issue. I don't need money. He frowned. I'm a magician, not a physician.
I'm already seeing a psychiatrist, and I've broached the subject with him, but he won't do it.
He must have his reasons.
He says it's too soon for hypnotic regression therapy. He admits the technique might help me discover the cause of my attacks, but he says that might be a mistake because I might not yet be ready to face up to the truth. He says premature confrontation with the source of my anxieties might contribute to a breakdown.
You see? He knows best. I would be meddling.
He does not know best,
Ginger insisted, angered by the vivid recollection of her recent conversation with the psychiatrist, in which he had been infuriatingly condescending.
Maybe he knows what's best for most patients, but he doesn't know what's best for me. I can't go on like this. By the time Goodhausen's willing to resort to hypnosis, maybe in a year, I'll no longer be sane enough to benefit. I've got to get a grip on this problem. Take control. Do something.
But surely you see that I can't be responsible.
Wait,
she interrupted, putting her brandy aside.
I anticipated your reluctance.
She opened her purse, withdrew a folded sheet of typing paper and held it out to him.
Here, please take this.
He took the paper. Though Pablo was half a century older than she, his hands were far steadier than hers.
What is it?
A signed release making it clear that I came here in desperation, exonerating you in advance for anything that goes wrong.
He did not bother to read it.
You don't understand, dear lady. I'm not concerned about being sued. Considering my age and the snail's pace of the courts, I wouldn't live to see a judgment placed against me. But the mind is a delicate mechanism, and if something went wrong, if I led you into a breakdown, I would surely
roast in hell.
If you don't help me, if I've got to spend long months in therapy uncertain of the future, I'll have a breakdown anyway.
Desperate, Ginger raised her voice, venting her frustration and anger.
If you send me away, leave me to the well-meaning mercy of friends, abandon me to good housing, I'm finished. I swear that'll be the end of me. I can't go on like this. If you refuse to help me, you'll still be responsible for my breakdown because you could have prevented it.
I'm sorry.
Please!
I can't.
You cold black bastard,
Ginger said, startled by the epithet even as she spoke it. The hurt expression on his benign and gnomish face stung and shamed her. Now it was her turn to say,
I'm sorry. So sorry.
She brought her hands to her face, bent forward in her chair and wept. He came to her, stooped down in front of her. Dr. Wise, please, don't cry. Don't despair. It'll be all right.
No, it never will. Not ever like it was.
He gently pried her hands away from her face. He put one of his hands under her chin, lifted her head until she was looking at him. He smiled, winked, and held a hand before her eyes to show her that it was empty. Then, to her surprise, he plucked a quarter from her right ear.
Hush now, Pablo Jackson said, patting her shoulder. You've made your point, and I certainly don't have an âme de boue, a soul of mud and ungenerous spirit. A woman's tears can move the world. Against my better judgment, I'll do what I can.
Instead of putting an end to her crying, his offer of help renewed her weeping, though these were tears of gratitude.
And now you are in a deep sleep, deep, very deep, utterly relaxed, and you will answer all my questions. Is that understood?
Yes.
You cannot refuse to answer. Cannot refuse. Cannot.
Pablo had drawn the drapes over the 3-bay window and had turned out all the lights except the lamp beside Ginger Weiss's chair. The amber beams fell over her, giving her hair the appearance of real gold filaments and emphasizing the unnatural paleness of her skin. He stood before her, looking down at her face. She had a fragile beauty, an exquisite femininity, yet in her face there was also a great strength, almost masculine in quality.
Le juste milieu.
Perfect balance, the golden mean, was nowhere better defined than in her countenance, where character and beauty were given equal weight. Her eyes were closed, and they moved very little beneath her lids, an indication that she was in a deep trance. Pablo returned to his chair, which stood in shadow, beyond the amber light from the single lamp. He sat, crossed his legs.
Ginger, why were you frightened by the black gloves?
I don't know,
she said softly. You cannot lie to me. Do you understand? You can withhold nothing from me. Why were you afraid of the black gloves?
I don't know.
Why were you afraid of the ophthalmoscope?
I don't know.
Why were you afraid of the sink drain?
I don't know.
Did you know the man on the motorcycle on State Street?
No.
Then why were you frightened of him?
I don't know.
Pablo sighed.
Very well.
Ginger, we'll now do something amazing, something that might seem impossible, but which I assure you is possible. In fact, it's easy. We're going to make time run backward, Ginger. Nothing to it. We're going to send you slowly but surely back in time. You are going to get younger. It's already happening. You can't resist it. Time like a river, flowing backward, ever back. And now it's no longer December 24th. It's December 23rd, Monday, and still the clock runs backward, a little faster. Now it is the 22nd, now the 20th, the 18th. He continued in that manner until he had regressed Ginger to the 12th of November. You are in Bernstein's delicatessen, waiting for your order to be filled. Can you smell the hot baked goods, the spices? She nodded, and he said, Tell me what you smell. She drew a deep breath, and a pleased look overtook her face. Her voice became more animated. Pastrami, garlic, honey cookies, cloves, and cinnamon. She remained in her chair, with her eyes closed, but she lifted her head and turned left and right as if surveying the deli. Chocolate. Just smell that cocoa pound cake. It's wonderful, Pablo said. Now, you pay for your order, turn from the counter, head toward the door, preoccupied with your purse. I can't get my wallet in, she said, scowling. You have the bag of groceries in one arm. Got to clean out this purse. Bang! You bump into the man in the Russian hat. Ginger gasped and twitched in surprise. He grabs your grocery bag to keep it from falling, Pablo said. Oh, she said. He tells you he's sorry. My fault, Ginger said. Pablo knew she was not talking to him, but to the doughy-faced man in the Russian hat, who was now as real to her as he had been that Tuesday in the deli. Apologetically, she said, I wasn't looking where I was going. He holds out your groceries, which you take from him. The aged magician watched her closely. And you notice his gloves. Her transformation was instantaneous and electrifying. She sat straight up, her eyes popped open. The gloves! Oh, God, the gloves! Tell me about the gloves, Ginger. Black, she said in a small, quavering voice. Shiny. What else? No, she cried, starting to get up from the chair. Sit down, please, Pablo said. She froze, half out of her seat. Ginger, I am ordering you to sit down and relax. She sat rigidly, her small hands fisted. Her radiant blue eyes were open wide, focused not on Pablo, but on the gloves in her memory. She looked as if she would bolt again at the slightest provocation. You will relax now, Ginger. You will be calm. Calm. Very calm. Do you understand? Yes. All right, she said. Her breath came less rapidly than it had done, and her shoulders slumped a bit, but she was still tense. Ordinarily, when he put someone into a trance, he maintained total and instantaneous control of the subject. He was surprised and made uneasy by this woman's continued distress in spite of his admonitions to relax, but he could not calm her further. Finally, he said, Tell me about the gloves, Ginger. Oh, my God. Her face twisted in fear. Relax, and tell me about the gloves. Why are you afraid of them? She shook. Don't let them touch me. Why are you afraid of them? He persisted. She hugged herself and shrank back into her chair. Listen to me, Ginger. That moment in time is frozen. The clock is moving neither forward nor back. The gloves cannot touch you. I will never let them touch you. Time is suspended. I have the power to suspend time, and I have stopped it. You are safe. Do you hear me? Yes, she said. But as she cringed against the back of her armchair, there was doubt and barely suppressed terror in her voice. "You are perfectly safe." Pablo was distressed to see this sweet girl so oppressed by fear. "Time has been stopped, so you can study those black gloves without being afraid they'll get hold of you. You will study them and tell me why they frighten you." She was silent, shaking. "You must answer me, Ginger. Why are you afraid of the gloves?" She only whimpered, so he thought a moment, then said, "Is it really this pair of gloves that frighten you?"
No, not exactly.
"The gloves on this man in the deli, they remind you of a pair of other gloves, perhaps from some incident long ago. Is that it?"
Oh, yes. Yes.
"When did this other incident take place? Ginger, what other gloves do these remind you of?"
I don't know.
"Yes, you do." Pablo rose from his chair, moved to the draped windows, and observed her from those shadows. "All right. The hands of the clock are moving again. Time is moving backward again. Back. Back. All the way back to the time when you were first frightened by a pair of black gloves. You are drifting back. Back. And now you are there. You are at the very time, at the very place, at the precise moment and spot where you were first frightened by black gloves." Ginger's eyes were fixed on a horror in a different time, not in this room or in Bernstein's delicatessen, but in some other place. Pablo watched her anxiously. "Where are you, Ginger?" When she remained silent, he said, "You must tell me where you are."
The face,
she said, in a haunted voice that made Pablo shiver.
The face. The blank face.
"Explain yourself, Ginger. What face? Tell me what you see."
The black gloves. The dark glass face.
"Do you mean like the motorcyclist?"
The gloves. The visor."
A spasm of fear throbbed through her. "Be calm. Relax. You're safe. Safe. Now, wherever you are, do you see a man wearing a helmet and a visor, and black gloves?" She began a monotonous chant of stark terror. "Ginger, you must be calm. Be calm, relaxed and at ease. Nothing can harm you. You're safe." Afraid that he was losing control of her and would have to bring her out of the trance soon, Pablo moved quickly to her chair, knelt at her side, put one hand on her arm and stroked gently as he spoke to her. "Where are you, Ginger? How far back in time have you gone, Ginger? Where are you? When are you?" A pathetic cry escaped her, an echo out of time, the tortured response to a long-suppressed terror and despair. He became very stern, switching from a soft to a hard voice. "I am in command of you. You are deeply asleep and completely in my control, Ginger. I demand that you answer me, Ginger." A shudder, worse than any previous spasm, passed through her. "I demand that you answer. Where are you, Ginger?"
"Nowhere."
"Where are you?"
"No place."
Abruptly, she stopped shaking. She sagged in the chair. The fear melted out of her face, and her features went soft, slack. In a thin and emotionless voice, she said,
"Dead."
What do you mean? You're not dead.
Dead?
She insisted. Ginger, you must tell me where you are and how far back in time you've gone, and you must tell me about the black gloves, that first pair of black gloves, the ones you were reminded of when you saw the gloves on that man in the delicatessen. You absolutely must tell me.
Dead.
Suddenly, because he was kneeling beside her chair and was close to her, Pablo realized her breathing was extremely shallow. He took her hand and was startled by how cold it was. He pressed 2 fingers to her wrist, feeling for her pulse. Weak. Very weak. Frantic, he put his fingertips to her throat and located a slow and weak heartbeat. To avoid answering his questions, she seemed to be withdrawing into a sleep far deeper than her hypnotic trance, perhaps into a coma, into an oblivion where she could not hear his demanding voice. He had never encountered a reaction like this before, had never even read of such a thing. Was it possible for Ginger to will herself dead merely to escape his questions? Memory blocks erected around traumatic experiences were not uncommon. His reading and psychology journals sometimes turned up accounts of these psychological barricades to recollection, but they were barriers that could be dismantled without killing the subject. Surely, no experience could be so horrendous that a person would rather die than remember it. Yet even as Pablo pressed his fingers to her throat, the throbbing of her pulse grew fainter and more irregular. "Ginger, listen," he said urgently. "You don't have to answer me. No more questions. You can come back. I won't insist on answers." She seemed suspended on a terrible brink, teetering. "Ginger, listen to me. No more questions. I'm finished asking questions. I swear it." After a long and frightening hesitation, he detected a slight improvement in her pulse rate. "I'm no longer interested in the black gloves or anything else, Ginger. I just want to bring you back to the present and out of your trance. Do you hear me? Please, hear me. Please. I've finished questioning you." Her pulse stuttered shockingly, but then it throbbed more steadily. Respiration improved, too. As he talked to her in that reassuring manner, she quickly got better. Color returned to her lovely face. In less than a minute, he returned her to December 24th and woke her. She blinked.
It didn't work, huh? You couldn't put me under.
"You were under," he said shakily. "Too far under."
She said, "Pablo, you're trembling. Why are you trembling? What's wrong? What happened?"
This time she went to the kitchen and poured the brandy. Later, at the door of Pablo's apartment, as Ginger was leaving to meet the taxi that Pablo had summoned for her, she said,
"I still can't think what it could be. Nothing so terrible has ever happened to me. Certainly, nothing so bad I'd rather die than reveal it."
"There's something very traumatic in your past," Pablo said. "An incident involving a man wearing black gloves, a man with what you said was a dark glass face, perhaps a motorcyclist like the one that panicked you on State Street. It's an incident you've buried very deep, and which you seem determined to keep buried at any cost. I really think you should tell Dr. Goodhausen what happened here today, and let him proceed from there."
"Goodhausen is too traditional, too slow. I want your help."
"I won't risk putting you in a trance and questioning you again."
"Unless your research turns up a similar case."
"Not much chance of that. I've done a lot of reading in psychology and hypnosis for 50 years, and I've never heard of anything like it."
"But you're going to research it, aren't you? You promised."
"I'll see what I can find."
"And if you discover that someone developed a workable technique for getting through a memory block like this, you'll use it on me."
Ginger was mystified, But she was also considerably less distraught than she had been when she first arrived at Pablo Jackson's apartment. At least they had gotten somewhere, even if they did not yet know where. They had found the problem, some mysterious, traumatic experience in the past, and though they had not learned a single detail of it, they knew it was back there, a dark shape waiting to be explored. In time they would find a way to throw a light on it, and when it was revealed she would know the cause of her fugues. "Tell Dr. Goodhausen," Pablo said again.
"I'm pinning all my hopes on you."
"You're damn stubborn,"
the old magician said, shaking his head.
"No, just persistent."
"Willful?"
"Just determined."
Ashane.
"When I get back to Baywatch, I'll look up that word, and if it's an insult, you'll be sorry when I come back on Thursday," she teased.
"Not Thursday. The research is going to take time. I'm not going to hypnotize you again unless I can find a record of a similar case and can follow someone else's procedures, knowing they succeeded."
"Okay, but if you don't call by Friday or Saturday, I'll probably come back and bust my way in. Remember, you're my best hope."
"I am your best hope, only for want of anything better."
"You underrate yourself, Pablo Jackson." She kissed him on the cheek. "I'll be waiting for your call."
Au revoir.
Shalom.
Outside, as she got into the cab, she remembered one of her father's favorite aphorisms, and, like a lead weight, it counteracted her new buoyancy. "It's always brightest just before the dark." 3. Chicago, Illinois. Winton Toke, the tall, jovial, black patrolman riding shotgun, got out of the police cruiser to buy 3 hamburgers and Cokes at a corner sandwich shop, leaving his partner, Paul Armis, behind the wheel, and Father Brendan Cronin in the back seat. Brendan glanced at the shop, but he could not see inside, for the big front windows were painted with festive holiday images: Santa, reindeer, wreaths, angels. A light snow had just begun to fall, and the weather forecast called for 8 inches by midnight, which meant tomorrow would be a white Christmas. As Winton got out of the car, Brendan leaned forward and said to Paul Armis, "Yeah, well, nobody's knocking going my way, but what about It's a Wonderful Life? Now there was a terrific picture." "Jimmy Stewart and Donna Reed," Paul said. What a cast. They had been talking about great Christmas films, and now Brendan was sure he had hit upon the best of the best. Lionel Barrymore played the skinflint. Gloria Graham was in that too. "Thomas Mitchell," Paul Armis said as, outside, Winton reached the door of the sandwich shop. "Ward Bond. Gad, what a cast." Winton had gone into the sandwich shop. "But you're forgetting another great one. Miracle on 34th Street. That was terrific, sure, but I still think Capra's better." It seemed that the gunshots and the startling cascade of shattering glass came at the same instant, with not a fraction of a second between. Even with the car doors shut, the heater fan making noise, and the police band radio crackling and chirruping, the shots were loud enough to halt Brendan in mid-sentence. As the explosions blew away the Christmas piece of the uptown street, the sandwich shop's painted window tableau dissolved, erupted in a glittering spray. New shots overlaid the echo of old reports, and the blasts were accompanied by a brittle and atonal music of glass smashing on the roof, hood, and trunk of the cruiser. "Oh, shit!" Paul Armis tore the dash-mounted riot gun free of its clasps, throwing open his door even as the glass was still raining. "Stay down!" he shouted back at Brendan, and then he was out, crouching, moving around the car and using it as a shield. Stunned, Brendan looked through the window at his side, back toward the sandwich shop entrance. Abruptly, that door was flung wide open, and 2 young men appeared, one black, one white. The black man wore a knit cap and a long navy peacoat, and carried a semi-automatic, sawed-off shotgun. The white man, in a plaid hunting jacket, was armed with a revolver. They came out fast, half-crouched, and the black man swung the shotgun toward the patrol car. Brendan was looking directly into the muzzle. There was a flash,
and he was sure he had been shot, but the rear passenger side window in front of his face remained intact. Instead, the front window exploded inward, fragments of glass and lead pellets showering across the seat, rattling off the dashboard. The near miss shocked Brendan out of his daze, and he rolled off his seat to the floor, his heart hammering almost as loud as the gunfire. Winton Toke had had the bad luck to walk unsuspecting into the middle of an armed robbery. He was probably dead. As Brendan pressed himself to the floor of the squad car, he heard Paul Armis shouting outside, "Drop it!" 2 shots cracked. Not a shotgun, revolver fire. But who pulled the trigger? Paul Armis or the guy in the plaid hunting jacket? Another shot. Someone screamed. But who had been hit, Armis or one of the robbers? Brendan wanted to look, but he did not dare show himself. Thanks to an arrangement Father Vikazik had made with the local precinct captain, Brendan had been riding as an observer with Winton and Paul for 5 days. In an ordinary suit, tie, and topcoat, he was supposed to be a lay consultant employed by the church to study the need for Catholic charity outreach programs, a cover story which everyone seemed to accept. Winton's and Paul's beat was uptown, an area bordered by Foster Avenue on the north, Lakeshore Drive high-rises on the east, Irving Park Road on the south, and North Ashland Avenue on the west. It was Chicago's poorest and most crime-ridden neighborhood, home to blacks and Indians, but mostly to Appalachians and Hispanics. After 5 days with Winton and Paul, Brendan developed a strong liking for both men and a deep sympathy for all the honest souls who lived and worked in those decaying buildings and filthy streets, and who were prey to the packs of human jackals among them. He had learned to expect anything riding with these guys, but the sandwich shop shootout was the worst incident yet. Another shotgun blast slammed into the car, rocking it. Brendan curled fetally on the floor and tried to pray, but no words came. God was still lost to him, and he cowered in terrible solitude. Outside, Paul Armis shouted, "Give it up!" The gunman said, "Fuck you!" When he had reported to Father Vikazik after a week at St. Joseph's, Brendan had been sent to another hospital, where he'd been given work on the terminal ward, a dreadful place with no children at all. There, as at St. Joseph's, Brendan quickly discovered the lesson that Stefan Vikazik expected him to learn. To most who were at the end of life, death was not to be feared but welcomed, a blessing for which they thanked God rather than cursed him. And in dying, many who had never been believers became believers at last, and those who had fallen away from faith came back. There was frequently something noble and deeply moving in the suffering that accompanied a person's exit from this world, as if each shared, for a while, the mystical burden of the cross. Yet, that lesson learned, Brendan remained unable to believe. Now, the fierce beating of his heart hammered the words of the prayer to dust before he could speak them, and his mouth was as dry as powder. Outside there was shouting, but he could not make sense of the words anymore, maybe because the people shouting were incoherent, and maybe because he was partially deaf from the gunfire. He did not yet fully understand the lesson that Father Vikazik had hoped he would learn from this uptown portion of his unconventional therapy, and now, as he listened to the chaos outside, he knew that the lesson, regardless of its nature, would be insufficient to convince him that God was as real as bullets. Death was a bloody, stinking, foul reality, and in the face of it, the promise of a reward in the afterlife was not the least persuasive. The shotgun discharged again, followed by the roar of the riot gun, then by shouting and the slap, slap, slap of running feet. It sounded like a war out there. Another blast from the riot gun, more shattering glass, another scream, more horrible than the one that had rent the air before it. Yet another shot. Silence. Silence, perfect and profound. The driver's door was jerked open. Brendan cried out in surprise and terror. "Stay down," Paul Armis said from the front seat, keeping a low profile himself. "Two dead, but there might be other shitheads inside." "Where's Winton?" Brendan asked. Paul did not answer. Instead, he grabbed the radio microphone up front and called Central. "Officer down! Officer down!" Armis gave his position, the address of the sandwich shop, and requested backup. Lying on his side on the floor of the squad car, Brendan closed his eyes and saw, with heartbreaking clarity, the pictures that Winton Toke carried in his wallet and that he proudly displayed when queried about his family. Pictures of his wife, Raynella, and his 3 children.
"Those rotten fucking bastards,"
Paul Armis said, his voice shaking. Brendan heard soft clicking and scraping sounds that puzzled him until he realized Armis was reloading. He said, "Winton's been shot?"
"Bet on it."
"You might need help."
"It's on the way."
"But he may need help now," Brendan said.
"Can't go in there. Might be another one. 2 more, who knows? We gotta wait for backup."
"Winton might need a tourniquet. Other first aid. He might be dead by the time help gets here."
"Don't you think I know that?"
Paul Armis said bitterly, furiously. He finished reloading and slid out of the car to take up a position from which he could watch the shop. The more Brendan thought about Winton Toke sprawled on the floor in there, the angrier he became. If he had still believed in God, he might have quenched his anger in prayer, but now it fed on itself and grew into a hot rage. His heart pounded even harder than when the shotgun blasts were crashing into the car inches from him. The injustice of Winton's fate, the unfairness, the wrongness was like an acid eating at Brendan. He got out of the car and started across the sidewalk, through the falling snow, toward the entrance to the sandwich shop.
"Brendan!"
Paul Armis shouted from the far side of the police cruiser.
"Stop! For God's sake, don't!"
Brendan kept going, driven by his rage and by the thought that Winton Toke might need immediate first aid to survive. A dead man in a plaid hunting jacket was lying on his back on the sidewalk. A round from Armis's revolver had taken him in the chest, a second round in the throat. There was a stink of loosed bowels. In the snow beside the corpse lay a handgun, perhaps the very one with which Winton Toke had been shot.
"Cronin!" Paul Armis yelled. "Get your ass back here, you idiot!"
Moving past the broken windows, Brendan could see into the shop, which was surprisingly dark. The lights had been shot out, or a switch thrown, and the gray daylight penetrated only a couple of feet inside. He could not see anyone, but that did not mean it was safe to enter.
"Cronin!"
Paul Armis shouted. Brendan went to the entrance, where he found the black man in the peacoat. This one had been hit by a shotgun blast that also demolished the glass door. He was crumpled in 1,000 bright fragments. Stepping over the body, Brendan entered the sandwich shop. He did not have his Roman collar, which might have been something of a shield if he had been wearing it. On the other hand, degenerates like these would probably kill a priest as reflexively and as happily as they blew away police officers. In his suit and tie and topcoat, he was as ordinary and vulnerable as any man. But he did not care. He was that furious. Furious that God did not exist, or, existing, did not care. At the back of the small shop was a service counter. Behind the counter was a grill, other equipment. On this side were 5 very small tables and 10 chairs, most of which had been toppled. On the floor were a couple of napkin dispensers, ketchup and mustard bottles, scattered $1 and $5 bills, a lot of blood, and Winton Toke. Not bothering to study the overturned tables to see if a gunman was sheltering behind them, Brendan went to the officer, knelt beside him. Winton had been hit twice in the chest. Not with the shotgun. Probably the other thug's revolver. The wounds were sickening. Far too traumatic to respond dramatically to a mere tourniquet or first aid procedures. His breast was mantled with blood, and blood trickled from his mouth. The pool of blood in which he lay was so deep that he appeared to be floating on it. He was still, eyes closed, either unconscious or dead. "Winton?" Brendan said. The cop did not respond. His eyelids did not even flutter. Filled with a rage akin to that which had caused him to heave the holy chalice against the wall during Mass, Brendan Cronin gently put both hands on Winton Toke's neck, one on each side, feeling for the throbbing carotid arteries. He detected no life, and in his mind he saw the photographs of Raynella and the Toke children again, and now he was seething with resentment at the indifference of the universe. "He can't die," Brendan said angrily. "He can't."
Suddenly, he thought he felt a thready pulse, so faint it was virtually non-existent. He moved his hands, seeking confirmation that Toke lived. He found it. A less feeble beat than that first phantom drumming, though no less irregular. "Is he dead?" Brendan looked up and saw a man coming around the side of the service counter, a Hispanic in a white apron, the owner, or an employee. A woman, also in a white apron, had risen from behind the counter. Outside, distant sirens were growing nearer. Under Brendan's hands, the throbbing in Winton Toke's neck seemed to be getting stronger and more regular, which was surely not the case. Winton had lost too much blood to stage even a limited spontaneous recovery. Until the paramedics arrived with life support machines, his vital signs would deteriorate unavoidably, and even expert medical care might not stabilize his condition. The sirens were no more than 2 blocks away. Puffs of snow blew in through the shattered windows. The sandwich shop employees edged closer. Numb with shock, in a haze of anger at fate's capricious brutality, Brendan trailed his hands from Winton's neck to the wounds in his chest. When he saw the blood oozing up between his fingers, his rage gave way to overwhelming helplessness and uselessness, and he began to cry. Winton Toke choked, coughed, opened his eyes. Breath rattled thinly and wetly in his throat, and a soft groan escaped him. Amazed, Brendan felt for a pulse in the man's throat again. It was weak, but definitely not as weak as before, and hardly irregular at all. Raising his voice over the shrieking sirens, which were now so near that the air trembled, Brendan said, "Winton! Winton, do you hear me?" The cop did not seem to recognize Brendan, or even to know where he was. He coughed again, and choked more violently than before. Brendan quickly lifted Toke's head a few inches and turned it to one side, to let the blood and mucus drain more freely from his mouth. Immediately, the wounded man's respiration improved, though it remained noisy, each inhalation hard-won. He was still in critical condition and desperate need of medical attention, but he was alive. Alive! Incredible. All this blood, and he was still alive, hanging on. Outside, 3 sirens died, one after the other. Brendan shouted for Paul Armas, excited by the hope that Winton could be saved, but also panicked by the possibility that medical attention would arrive seconds too late. He glanced at the sandwich shop employees and shouted, "Go! Get them in here! Let them know it's safe! Paramedics, damn it!" The man in the apron hesitated, then moved toward the door. Winton Toke expelled bloody mucus and finally drew an unobstructed breath. Brendan carefully lowered Winton's head to the floor again. The cop continued to breathe shallowly, with difficulty, but steadily. Outside, there were shouts and doors slamming and running feet coming toward the sandwich shop. Brendan's hands were wet with Winton Toke's blood. Unthinking, he blotted them on his coat, and it was then that he realized the rings had reappeared on his hands for the first time in nearly 2 weeks, one on each palm, twin bands of raised and inflamed tissue. Cops and paramedics burst through the front door, stepping over the dead man in the navy peacoat, and Brendan quickly moved out of their way. He backed up until he bumped against the service counter, where he leaned in sudden exhaustion, staring at his hands. For a few days following the first appearance of the rings, he had used the cortisone prescribed by Dr. Heaton at St. Joseph's, but when the rings had not reappeared, he had soon stopped applying the lotion. He had almost forgotten about the marks. They had been a curiosity, baffling but of little concern. Now, as he looked at the strange marks, he heard the voices of those around him, fuzzy and strange. "Jesus, the blood! Can't be a live place in the chest. Get the fuck out of my way! Plasma! Type his blood. No, wait, do it in the ambulance." Brendan finally looked at the crowd around Winton Toke. He watched the paramedics as they worked to keep the wounded man alive, get him on a stretcher, and move him out of the sandwich shop. He saw a cursing policeman dragging the dead man out of the doorway to make it easier for the paramedics to exit with Toke. He saw Paul Armas moving along beside the stretcher.
He saw that the blood in which Toke had been lying was not merely a pool, but a lake. He looked at his hands again. The rings were gone. 4. Las Vegas, Nevada. The Texan in the yellow day-glow polyester pants would not have tried to get Georgia Monatella into bed if he had known she was in the mood to castrate someone. Although it was the afternoon of December 24th, Georgia was not yet in the Christmas spirit. Usually even-tempered and easygoing, she was in an exceedingly sour state of mind as she strode back and forth through the casino, from the bar to the blackjack tables and back to the bar again, delivering drinks to the gamblers. For one thing, she hated her job. Being a cocktail waitress was bad enough in a regular bar or lounge, but in a hotel casino bigger than a football field, it was a killer. At the end of a shift, her feet ached, and often her ankles were swollen. The hours were irregular, too. How were you supposed to provide a stable home for a 7-year-old daughter when you did not have a job with normal hours? She also hated the costume. A little red nothing, cut high in the crotch and hips, very low at the bust line, smaller than a bathing suit. An elastic corset was built in to minimize the waistline and emphasize the breasts. If you were already small-waisted, with generous breasts, as Georgia was, the get-up made you look almost freakishly erotic. And she hated the way the pit bosses and casino floormen were always hitting on her. Maybe they figured any girl who would strut her stuff in an outfit like that was an easy lay. She was sure that her name had something to do with their attitude as well. Georgia, Georja. It was cute. Too cute. Her mother must have been drunk when she got creative with the spelling of Georgia. It was all right when people heard it, because they had no way of knowing she spelled it cute, but she had to wear a name tag on her costume. Georja. And at least a dozen people a day commented on it. It was a frivolous name, misspelled like that, so it gave them the idea she was a frivolous person. She had considered going to court to have the proper spelling made legal, but that would hurt her mother. However, if guys at work kept hitting on her, she might even have it changed to Mother Teresa, which ought to cool off some of the horny bastards. And fending off the bosses was not the worst of it. Every week, some high roller, a big shot from Detroit or L.A. or Dallas, dropping a bundle at the tables, would take a shine to Georgia and ask the pit boss to fix him up with her. A few cocktail waitresses were available. Not many, but a few. But when the pit bosses approached Georgia, her answer was always the same. To hell with him. I'm a waitress, not a hooker. Her routine, cold refusal did not stop them from pressuring her to relent, which they had done an hour ago. A wart-faced, bug-eyed oil man from Houston, in phosphorescent yellow pants, a blue shirt, and a red string tie, one of the hotel's favorite clients, had gotten the hots for her and had made inquiries. His breath stank of the burritos he had eaten for lunch. Now the bosses were angry with her for refusing a highly valued customer for being too stuffy. Rainey Tarnell, the blackjack pit boss on the day shift, had the gall to put it just like that. Honey, don't be so stuffy. As if falling on her back and spreading her legs for a stranger from Houston was merely the equivalent of a fashion gaucherie like wearing white shoes either before Memorial Day or after Labor Day. Though she hated being a casino cocktail waitress, she could not afford to quit. No other job would pay her as well. She was a divorced mother raising a daughter without benefit of child support payments, and in order to protect her credit rating, she was still paying off bills that Alan had run up in her name before walking out on her, so she was acutely aware of the value of a dollar. Her wages were low, but the tips were exceedingly good, especially on those occasions when one of her customers started winning big at cards or dice. On this day before Christmas, the casino was 2/3 empty and tips were bad. Vegas was always slow, Thanksgiving and Christmas, and the crowds did not return until December 26th. The whizzing, rattling, ringing of slot machines was muted. Many of the blackjack dealers stood idle and bored in front of empty tables. No wonder I'm in a sour mood, Georgia thought.
Sore feet, back pain, a horny creep who figures I ought to be as available as the drinks I serve, an argument with Rainey Tarnell, and no tips to show for it. When her shift ended at 4 o'clock, she hurried to the changing room downstairs, punched the time clock, slipped out of her costume and into street clothes, and was out the door into the employee parking lot with a speed that would have drawn praise from an Olympic runner. The unpredictable desert weather did nothing to instill the Christmas spirit in her. A Las Vegas winter day could be cold, with bone-numbing wind, or it could be warm enough for shorts and halters. This year, the holiday was warm. Her dusty, battered Chevette started on only the 3rd try, which should have improved her mood. But listening to the starter grind and the engine cough, she was reminded of the shiny new Buick that Alan had taken with him 15 months ago, when he had abandoned her and Marcy. Alan Rykoff. More than her job, more than any of the other things that irritated her, Alan was the cause of Georgia's foul mood. She had shed his name when the marriage had been dissolved, reverting to her maiden name, Monatella, but she could not as easily shed the memories of the pain he had inflicted on her and Marcy. As she drove out of the parking lot into the street behind the hotel, Georgia tried to banish Alan from her thoughts, but he remained at center stage. The bastard. With his current bedmate, an airhead blonde bearing the unlikely name Pepper, he had flown off to Acapulco for a week, not even bothering to leave a Christmas gift for Marcy. What did you tell a 7-year-old girl when she asked why her daddy didn't buy her anything for Christmas, or even come to see her? Although Alan left Georgia saddled with bills, she had willingly foregone alimony because, by then, she loathed him so much that she had not wanted to be dependent on him. However, she had gone after child support, and had been shocked when he countered by insisting Marcy was not his child, and therefore not his responsibility. Damn him! Georgia had married him when she was 19 and he was 24, and she'd never been unfaithful. Alan knew she hadn't cheated, but protecting his jazzy lifestyle, he needed every dollar for clothes, fast cars, and women, was more important to him than his wife's reputation or his daughter's happiness. To spare little Marcy humiliation and pain, Georgia had released Alan from responsibility before he could voice his sleazy accusations in the courtroom. So she was finished with him. She could put him out of her mind. But as she drove past the mall at the intersection of Maryland Parkway and Desert Inn Road, Georgia thought about how young she had been when she tied herself to Alan. Too young for marriage, and too naive to see through his facade. When she was 19, she thought he was très sophisticated, charming. For more than a year, their union had seemed blissful, but gradually she began to see him for what he was: shallow, vain, lazy, a shockingly promiscuous womanizer. The summer before last, when their relationship had been rocky, she had tried to salvage the marriage by coercing Alan into a carefully planned 3-week vacation. She believed that part of their problem was that they spent too little time together. He was a baccarat dealer in one hotel, and she was employed in another, and they frequently worked different shifts, slept on different schedules. Just the two of them and Marcy, embarking upon an adventurous 3-week car trip, seemed a good way to repair their damaged relationship. Unfortunately, but predictably, her scheme had not worked. After the vacation, upon their return to Vegas, Alan had been more promiscuous than before. He seemed determined, driven, to take a poke at anything in skirts. In fact, it was almost as if the car trip had somehow pushed him over the edge, for the number and intensity of his one-night stands developed a manic quality, a frightening desperation. 3 months later, in October of that year, he walked out on her and Marcy. The only good thing about the car trip had been the brief encounter with that young woman doctor who had been driving cross-country from Stanford to Boston on, she had said, her first vacation ever. Georgia still remembered the woman's name, Ginger Weiss. Although they had met only once, and then for little more than an hour, Ginger Weiss had quite unwittingly changed Georgia's life. The doctor had been so very young, so slender, pretty, feminine. It had been difficult to accept that she was really a doctor. Yet she'd been uncommonly self-assured and competent. Deeply impressed by Ginger Weiss during that encounter, Georgia was later motivated by the doctor's example. She had always thought of herself as a born cocktail waitress, incapable of anything more challenging. But when Alan walked out, she had remembered Dr. Weiss and decided to make more of herself than she had previously thought possible. During the past 11 months, Georgia had taken business management courses at UNLV, squeezing them into an already hectic schedule. When she finished paying the bills that Alan had left her, she would build a nest egg so she could eventually open her own business. A dress shop. She had worked out a very detailed plan, revising and honing it until it was realistic, and she knew she would stick with it. It was a shame that she would never have a chance to thank Ginger Weiss. Of course, it was not any favor that Dr. Weiss had performed that so deeply affected Georgia. It was not so much what the doctor had done as what she was. Anyway, at 27, Georgia's prospects were more exciting than they had been previously. Now she turned off Desert Inn Road onto Pawnee Drive, a street of comfortable homes behind the Boulevard Mall. She stopped in front of Kara Persagian's house and got out of the car. The front door opened before she reached it, and Marcy rushed out into her arms, shouting happily, "Mommy! Mommy!" And Georgia was at last able to forget about her job, the Texan, the argument with the pit boss, and the dilapidated condition of the Chevette. She squatted down and hugged her daughter. When all else failed to cheer her, she could count on Marcy for a lift. "Mommy," the girl said, "did you have a great day?" "Yes, honey, I did. You smell like peanut butter." "Cookies! Aunt Kara made peanut butter cookies. I had a great day, too. Mommy, do you know why elephants came, why they came all the way from Africa to live in this country?" Marcy giggled. "'Cause we got orchestras here and elephants just love to dance." She giggled again. "Isn't that silly?" Even allowing for maternal prejudice, Georgia knew that Marcy was an adorable child. The girl had her mother's hair, so dark brown that it was virtually black, and her mother's dusky complexion. Her eyes were a striking contrast to the rest of her, not brown like Georgia's, but blue like her father's. She had an immensely appealing gamin quality. Marcy's huge eyes opened wide. "Hey, know what day it is?" "I sure do. Almost. Christmas Eve." "Will be soon as it's dark. Aunt Kara's giving us cookies to take home. You know, Santa's already left the North Pole, and he started going down chimneys already, but in other parts of the world, of course, where it's dark, not chimneys here. Aunt Kara says I've been so bad all year, I'll only get a necklace made out of coal, but she's just teasing. Isn't she just teasing, Mommy?" "Just teasing," Georgia confirmed. "Oh, no, I'm not," Kara Persagian said. She came through the doorway onto the front walk, a grandmotherly woman in a house dress and apron. "A coal necklace, and maybe a set of matching coal earrings." Marcy giggled again. Kara was not Marcy's aunt, merely her after-school babysitter. Marcy called her Aunt Kara from the second week she knew her, and the sitter was obviously delighted by that affectionately bestowed honorary title. Kara was carrying Marcy's jacket, a big coloring book picture of Santa that they had been working on for a few days, and a plate of cookies. Georgia gave the picture and jacket to Marcy, accepted the cookies with expressions of gratitude, and with some chatter about diets, and then Kara said, "Georgia, could I speak with you a moment? Just the two of us?" "Sure." Georgia sent Marcy to the car with the cookies and turned inquisitively to Kara. "It's about Marcy. What's she done?" "Oh, nothing bad. She's an angel, that one. Couldn't misbehave if she tried. But today, well, she was talking about how the thing she wants most for Christmas is that little Miss Dr. Plakett. It's the first time she's ever really nagged me about a toy," Georgia said. "I don't know why she's obsessed with it. She talks about it every day. You are getting it for her?" Georgia glanced at the Chevette, confirming that Marcy was out of earshot, then smiled.
Yes, Santa definitely has it in his bag. Good. She'd be heartbroken if you didn't. But the oddest thing happened today, and it made me wonder if she'd ever been seriously ill. Serious illness? No, she's an exceptionally healthy kid. Never been in the hospital? No. Why? Kara frowned. Well, today she started talking about the Little Miss Doctor kit, and she told me she wanted to be a doctor when she grew up because then she could treat herself when she got sick. She said she never wanted a doctor to touch her again because she was once hurt real bad by doctors. I asked her what she meant, and she got quiet for a while, and I thought she wasn't going to answer me. Then finally, in this very somber voice, she said some doctors had once strapped her down in a hospital bed so she couldn't get out, and then they stuck her full of needles and flashed lights in her face and did all sorts of horrible things to her. She said they hurt her real bad, so she was going to become her own doctor and treat herself from now on. Really? Well, it's not true, Georgia said. I don't know why she'd make up such a story. That is odd. Oh, that's not the odd part. When she told me all this, I was concerned. I was surprised you'd never told me. I mean, if she'd been seriously ill, I ought to have been told in case there was a possibility of a recurrence. So I questioned her about it, just casually, the way you coax things out of a child. And suddenly, the poor little thing just burst into tears. We were in the kitchen, making cookies, and she started to cry and shake. Just shaking like a leaf. I tried to calm her, but that only made her cry harder. Then she pulled away from me and ran. I found her in the living room, in the corner behind the big green lazy boy, huddled down as if she were hiding from someone. Good heavens, Georgia said. Took me at least 5 minutes to get her to stop crying, and another 10 to coax her out of her hidey-hole behind that chair. She made me promise, if those doctors ever came for her again, that I'd let her hide behind the chair and not tell them where she was. I mean, Georgia, she was in a real state. On the way home, Georgia said, Oh, that was some story you told Kara. What story? Marcy asked, looking straight ahead, barely able to see over the dashboard. That story about the doctors? Oh, being strapped in bed. Why'd you make up a thing like that? It's true. But it isn't. Yes, it is. The girl's voice was little more than a whisper. The only hospital you were ever in was the one where you were born, and I'm sure you don't remember that. Georgia sighed. A few months ago we had a little talk about fibbing. Remember what happened to Danny Duck when he fibbed? The Truth Fairy wouldn't let him go to the woodchuck's party. That's right. Fibbing's bad, Marcy said softly. Nobody likes fibbers, especially not woodchucks and squirrels. Disarmed, Georgia had to bite back a laugh and struggle to keep a stern tone in her voice. Nobody likes fibbers. They stopped at a red traffic light, but Marcy still looked straight ahead, refusing to meet Georgia's eyes. The girl said, It's especially bad to fib to your mommy or your daddy, or to anyone who cares about you. And making up stories to scare Kara, that's the same as fibbing. Wasn't trying to scare her, Marcy said. Trying to get sympathy, then. You were never in a hospital. Was. Oh, yeah? Marcy nodded vigorously, and Georgia said, When? Don't remember when. You don't remember, huh? Almost. Almost isn't good enough. Where was this hospital? I'm not sure. Sometimes I remember it better than other times. Sometimes I can hardly remember it at all, and sometimes I remember it real good, and then I get scared. Right now you don't remember too well, huh? Nope. But today I remembered real good and scared myself.
The traffic light changed, and Georgia drove in silence, wondering how best to handle the situation. She had no notion what to make of it. It was foolish ever to believe that you understood your child. Marcy had always been able to surprise Georgia with actions, statements, big ideas, musings, and questions that seemed not to have come from within herself, but which it seemed she had carefully selected from some secret book of startling behavior that was known to all kids but not to adults, some cosmic volume perhaps titled Keeping Mom and Dad Off Balance. As if she had just dipped into that book again, Marcy said,
"Why were all Santa Claus's kids deformed?"
"What?"
"Well, see, Santa and Mrs. Claus had a whole bunch of kids, but all of them was elves. The elves aren't their children. They work for Santa."
"Really?
"How much does he pay them?"
"Well, he doesn't pay them anything, honey."
"How do they buy food, then?"
"They don't have to buy anything. Santa gives them all they need." This was certainly the last Christmas that Marcy would believe in Santa. Nearly all of her classmates were already doubters. Recently, she had been asking these probing questions. Georgia would be sorry to see the fantasy disproved, the magic lost.
"The elves are part of his family, honey, and they work with him simply for the love of it." "You mean the elves are adopted? So Santa doesn't have real kids of his own? That's sad."
"No, 'cause he's got all the elves to love." God, I love this kid, Georgia thought. Thank you, God. Thank you for this kid, even if I did have to get tied up with Alan Rykoff to get her. Dark clouds and silver linings. She turned into the 2-lane driveway that encircled Los Huevos apartments and parked the Chevette in the 4th carport. Los Huevos. The eggs. After 5 years in the place, she still couldn't understand why anyone would name an apartment complex the Eggs. The instant the car stopped, Marcy was out of it with the poster from the coloring book and the plate of cookies, dashing up the walkway to their entrance. The girl had deftly changed the subject just long enough to finish the ride and escape from the confines of the car. Georgia wondered if she should press the issue farther. It was Christmas Eve, and she had no desire to spoil the holiday. Marcy was a good kid, better than most, and this business about being hurt by doctors was an extremely rare instance of fabrication. Georgia had made the point that fibbing was not acceptable, and Marcy had understood, even if she had persisted a bit with her medical fantasy, and her sudden change of subject had probably been an admission of wrongdoing. So it was an aberration. Nothing would be gained by harping on it, especially not at the risk of ruining Christmas. Georgia was confident she would hear no more about it. 5. Laguna Beach, California. During the afternoon, Dominic Corvasis must have read the unsigned typewritten note 100 times. The sleepwalker would be well advised to search the past for the source of his problem. That is where the secret is buried. In addition to the letter's lack of signature and return address, the postmark on the plain white envelope was double-struck and badly smeared, so he could not determine whether it had been mailed in Laguna Beach or from another city. After he paid for his breakfast and left the cottage, he sat in his car, the copy of Twilight and Babylon forgotten on the seat beside him, and read the note 6 times. It made him so nervous that he withdrew a pair of Valiums from his jacket pocket and almost took one without water. But as he put the tablet to his lips, he hesitated. To explore all of the ramifications of the note, he would need a clear mind. For the first time in weeks, he denied himself chemical escape from his anxieties. He returned the Valium to his pocket. He drove to South Coast Plaza, a huge shopping mall in Costa Mesa, to buy some last-minute Christmas gifts. In each store he visited, while he waited for the clerks to gift-wrap his purchases, he took the curious message from his pocket and read it again and again. For a while Dom had wondered if the note had come from Parker, if perhaps the artist had sent it to jolt him and intrigue him and propel him out of his drug-induced haze. Parker might be capable of such highly theatrical, amateur psychotherapy, but finally Dom dismissed that idea. Machiavellian maneuvers were simply not aspects of the painter's personality. He was, in fact, almost excessively forthright. Parker was not the author of the note, but he was certain to have some original speculations about who might be behind it. Together they might be able to decide just how the arrival of this letter changed things, and how they ought to proceed. Later, back in Laguna, when Dom was within a block of Parker's house, he was suddenly shaken by a previously unconsidered, profoundly troubling possibility. This new idea was so disconcerting that he pulled the Firebird to the curb and stopped. He got the note from his pocket, read it again, fingered the paper. He felt cold inside. He looked into the reflection of his own eyes in the rear-view mirror, and he did not like what he saw. Could he have written the note himself? He could have composed it on the display writer while asleep. But it was outlandish to suppose he had dressed, gone to the mailbox, deposited the note, returned home, and changed into pajamas again without waking up. Impossible. Wasn't it? If he had done such a thing, his mental imbalance was worse than he had thought. His hands were clammy. He blotted them on his trousers. Only 3 people in the world were aware of his sleepwalking: himself, Parker Fane, and Dr. Kobletz. He had already eliminated Parker. Dr. Kobletz had certainly not sent the note. So if Dom himself had not sent it, who had? When he pulled away from the curb at last, he did not continue to Parker's house, but headed home instead. 10 minutes later, in his study, he took the by-now rumpled note from his pocket. He typed those 2 sentences, which appeared on the display writer's dark screen in glowing green letters. Then he switched on the printer and instructed the computer to produce a hard copy of the document. He watched as it hammered out those 23 words. The display writer came with 2 print wheels in 2 typefaces. He had bought 2 more to provide options for different tasks. Now, Dom used the 3 additional print wheels to produce a total of 4 copies of the note, and with a pencil he labeled each according to the style of type used for it: Prestige Elite, Artisan 10, Courier 10, Letter Gothic. He smoothed out the original rumpled note and placed each of the copies beside it for comparison. He hoped to eliminate all 4 type styles that he possessed, disproving the theory that he had sent the note to himself. But the Courier 10 appeared to be a perfect match. That did not conclusively prove he had written the note. In offices and homes all over the country there must be millions of print wheels and printer elements in the Courier face. He compared the paper of the original note to that of the copy he had made. They were both 20-pound, 8.5 by 11, standard products sold under a dozen labels in thousands of stores in all 50 states. Neither sheet was of sufficient quality to contain fibers. Dom held them up to the light and saw that neither page featured a mill seal or brand name watermark, which might have proven that the original note had not been typed on paper from his own stock. He thought, Parker, Dr. Kobletz, and me. Who else could know? And what was the note trying to tell him exactly? What secret was buried in his past? What suppressed trauma or forgotten event lay at the root of his somnambulism? Sitting at his desk, staring at the night beyond the big window, straining blindly toward understanding, he grew tense. Again, he felt a need for Valium, almost a craving, but he resisted. The note engaged his curiosity, logic, and reason. He was able to focus his intellect on the search for a solution and concentrate with an intensity of which he had not been capable recently, and thus he found the willpower to forsake the solace of tranquilization. He was beginning to feel good about himself for the first time in weeks. In spite of the helplessness in which he had been wallowing, he now realized that, after all, he still had the power to shape and direct the course of his own life. All he had needed was something like the note, something tangible on which he could focus. He paced around the house, carrying the note, thinking. Eventually he came to a front window from which he could see his curbside mailbox, a brick column with a metal receptacle mortared into it, standing in the bluish fall of light from a mercury vapor street lamp. Because he kept the post office drawer in town, the only mail he got at home was that addressed to occupant, and occasional cards or letters from friends who had both his mailing and street address, but who sometimes forgot that all correspondence was to go to the former. Standing at the window, staring at the curbside receptacle, Dom realized that he had not picked up today's delivery. He went outside, down the front walk to the street, and used a key to unlock the receptacle. Except for the breeze that rustled the trees, the night was quiet. The wind carried the scent of the sea, and the air was chilly. The overhead mercury vapor lamp was sufficiently bright for Dom to identify the mail as he withdrew it from the box. 6 advertising flyers and catalogs, 2 Christmas cards, and a plain, white, business-size envelope with no return address. Excited, fearful, he hurried back into the house to his study, tearing open the white envelope and extracting a single sheet of paper as he went. At his desk, he unfolded the letter. The moon. No other words could have shocked him as badly as those. He felt as if he had fallen into the white rabbit's hole and was tumbling down into a fantastic realm where logic and reason no longer applied. The moon. This was impossible. No one knew he had awakened from bad dreams with those words on his lips, repeating them in panic. The moon. Moon. And no one knew that while sleepwalking he had typed those words on the display writer. He had told neither Parker nor Koontz, because those incidents had transpired after he'd begun drug therapy, and after the drug seemed to be working, and he had not wanted to appear to be slipping backward. Besides, although those 2 words filled him with dread, he did not understand their significance. He did not know why they had the power to raise goose flesh, and he instinctively felt that it was unwise to mention this development to anyone until he had gotten a better handle on it. He had been afraid Koontz would conclude that the drugs were not helping him and would discontinue them in favor of psychotherapy. And Dom had needed the drugs. The moon. No one knew. Damn it. No one but Dom himself. In the street lamp's dim glow, he had not checked for a postmark. Now he saw that its point of origin was not a mystery, as was the case with the letter that had come this morning. It was clearly stamped New York, New York, and dated December 18th, Wednesday of last week. He almost laughed out loud. He was not insane, after all. He was not sending these cryptic messages to himself, could not possibly be sending them because he had been in Laguna last week. 3,000 miles separated him from the mailbox in which this, and undoubtedly the other, strange message had first been deposited. But who had sent him the notes? And why? Who in New York could know that he was sleepwalking, or that he had repeatedly typed the moon on his word processor? 1,000 questions crowded Dom Corvasis's mind, and he had no answers to any of them. Worse, at the moment he could see no way even to seek answers. The situation was so bizarre that there was no logical direction for his inquiries to take. For 2 months he had thought that his sleepwalking was the strangest and most frightening thing that had ever happened, or ever would happen, to him. But whatever lay behind the somnambulism must be even stranger and more frightening than the night-walking itself. He recalled the first message he had left for himself on the word processor. I'm afraid. What had he been hiding from in closets? When he had started to nail the windows shut while sound asleep, what had he hoped to keep out of his house? Dom saw now that his sleepwalking had not been caused by stress. He was not suffering anxiety attacks because he feared the success or failure of his first novel. It was nothing as mundane as that. Something else. Something very strange and terrible. What did he know in his sleep that he did not know when awake? 6. New Haven County, Connecticut. The sky had cleared before nightfall, but the moon had not yet risen. The stars shed little light upon the cold earth. With his back against a boulder, Jack Twist sat in the snow atop a knoll at the edge of pines, waiting for the guardmaster armored truck to appear. Only 3 weeks after personally netting more than $1 million from the mafia warehouse job, he was already setting up another heist. He was wearing boots, gloves, and a white ski suit, with the hood over his head and tied securely under his chin. 300 yards behind him, and to the southwest, beyond the small woods, the darkness was relieved by the light of a housing development. However, Jack waited in utter blackness, his breath steaming. In front of him, 2 miles of night-clad fields lay northeast, barren but for a few widely spaced trees and some winter-stripped brush. In the distance beyond the emptiness, there were electronics plants, then shopping centers, then residential neighborhoods, none of which was visible from Jack's position, though their existence was indicated by the glow of electric lights on the horizon. At the far edge of the fields, headlights appeared over a low rise. Raising a pair of night binoculars, Jack focused on the approaching vehicle, which was following the 2-lane county road that bisected the fields. In spite of the leftward cast of his left eye, Jack had superb vision, and with the help of the night binoculars he ascertained that the vehicle was not the guardmaster truck, therefore of no consequence to him. He lowered the glasses. In his solitude upon the snowy knoll, he thought back to another time and a warmer place, to a humid night in a Central American jungle when he had studied a nocturnal landscape with binoculars just like these. Then he had been searching anxiously for hostile troops that had been stalking and encircling him and his buddies. His platoon, 20 highly trained rangers under the leadership of Lieutenant Rafe Eichhorn, with Jack as second-in-command, had crossed the border illegally and gone 15 miles inside the enemy state without being detected. Their presence could have been construed as an act of war. Therefore, they wore camouflage suits stripped of rank and service markings, and they carried no identification. Their target was a nasty little re-education camp, cynically named the Institute of Brotherhood, where 1,000 Mosquito Indians were imprisoned by the People's Army. 2 weeks earlier, courageous Catholic priests had led another 1,500 Indians through the jungles and out of the country before they could be imprisoned, too. These clergymen had brought word that the Indians at the Institute would be murdered and buried in mass graves if not rescued within the month. The Mosquitoes were a fiercely proud breed with a rich culture that they refused to forsake for the anti-ethnic, collectivist philosophy of the country's latest leaders. The Indians' continued loyalty to their own traditions would ensure their extermination, for the ruling council did not hesitate to call up the firing squads to solidify its power. Nevertheless, 20 rangers in mufti would not have been committed to such a dangerous raid merely to save mosquitoes. Both left- and right-wing dictatorial regimes routinely slaughtered their citizenry in every corner of the world, and the United States could not, prevent those state-sanctioned murders. But in addition to the Indians at the Institute, there were 11 others whose rescue, along with the Indians, made the risky operation worthwhile. Those 11 were former revolutionaries who had fought the just war against the now-deposed right-wing dictator, but who had refused to remain silent when their revolution had been betrayed by totalitarians of the left. Undoubtedly, those 11 possessed valuable information. The opportunity to debrief them was more important than saving the lives of 1,000 Indians, at least as far as Washington was concerned. Undetected, Jack's platoon reached the Institute of Brotherhood in a farming district at the edge of the jungle. It was a concentration camp, in all but name, a place of barbed wire fences and guard towers. 2 buildings stood outside the fenced perimeter of the camp, a 2-story concrete block structure from which the government administered the district, and a dilapidated wooden barracks housing 60 troops. Shortly after midnight, the platoon of Rangers stealthily took up positions and launched a rocket attack on the barracks and the concrete building. The initial artillery barrages were followed by hand-to-hand combat. Half an hour after the last shot was fired, the Indians and other prisoners, as jubilant a group as Jack had ever seen, were formed into a column and moved out toward the border 15 miles away. 2 Rangers had been killed, 3 were wounded. As first in command of the platoon, Rafe Eichhorn led the exodus and oversaw security along the column's flanks, while Jack stayed behind with 3 men to be sure the last of the prisoners got out of the camp in orderly fashion. It was also his responsibility to gather up files relating to the interrogation, torture, and murder of Indians and district peasants. By the time he and his 4 men left the Institute of Brotherhood, they were 2 miles behind the last of the Mosquitoes. Though Jack and his men made good time, they never caught up with their platoon, and were still miles from the Honduran border when, at dawn, hostile Army helicopters like giant black wasps came in low over the trees and began offloading enemy troops wherever a clearing could be found. The other Rangers and all the Indians reached freedom, but Jack and his 3 men were captured and transported to a facility similar to the Institute of Brotherhood. However, the place was so much worse than the concentration camp that it had no official existence. The ruling council did not admit that such a hellhole existed in the new workers' paradise, or that monstrous inquisitions were conducted within its walls. In true Orwellian tradition, because the 4-story complex of cells and torture chambers had no name, it did not exist. Within those nameless walls, in cells without numbers, Jack Twist and the 3 other Rangers were subjected to psychological and physical torture, relentless humiliation and degradation, controlled starvation, and constant threats of death. 1 of the 4 died. 1 went mad. Only Jack and his closest friend, Oscar Weston, held on to both life and sanity during the 11.5 months of their incarceration. Now, 8 years later, leaning against a boulder atop a knoll in Connecticut, waiting for the guardmaster Chuck, Jack heard sounds and detected odors which were not of this wind-swept winter night. The hard footfalls of jackboots on concrete corridors, the stench from the overflowing slops bucket, which was the cell's only toilet, the pathetic cry of some poor bastard being taken from his cell to another session with interrogators. Jack took deep breaths of the clean, cold Connecticut air. He was seldom troubled by bad memories of that time and nameless place. He was more often haunted by what had happened to him after his escape, and by what had happened to his Jenny in his absence. It was not his suffering in Central America that turned him against society. Rather, subsequent events were what had soured him. He saw other headlights out on the black fields and raised his night binoculars. It was the guardmaster armored transport. He looked at his watch. 9:38. It was right on schedule, as it had been every night for a week. Even with the holiday tomorrow, the truck kept to its route. Guardmaster security was nothing if not reliable. On the ground beside Jack was an attaché case. He lifted the lid. The blue numerals of a digital scanner were locked on the guardmaster's open radio link to the company dispatcher. Even with his state-of-the-art equipment, he had needed 3 nights to discover the truck's frequency. He turned the volume dial on his own receiver. Static crackled, hissed. Then he was rewarded by a routine exchange between the driver and the distant dispatcher.
301,
the dispatcher said. Reindeer, the driver said.
Rudolph,
the dispatcher said.
Rooftop,
the driver said. The hiss and crackle of static settled in once more. The dispatcher had opened the exchange with the truck's number, and the rest of it had been the day's code, which served as confirmation that 301 was on schedule and in no trouble of any kind. Jack switched off his receiver. The lighted dials went dark. The armored transport passed less than 200 feet from his position on the knoll, and he turned to watch its dwindling taillights. He was confident of Guardmaster 301's schedule now, and he would not be returning to these fields until the night of the stick-up, which was tentatively scheduled for Saturday, January 11th. Meanwhile, there was a great deal more planning to be done. Ordinarily, planning a job was nearly as exciting and satisfying as the actual commission of the crime. But as he left the knoll and headed toward the houses to the southwest, where he had parked his car on a quiet street, he felt no elation, no thrill. He was losing the ability to take delight in even the contemplation of a crime. He was changing, and he did not know why. As he drew near the first houses to the southwest of the knoll, he became aware that the night had grown brighter. He looked up. The moon swelled fat on the horizon, so huge it seemed to be crashing to earth, an illusion of enormousness created by the odd perspective of the early stages of the satellite's ascension. He stopped abruptly and stood with his head tilted back, staring up at the luminous lunar surface. A chill seized him, an inner iciness unrelated to the winter cold. "The moon," he said softly. Hearing himself speak those words aloud, Jack shuddered violently. Inexplicable fear welled in him. He was gripped by an irrational urge to run and hide from the moon, as if its luminescence were corrosive and would like an acid dissolve him as he stood bathed in it. The compulsion to flee passed in a minute. He could not understand why the moon had so suddenly terrified him. It was only the ancient and familiar moon of love songs and romantic poetry. Strange. He headed toward the car again. The looming lunar face still made him uneasy, and several times he glanced up at it, perplexed. However, by the time he got in the car, drove into New Haven, and picked up Interstate 95, that curious incident had faded from his mind. He was once more preoccupied with thoughts of Jenny, his comatose wife, whose condition haunted him more than usual at Christmas time. Later, in his apartment, as he stood by a big window staring out at the great city, a bottle of Beck's in one hand, he was sure that from 261st Street to Park Row, from Bensonhurst to Little Neck, there could be no one in the metropolis whose Christmas Eve was lonelier than his. "7. Christmas Day. Elko County, Nevada. Sandy Sarver woke soon after dawn came to the high plains. The early sun glimmered vaguely at the bedroom windows of the house trailer. The world was so still that it seemed time must have stopped. She could turn over and go back to sleep if she so desired, for she had 8 more days of vacation ahead of her. Ernie and Fay Block had closed the Tranquility Motel and had gone to visit their grandchildren in Milwaukee. The adjacent Tranquility Grill, which Sandy operated with her husband Ned, was also closed over the holidays. But Sandy knew she could not get back to sleep, for she was wide awake and horny. She stretched like a cat beneath the blankets. She wanted to wake Ned, smother him with kisses, and pull him atop her. Ned was merely a shadowy form in the dark bedroom, breathing deeply, sound asleep. Although she wanted him badly, she did not wake him. There would be plenty of time for lovemaking later in the day. She slipped quietly out of bed into the bathroom and showered. She made the end of it a cold, shower. For years she had been uninterested in sex. Frigid. Not long ago the sight of her own nude body had embarrassed her and filled her with shame. Although she did not know the reason for the new feelings that had risen in her lately, she definitely had changed. It had started the summer before last, when sex had suddenly seemed, well, appealing. That sounded silly now. Of course, sex was appealing. But prior to that summer, lovemaking had always been a chore to be endured. Her late erotic blossoming was a delightful surprise, and an inexplicable mystery. Nude, she returned to the shadowy bedroom. She took a sweater and a pair of jeans from the closet and dressed. In the small kitchen, she started to pour orange juice, but stopped when stricken by the urge to go for a drive. She left a note for Ned, put on a sheepskin-lined jacket, and went outside to the Ford pickup. Sex and driving were the two new passions in her life, and the latter was almost as important to her as the former. That was another funny thing. Until the summer before last, she hated going anywhere in the pickup except to work and back, and she seldom drove. She had not only disliked highway travel, but had dreaded it the way some people were afraid of airplanes. But now, other than sex, there was nothing she liked better than to get behind the wheel of the truck and take off, journeying on a whim without a destination, speeding. She had always understood why sex repelled her. That had been no mystery. She could blame her father, Horton Purney, for her frigidity. Though she had never known her mother, who had died giving birth, Sandy had known her father far too well. They had lived in a ramshackle house on the outskirts of Barstow, on the edge of the lonely California desert, just the two of them, and Sandy's earliest memories were of sexual abuse. Horton Purney had been a moody, brooding, mean, and dangerous man. Until Sandy escaped from home at 14, her father had used her as if she had been an erotic toy. Only recently had she realized that her strong dislike for highway travel was also related to something else that her father had done to her. Horton Purney had run a motorcycle repair shop out of a sagging, sun-scorched, unpainted barn on the same property as his house, but he had never made much money from it. Therefore, twice a year, he put Sandy in the car and made the 2.5-hour drive across the desert to Las Vegas, where he knew an enterprising pimp, Samson Cherrick. Cherrick had a list of perverts with a special interest in children, and he was always happy to see Sandy. After a few weeks in Vegas, Sandy's father packed, put Sandy in the car, and drove back to Barstow, his pockets bulging with cash. For Sandy, the long drive to Vegas was a nightmare journey, for she knew what awaited her at their destination. The trip back to Barstow was worse, for it was not an escape from Vegas, but a return to the grim life in that ramshackle house and the dark, urgent, insatiable lust of Horton Purney. In either direction, the road had led to hell, and she had learned to loathe the rumble of the car's engine, the hum of tires on the pavement, and the unspooling highway ahead. Therefore, the pleasure she now took from driving and sex seemed miraculous. She could not understand where she had found the strength and will to overcome her horrible past. Since the summer before last, she simply changed, was still changing. And oh, it was glorious to feel the chains of self-loathing and the bonds of fear breaking apart, to feel self-respect for the first time in her life, to feel free. Now she got into the Ford pickup and started the engine. Their house trailer was set on an unlandscaped half-acre lot at the southern edge of the tiny, almost non-existent town of Beowawe, along Route 21, a 2-lane blacktop. As Sandy drove away from the trailer, there seemed to be nothing but empty plains, rolling hills, scattered buttes, rocky outcroppings, grass, brush, and waterless arroyos for 1,000 miles in every direction. The intensely blue morning sky was immense, and as she got the Ford up to speed, Sandy felt as if she might take flight. If she headed north on 21, she would pass through Beowawe and soon come to Interstate 80, which led east toward Elko or west toward Battle Mountain. Instead, she went south into a beautifully barren landscape. With skill and ease, she guided the four-wheel drive pickup over the badly weathered county road at 70 miles an hour. In 15 minutes, Route 21 petered out into a gravel roadbed that led south through another 83 miles of uninhabited and desolate territory. She did not follow it, choosing instead to turn east on a one-lane dirt track flanked by wild grass and scrub. Some snow lay on the ground this Christmas morning, though not much. In the distance, the mountains were white, but down here the annual precipitation was less than 15 inches a year, little of it in the form of snow. Here was an inch-deep skin of snow, there a small hillock against which a shallow drift had formed, and here a sparkling bush on which wind-driven snow had hardened into a lacy garment of ice. But by far the largest portion of the land was bare and dry and brown. Sandy drove fast on the dirt, too, and behind her a cloud of dust plumed up. In time she left the track, headed overland, north, then west, coming at last to a familiar place, though she had not set out with this destination in mind. For reasons she did not understand, her subconscious often guided her to this spot during her solitary drives, seldom in a direct line, but by wandering routes, so her arrival was usually a surprise to her. She stopped, set the brake. With the engine idling, she stared for a while through the dusty windshield. She came here because it made her feel better, though she did not know why. The slopes, the spines and teeth of rock, the grass and brush, formed a pleasing picture, though the scene was no prettier and no different from thousands of other places nearby. Yet here she felt a sublime peacefulness that could not be attained anywhere else. She switched off the engine and got out of the pickup, and for a while she strolled back and forth, hands jammed into the pockets of her sheepskin-lined jacket, oblivious of the stingingly cold air. Her drive through the wildlands had brought her back toward civilization, and Interstate 80 lay only a couple of 100 yards to the north. The occasional roar of a passing truck echoed like a distant dragon's growl, but the holiday traffic was light. Beyond the highway, on the uplands to the northwest, lay the Tranquility Motel and Grill. But Sandy glanced just once in that direction. She was more interested in the immediate terrain, which exerted a mysterious and powerful attraction for her, and which seemed to radiate peace the way a rock, in evening, radiated the heat of the sun that it had absorbed during the day. She wasn't trying to analyze her affinity for this patch of ground. Evidently there was some subtle harmony in the contours of the land, an interplay of line, form, and shadow that defied definition. Any attempt to decode its attraction would be as foolish as trying to analyze the beauty of a sunset or the appeal of a favorite flower. That Christmas morning, Sandy did not yet know that Ernie Block had been drawn, as if possessed, to the same patch of ground on December 10th, when he had been on his way home from the freight office in Elko. She did not know that it aroused in Ernie an electrifying sense of pending epiphany and more than a little fear, emotions quite unlike those that had stirred in her. Weeks would pass before she learned that her special retreat had a strong attraction for others besides herself, both friends and strangers.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Strangers by Dean Koontz, performed by Dick Hill. Chicago, Illinois. For Father Stefan Vikazik, that stocky Polish dynamo, rector of St. Bernadette's, rescuer of troubled priests, it was the busiest Christmas morning he had ever known. And as the day wore on, it swiftly became the most meaningful Christmas of his life. He celebrated the second Mass at St. Bernadette's, spent an hour greeting parishioners who stopped by the rectory with fruit baskets and boxes of homemade cookies and other gifts, then drove to University Hospital to pay a visit to Winton Toke, the policeman who had been shot in an uptown sandwich shop yesterday afternoon. Following emergency surgery, Toke had been in the intensive care unit yesterday afternoon and all through the night. Christmas morning, he had been moved to a semi-private room adjacent to the ICU, for although he was no longer in critical condition, he still needed to be monitored constantly. When Father Vikazik arrived, Raynella Toke, Winton's wife, was at her husband's bedside. She was quite attractive, with chocolate-brown skin and stylish, close-cropped hair. "Mrs. Toke, I'm Stefan Vikazik."
"But,"
he smiled, "relax. I'm not here to give anyone the last rites." "Good," Winton said, "because I'm sure not planning on dying." The wounded policeman was not only fully conscious, but alert, and apparently suffering no pain. His bed was raised to a sitting position. Although his broad chest was heavily bandaged, and although a cardiac telemetry device hung around his neck, and in spite of the IV line that was dripping glucose and antibiotics into the median basilic vein in his left arm, he looked remarkably well, considering his recent misadventure. Father Vikazik stood at the foot of the bed, his tension betrayed only by the way he kept turning his black fedora around and around in his strong hands. When he realized what he was doing, he quickly put the hat on a chair. He said, "Mr. Toke, if you feel up to it, I've come to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday." Both Toke and his wife looked puzzled by Stefan's curiosity. The priest gave a partial explanation for his interest, though only partial. "The fellow who cruised the uptown district with you for the past week, Brendan Cronin, was in my employ," he said, maintaining Brendan's cover as a lay worker for the church. "Oh, I'd like to meet him," Raynella said, her face brightening. "He saved my life," Toke said. "He did a crazy brave thing, which he shouldn't have done in a million years, but I'm sure glad he did it." Raynella said, "Mr. Cronin walked into that sandwich shop not knowing if all the gunmen were dead, not knowing if he might be shot." "It's strictly against police procedure to walk into a situation like that," Winton said. "I'd have handled it by the book myself if I'd been one of those outside. I can't exactly applaud what Brendan did, Father, but I owe him my life for doing it." "Amazing," Father Vikazik said, as if this were the first time he had heard of Brendan's bravery. In fact, yesterday he had spoken at length with Winton Toke's precinct captain, an old friend, and had heard Brendan praised for courage and damned for foolishness. "I've always known Brendan's a dependable fellow. Did he also provide first aid?" "He might have," Winton said. "Don't really know. I remember regaining consciousness, and there he was, sort of looming over me, calling my name. But I was still in a haze, you see." "It's a miracle we survived," Raynella said in a tremulous voice. Now, honey," Winton said softly, "I did make it, and that's all that counts." When he was sure his wife would be all right, he looked at Stefan and said, "Everyone's amazed that I could lose so much blood and pull through. From what I hear, I must have lost buckets." "Did Brendan apply a tourniquet?" Toke frowned. "Don't know. Like I said, I was in a haze. For days." Father Vikazik hesitated, wondering how to find out what he needed to know without revealing the extraordinary possibility that motivated this visit. "I know you're not very clear about what happened, but did you notice anything peculiar about Brendan's hands?" "Peculiar? What do you mean?" "He touched you, didn't he?" "Sure. I guess he felt for a pulse, then checked around to see where the bleeding was coming from." "Well, did you feel anything? Anything unusual when he touched you? Anything odd?" Stefan asked carefully, frustrated by the need to be vague. "I don't seem to be following your line of thought, Father." Stefan Vikazik shook his head. "Never mind. The important thing is that you're well." He glanced at his watch and, feigning surprise, said, "Good heavens, I'm late for an appointment." Before they could respond, he snatched his hat from the chair, wished them Godspeed, and hurried out, no doubt leaving them astonished by his behavior. When people saw Father Vikazik walking toward them, they were usually reminded of drill sergeants or football coaches. His solid body and the self-confident, aggressive way he used it were not what one expected of a priest, and when he was in a hurry, he was not so much like a drill sergeant or a football coach as he was like a tank. From Toke's room, Father Vikazik blitzed down the hall, shoved through a pair of heavy, swinging doors, then through another pair into the intensive care unit, where the wounded policeman had been until just an hour ago. He asked to speak to the physician on duty, Dr. Royce Albright, with the hope that God would forgive a few little white lies told in a good cause. Stefan identified himself as the Toke family's priest, and implied that Mrs. Toke had sent him to get the full story of her husband's condition, about which she was not yet entirely clear. Dr. Albright looked like Jerry Lewis, and had a deep, rumbling voice like Henry Kissinger, which was disconcerting, but he was willing to answer whatever questions Father Vikazik wished to pose. He was not Winton Toke's personal physician, but he was interested in the case. "You can assure Mrs. Toke that there's almost no danger of a setback. He's coming along marvelously. Shot twice in the chest, point blank with a .38. Until yesterday, no one here would have believed that anyone could take 2 shots in the chest from a large-caliber handgun and be out of intensive care in 24 hours. Ooh. Mr. Toke is incredibly lucky." "The bullets missed the heart, then, and all vital organs?" "Not only that," Albright said, "but neither round did major damage to any veins or arteries. A .38 caliber slug has lots of punch, Father. Ordinarily, it chews up the victim. In Toke's case, 1 major artery and vein were nicked, but neither was severed. Very fortunate indeed." "Then I suppose the bullet was stopped by bone at some point." "Deflected, yes, but not stopped. Both slugs were found in soft tissue. And that's another amazing thing. No shattered bones. Not even a small fracture. A very lucky man." Father Vikazik nodded. When the 2 slugs were removed from his body, was there any indication they were underweight for .38 caliber ammunition? I mean, maybe the cartridges were faulty with too little lead in the bullets? That would explain why, even though it was a .38 revolver, the shots did less damage than a pair of .22s. Albright frowned. "Don't know. Could be. You'd have to ask the police. Or Dr. Sonneford, the surgeon who took the slugs out of Toke." "I understand Officer Toke lost a great deal of blood." Grimacing, Albright said, "Must be a mistake about that on his chart. I haven't had a chance to talk to Dr. Sonneford today, it being Christmas, but according to the chart, Toke received over 4 liters of whole blood in the operating room. Of course, that can't be correct." "Why not?" "Father, if Toke actually lost 4 liters of blood before they got him to the hospital,
There wouldn't be enough in him to maintain even minimal circulation. He'd have been dead. Stone cold dead.
Las Vegas, Nevada. Mary and Pete Monatella, Georgia's parents, arrived at her apartment at 6 on Christmas morning, bleary-eyed and grumpy from too little sleep, but determined to take up their rightful posts by the brightly trimmed tree before Marcy awoke. Mary, as tall as Georgia, had once been almost as shapely as her daughter, too. Now she was heavy, girdled. Pete was shorter than his wife, barrel-chested, a bantam rooster who seemed to strut when he walked, but was one of the most self-effacing men Georgia had ever known. They came burdened with presents for their only grandchild. They had a present for Georgia, plus the usual gifts they brought every time they visited, well-meant but annoying criticism, unwanted advice, guilt. Mary was hardly through the door before she announced that Georgia should clean the ventilation hood above the range, and she rummaged under the sink until she found a spray bottle of Windex and a rag, with which she performed the chore herself. She also observed that the tree looked under-decorated.
It needs more lights, Georgia.
And when she saw how Marcy's presents were wrapped, she professed despair.
My God, Georgia! The wrapping papers aren't bright enough. The ribbons aren't big enough. Little girls like bright papers with Santa Claus on them and lots of ribbons.
For his part, her father was content to focus all of his discontent upon the huge tray of cookies on the kitchen counter.
These are all store-bought, Georgia. Didn't you make any homemade cookies this year? Well, Dad, I've been working a little overtime lately, and then there are the classes I'm taking at UNLV, and I know it's hard being a single mother, baby, he said. But we're talking fundamentals here. Homemade cookies are one of the best parts of Christmas. It's an absolute fundamental.
Fundamental, Georgia's mother agreed. The Christmas spirit had been late in coming to Georgia this year, and even now she had a tenuous grip on it. Subject to her parents' well-intentioned but infuriating non-stop commentary on her shortcomings, she might have lost the holiday mood altogether if Marcy had not put in a timely appearance at 6:30, just after Georgia had slipped a 14-pound turkey into the oven for the big meal later in the day. The girl shuffled into the living room in her pajamas, as cute as any idealized child in a Norman Rockwell painting.
Did Santa bring my little Miss Doctor kit?
Pete said.
He brought you more than that, Pumpkin. Look here, just look at all Santa brought.
Marcy turned and saw the tree, which Santa had put up during the night, and the mountain of gifts. She gasped.
Wow!
The child's excitement was transmitted to Georgia's parents, and for the time being they forgot about such things as dusty ventilation hoods and store-bought cookies. For a while, the apartment was filled with joyous, busy sounds. But by the time Marcy had opened half her gifts, the celebratory mood began to change, and in crept a little of the darkness that would reappear in a far more frightening form later in the day. In a whiny voice that was out of character, the girl grumped that Santa had not remembered the Little Miss Doctor kit. She discarded a much-wanted doll without even taking it out of its box, moving to the next package in the hope that it contained Little Miss Doctor, clawing at the wrappings. Something in the child's demeanor, a queerness in her eyes, disquieted Georgia. Soon Mary and Pete noticed it as well. They began urging Marcy to take more time with each present, to get more pleasure out of each before rushing on to the next, but their entreaties were not successful. Georgia had not put the doctor play kit under the tree. It was hidden in a closet as a final surprise. But with only 3 boxes left, Marcy was pale and trembling in anticipation of Little Miss Doctor. In God's name, what was so important about it? Many of the toys already unwrapped were more expensive and more interesting than the play doctor's bag. Why was her attention so intently and unnaturally focused on that single item? Why was she so obsessed with it? When the last of the gifts beneath the tree and the last of those from Mary and Pete were opened, Marcy let out a sob of purest misery. "Santa didn't bring it. He forgot. He forgot." Considering all the wondrous presents strewn across the room, the girl's despondency was shocking. Georgia was disconcerted and displeased by Marcy's rudeness, and she saw that her own parents were startled, dismayed, and impatient with this unexpected and unjustified tantrum. Suddenly afraid that Christmas was collapsing into ruins around her, Georgia ran to the bedroom closet, plucked the crucial gift from behind the shoeboxes, and returned to the living room with it. With frenzied desperation, Marcy snatched the box from her mother. "What's gotten into the child?" Mary asked. "Yeah," Pete said. "What's so important about this little doctor?" Marcy tore frantically at the wrappings until she saw that the package contained the item she most desired. Immediately, she grew calm, stopped, trembling. "Well, Miss Doctor, Santa didn't forget." "Honey, maybe it's not from Santa," Georgia said. She was relieved to see the child she loved emerging from that strange and unpleasant mood. "Not all your gifts came from Santa. Better look at the tag." Marcy dutifully searched for the tag, read the few words on it, and looked up with an uncertain smile. "It's from Daddy." Georgia felt her parents staring at her, but she did not meet their eyes. They knew that Alan had gone off to Acapulco with his latest bimbo, the airhead blonde named Pepper, and that he had not bothered to leave so much as a card for Marcy, and they no doubt disapproved of Georgia letting him off the hook like this. Later, when Georgia was in the kitchen, squatting in front of the oven, checking on the turkey, her mother stooped down beside her and said softly, "Why'd you do it, Georgia? Why'd you put that louse's name on the gift she wanted most of all?" Georgia slid the rack part way out of the oven, bringing the turkey into the light. With a ladle, she scooped the drippings from the pan and basted the roasting bird. Finally, she said, "Marcy shouldn't have her Christmas ruined just because her father's a jackass." "You shouldn't protect her from the truth," Mary said quietly. "The truth's too ugly for a 7-year-old. The sooner she knows what allows her father is, the better. You know what your dad heard about this woman Alan's living with?" "I sure hope this bird's going to be done by noon." Mary would not drop the subject. "She's on the call list of 2 casinos, Georgia. That's what Pete heard. You know what I mean? She's a call girl. Alan's living with a call girl. What's wrong with him?" Georgia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Mary said, "Well, if he wants nothing to do with Marcy, that's fine. God knows what diseases he's picked up living with that woman." Georgia pushed the turkey back into the oven, closed the door, and stood up. "Could we not talk about this anymore? I thought you'd want to know what the woman is. So now I know." Their voices dropped lower, became more intense. "What if he comes around someday and says, 'Pepper and I want Marcy to go to Acapulco with us, or Disneyland, or maybe just stay at their place for a while?'" Exasperated, Georgia said, "Mother, he doesn't want anything to do with Marcy because she reminds him of his responsibilities. But what if—" "Mother, damn it!" Although Georgia had not raised her voice, there was such anger in those 3 words that the effect on her mother was immediate. A hurt look crossed Mary's face. Stung, she turned away from Georgia. She went quickly to the refrigerator, opened it, and looked over the contents of the overloaded shelves. "Oh, you made gnocchi." "Not store-bought," Georgia said shakily. "Homemade." She meant to be conciliatory, but she realized that her comment might be misconstrued as a snide reference to her father's dismay over store-bought cookies. She bit her lip and fought back scalding tears. Still looking into the refrigerator, a tremor still in her voice, Mary said, "You're going to have potatoes, too. And what's this? Oh, you've already grated the cabbage for coleslaw. I thought you'd need help, but I guess you've thought of everything." She closed the refrigerator door and looked for something she could do to occupy her and get them through this awkward moment. Tears were visible in her eyes. Georgia virtually flung herself away from the counter and threw her arms around her mother. Mary returned the hug, and for a while they clung to each other, finding speech both unnecessary and impossible. Holding fast, Mary said, "I don't know why I'm like this. My mother was the same with me. I swore I'd never be like this with you. I love you just the way you are. Maybe it's because you're my only. If I'd been able to have a couple others, I wouldn't be so tough on you. It's partly my fault, Mom. I've been so touchy lately. And why shouldn't you be?" her mother said, holding her tight. "That louse walks out on you. You're supporting yourself and Marcy going to school. You've got every right to be touchy. We're so proud of you, Georgia. It takes such courage to do what you're doing." In the living room, Marcy began shrieking. What now? Georgia wondered. When she got to the living room archway, she saw her father trying to persuade Marcy to play with the doll. "Look here," Pete said. "Dolly cries when you tilt her this way, giggles when you tilt her that way." "I don't want to play with the dumb doll," Marcy pouted. She was holding the make-believe plastic and rubber hypodermic syringe from the Little Miss Doctor kit, and that unsettling intensity and urgency had taken possession of her again. "I want to give you another shot." "Honey," Pete said, "you've already given me 20 shots. "I've got to practice," Marcy said. "I'll never grow up to be my own doctor if I don't start practicing now." Pete looked at Georgia with exasperation. Mary said, "What is it with this Little Miss Doctor thing?" "I wish I knew," Georgia said. Marcy grimaced as she pushed the plunger of the fake hypodermic. Perspiration glistened on her brow. "I wish I knew," Georgia repeated uneasily. Boston, Massachusetts. It was the worst Christmas of Ginger Weiss's life. Although Jewish, her beloved father had always celebrated Christmas in a secular spirit because he liked the harmony and goodwill that the holiday promoted, and after his death, Ginger had continued to regard December 25th as a special day, a time of joy. Until today, Christmas had never depressed her. George and Rita did all they could to make Ginger feel a part of their celebration, but she was acutely aware that she was an outsider. The Hannabys' 3 sons had brought their families to Baywatch for several days, and the huge house was filled with the silvery laughter of children. Everyone made an effort to include Ginger in all the Hannaby traditions, from popcorn stringing to neighborhood caroling. Christmas morning, she was there to watch the children attack the mountain of gifts, and following the example of the other adults, she crawled around on the floor with the kids, helping them assemble and play with their new toys. For a couple of hours, her despair abated, and she was assimilated by the Hannaby family in spite of herself. However, at lunch, rich with holiday delicacies, yet essentially a light meal, just a hint of the extravagant dinner feast to come that evening, Ginger felt out of place again. Much conversation involved reminiscences of previous holidays of which she'd not been a part. After lunch, she pleaded a headache and escaped to her room. The splendid view of the bay calmed her, but couldn't arrest her spiral into depression. She desperately hoped Pablo Jackson would call tomorrow and say that he had studied the problem of memory blocks and was ready to hypnotize her again. Ginger's visit to Pablo had distressed George and Rita less than she had expected. They were upset that she had gone out alone, risking an amnesic seizure with no friend to help her, and they made her promise she would allow either Rita or one of the servants to drive her to and from Pablo's apartment in the future, but they did not attempt to argue against the unconventional treatment she had sought from the magician. The Bayview's capacity to calm Ginger was limited. She turned from the window, got up, and went to the bed, where she was surprised to find 2 books on the nightstand. One was a fantasy by Tim Powers, an author she had read before, the other a copy of something called Twilight in Babylon, and she had no idea where they had come from. There were half a dozen other books in the room, borrowed from the library downstairs, for during the past few weeks she had little to do but read. But this was the first time she'd seen Power's book and Twilight in Babylon. The former, a tale of time-traveling trolls fighting their own secret war against British goblins during the American Revolution, looked delightful, the type of exotic story that her father had enjoyed. A slip of paper laid loosely in the front identified it as a review copy. Rita had a friend who was a reviewer for the Globe, and who sometimes passed along intriguing books before they were available in the stores. Evidently, these had come within the last day or two, and Rita, aware of Ginger's tastes in fiction, had put them in her room. She set the Powers book aside for later delectation, and she took a closer look at Twilight in Babylon. She had never heard of the author, Dominic Corvasis, but the brief summary of the story was intriguing, and when she had read the first page, she was hooked. However, before continuing, she moved from the bed to one of the comfortable chairs, and only then glanced at the author's photograph on the back of the jacket. Her breath caught in her throat. Fear filled her. For a moment she thought the photograph was going to be the kicker that knocked her into another fugue. She tried to fling the book aside, but could not. Tried to stand up, but could not. She drew deep breaths, closed her eyes, and waited for her pulse rate to sink toward normal. When she opened her eyes and looked at the author's photograph again, it still disturbed her, though not as badly as it had at first. She knew that she had seen this man before, had met him somewhere, and not in the best of circumstances, though she could not remember where or when. His brief biography on the jacket flap informed her that he had lived in Portland, Oregon, and now resided in Laguna Beach, California. As she had never been in either of those places, she could not imagine when their paths might have crossed. Dominic Corvasis, about 35, was a striking man who reminded Ginger of Anthony Perkins when that actor had been younger. His looks were compelling enough that she could not imagine having forgotten where she had met him. Her instant reaction to the photo was strange, and some might have dismissed it as a meaningless fillip of an overwrought mind. But during the past 2 months she had learned to respect strange developments and to look for meaning in them, no matter how meaningless they seemed. She stared at Corvasis's photograph, hoping to nudge her memory. Finally, with an almost clairvoyant sense that Twilight in Babylon would somehow change her life, she opened it and began to read. Chicago, Illinois. From University Hospital, Father Stefan Vikazik drove across town to the laboratory operated by the Scientific Investigation Division of the Chicago Police Department. Though it was Christmas Day, municipal workers were still cleaning last night's snowfall from the streets. Only a couple of men were on duty at the police lab, which was located in an aging government building, and the old rooms had the deserted feeling of an elaborate Egyptian tomb buried far beneath desert sands. Footsteps echoed resoundingly back and forth between the tile floors and the high ceilings. Ordinarily, the lab did not share its information with anyone from outside the police and judicial systems, but half the police officers in Chicago were Catholics, which meant that Father Vikazik had more than a few friends on the force. Stefan had importuned some of those friends to make petitions in his name and to pave the way for him at the SID. He was greeted by Dr. Murphy Ames, a paunchy man with a perfectly bald head and walrus mustache. They had spoken on the telephone earlier, before Stefan left the rectory for University Hospital, and now Murphy Ames was ready for him. They settled on 2 stools at a laboratory bench. A tall, opaque window loomed in front of them, decorated with dark streaks of pigeon dung. On the marble top of the bench, Ames had laid out a file folder and several other items.
I must say, Father, I'd never compromise case information like this if there were any possibility of a trial arising from the shootout at that sandwich shop. But, I suppose, as both
perpetrators are dead, there's no one to be put on trial. I appreciate that, Dr. Ames. I really do. And I'm grateful for the time and energy you've expended on my behalf. Curiosity ruled Murphy Ames's face. He said, I don't really understand the reason for your interest in the case. I'm not entirely sure of it myself, Stefan said cryptically. He had not revealed his purpose to the higher authorities who had made him welcome at the lab, and he did not intend to enlighten Ames either. For one thing, if he told them what was on his mind, they would think he was dotty and would be less inclined to cooperate with him. Well, Ames said, miffed at not being taken into Stefan's confidence. You asked about the bullets? He opened a manila envelope of the type that ties shut with a string, and he emptied its contents into his palm, 2 gray lumps of lead. The surgeon removed these from Winton Toke. You said you were particularly interested in them? I certainly am, Stefan said, taking them in his own hand when Ames offered them. You've weighed these, I suppose? I understand that's standard procedure, and they weigh what 38 slugs should. If you mean did they fragment on impact, they did not. They're so misshapen they must have impacted bone, so it's surprising they didn't fragment a little, or a lot, but in fact they're both intact. Actually, Father Bikazik said, staring at the slugs in his hand, I meant, were they underweight for 38s? Malformed ammunition, factory mistakes, or were they the right size? Well, the right size, no doubt of that. Big enough to do plenty of damage. Terrible damage, Father Bikazik said thoughtfully. The gun? From a larger envelope, Ames produced the revolver with which Winton Toke was shot. A snub-nosed Smith & Wesson .38 Chief Special. You've examined it? Test-fired it? Yes, standard procedure. No indication that anything's wrong with it? Specifically, is the bore poorly machined, or is there some other anomaly that'd result in the bullet leaving the muzzle at a much slower velocity than it should? That's a peculiar question, Father. The answer is no. It's a fine Chief's Special, up to the usual high standards of Smith & Wesson. Putting the 2 expended bullets back into the small envelope from which he had seen Ames take them, Father Bikazik said, What about the cartridges these bullets came from? Is there any chance they were filled with too little powder, that they carried an inadequate charge? The SID man blinked. I gather one thing you're trying to find out is why 2 .38s in the chest didn't do more damage. Stefan Bikazik nodded, but offered no elaboration. Were there any unexpended cartridges in the revolver? A couple, plus spare ammunition in one of the gunman's jacket pockets, another dozen. Did you cut open any of the unexpended shells to see if maybe they carried an inadequate charge? No reason to, Murphy Ames said. Would it be possible for you to check one of them now? Possible. But why, Father, what in the world is this all about? Stefan sighed. I know this is an imposition, Dr. Ames, and it behooves me to repay your kindness with an explanation, but I can't. Not yet. Priests, like physicians and attorneys, must sometimes respect confidences, keep secrets. But if I'm ever at liberty to reveal what lies behind my curiosity, you'll be the first to know. Ames stared, and Stefan met his eyes forthrightly. Finally, the SID man opened another envelope. This contained the unexpended cartridges from the dead gunman's .38 Chief's Special. Wait here. In 20 minutes, Ames returned with a white enamel lab tray in which were 2 dissected .38 Special cartridges. Using a pencil as a pointer, he commented on the disassembled elements. This is the case head in which the primer assembly is seated. The firing pin strikes here. This opening on the other side of the case head is the flash hole that leads from the primer packet to the powder compartment. There's no problem with this. No manufacturing errors.
At the other end of the cartridge, you've got a lead semi-wad cutter bullet with a copper gas check crimped onto its base to retard bore letting. The tiny cannelures around the bullet are packed with grease to ease its passage through the barrel. Nothing out of order here either. And in between the case head and the bullet is the powder compartment, or it's sometimes called a combustion chamber, out of which I've taken this small pile of gray flaky material. This is nitrocellulose, a highly combustible material. It's ignited by the spark that comes through the flash hole from the primer. It explodes, ejecting the bullet from the cartridge. As you can see, there's enough nitrocellulose to fill the powder chamber. Just to be sure, I opened another round. Ames pointed the pencil at the second disassembled cartridge. There was nothing wrong with this either. The gunman was using well-made, reliable Remington ammunition. Officer Toke was just a lucky man, Father, a very lucky man.
New York, New York. Jack Twist spent Christmas in the sanitarium room with Jenny, his wife of 13 years. Being with her on holidays was especially grim, but being anywhere else, leaving her alone, would have been grimmer. Although Jenny had spent almost 2/3 of their marriage in a coma, the years of lost communion had not diminished Jack's love for her. More than 8 years had passed since she had smiled at him, or spoken his name, or been able to return his kisses, but in his heart, at least, time was stopped, and she was still the beautiful Jenny May Alexander, a fresh-faced young bride. Incarcerated in that Central American prison, he had been sustained by the knowledge that Jenny waited at home for him, missed him, worried about him, and prayed each night for his safe return. Throughout his ordeal of torture and periodic starvation, he had clung to the hope that he would one day feel Jenny's arms around him and hear her marvelous laugh. That hope had kept him alive and sane. Of the 4 captured Rangers, only Jack and his buddy Oscar Weston survived and came home, though their escape was a near thing. They had waited almost a year to be rescued, confident that their country would not leave them to rot. Sometimes they debated whether they would be freed by commandos or through diplomatic channels. After 11 months, they still believed their countrymen would bail them out, but they no longer dared to wait. They had lost weight and were dangerously thin, undernourished. They had also suffered unknown tropical fevers without treatment, which had further debilitated them. Their only opportunity for escape was during one of their regular visits to the People's Center for Justice. Every 4 weeks, Jack and Oscar had been taken from their cells and driven to the People's Center, a clean, well-lighted, unwalled, unbarred institution in the heart of the capital, a model prison meant to impress foreign journalists with the current regime's humanitarianism. There they were given showers, deloused, put in clean clothes, handcuffed to prevent gesturing, and seated before videotape cameras to be politely questioned. Usually, they answered questions with obscenities, or wisecracks. Their answers did not matter because the tape was edited, and answers they had never made were dubbed in by linguists who could speak unaccented English. Once the propaganda film had been made, they were interviewed over closed-circuit television by foreign reporters gathered in another room. The camera never provided close-ups of them, and their answers were not heard by those who asked the questions. Instead, once again, unseen intelligence men, stationed at another microphone outside the camera's range, answered for them. At the start of their 11th month in captivity, Jack and Oscar began making plans to escape the next time they were transported to that far less secure, less heavily guarded propaganda facility. The once formidable strength of their young bodies had been leached away, and their only weapons were shivs and needles made of rat bones, which they had painstakingly shaped and sharpened by rubbing them against the stone walls of the cells. Wickedly sharp, those instruments nevertheless made pathetic weapons. Yet Jack and Oscar hoped to triumph over gun-toting guards. Surprisingly, they did triumph.
Once inside the People's Center, they were remanded into the custody of a single guard who escorted them to the showers on the second floor. The guard kept his gun holstered, probably because the facility was a detention center inside the larger detention center of the capital city itself. The guard was certain Jack and Oscar were demoralized, weak and unarmed, so he was surprised when they suddenly turned on him and with shocking savagery stabbed him with the bone shivs they had concealed in their clothes. Pierced twice in the throat, his right eye skewered, he succumbed without producing a scream that might have drawn other police or soldiers. Before their break was discovered, Jack and Oscar confiscated the dead guard's handgun and ammunition, then made bold use of the hallways, risking notice, alarm, and capture. But it was, after all, a minimum security re-education center, and they were able to make their way to a stairwell and down to a dimly lighted basement, where they progressed swiftly and stealthily through a series of musty storage rooms. At the end of the building they found the loading docks and a way out. 7 or 8 large boxes had just been offloaded from a delivery truck, which was backed up to the nearest of the 2 big bays, and the driver was engaged in an argument with another man. Both of them were shaking clipboards at each other. Those 2 were the only men in sight, and as they turned and headed toward a glass-enclosed office, Jack and Oscar raced silently to the recently unloaded boxes, and from there into the back of the delivery truck, where they made a nest for themselves behind the as-yet undelivered packages. In a few minutes, the driver returned, cursing, slammed the truck's cargo bay door, and drove away into the city before the alarm sounded. 10 minutes, and many blocks from the People's Center, the truck stopped. The driver unbolted the rear doors, took out a single package without realizing Jack and Oscar were inches from him behind a wall of boxes, and went into the building before which he had parked. Extricating themselves from their burrow, Jack and Oscar fled. Within a few blocks they found themselves in a district of muddy streets and dilapidated shanties, where the poverty-stricken residents were no fonder of the new tyrants than they had been of the old, and were willing to hide 2 Yankees on the lam. After nightfall, supplied with what little food the slum-dwellers could spare, they departed for the outskirts. When they came to open farmland, they broke into a barn and stole a sharp sickle, several withered apples, a leather blacksmith's apron, and some burlap bags which could be used to fashion makeshift shoes when their shabby prison issue eventually fell apart, and a horse. Before dawn, they had reached the edge of the true jungle, where they abandoned the horse and set out on foot once more. Weak, poorly provisioned, armed only with the sickle and the gun they had taken off the guard, without a compass and therefore required to plot a course by the sun and the stars, they headed north through the tropical forests toward the border, 80 miles away. Throughout that nightmare journey, Jack had one vital aid to survival: Jenny. He thought of her, dreamed of her, longed for her, and 7 days later, when he and Oscar reached friendly territory, Jack knew that he had made it as much because of Jenny as because of his ranger training. At that point, he thought the worst was behind him. He was wrong. Now, sitting beside his wife's bed with Christmas music on the tape deck, Jack Twist was suddenly overcome with grief. Christmas was a bad time, because he could not help but remember how dreams of her had sustained him through his Christmas in prison, when in fact she had already been in a coma and lost to him. Happy holidays. Chicago, Illinois. As Father Stefan Vikazik moved through the halls and wards of St. Joseph's Hospital for Children, his spirits soared. That was no small thing, for he was already in a buoyant and elevated state. The hospital was crowded with visitors, and Christmas music issued from the public address system. Mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, grandparents, other relatives, and friends of the young patients were on hand with gifts, goodies, and good wishes, and there was more laughter in that usually grim place than one might ordinarily hear echoing through its chambers in an entire month. Even most of the seriously afflicted patients were smiling broadly and talking animatedly, their suffering forgotten for the time being. Nowhere in the hospital was there more hope or laughter than among those people gathered around the bed of 10-year-old Emmeline Hallberg. When Father Vikazik introduced himself, he was greeted warmly by Emmy Hallberg's parents, 2 sisters, grandparents, 1 aunt and 1 uncle, who assumed he was one of the hospital's chaplains. Because of what he had learned from Brendan Cronin yesterday, Stefan expected to find a happily mending little girl, but he was unprepared for Emmy's condition. She was positively glowing. Only 2 weeks ago, according to Brendan, she had been crippled and dying, but now her dark eyes were clear, and her former pallor was gone, replaced by a wholesome flush. Her knuckles and wrists were not swollen, and she seemed to be completely free of pain. She looked not like a sick child valiantly fighting her way back to health. Rather, she seemed already cured. Most startling of all, Emmy was not lying in bed, but standing with the aid of crutches, moving among her delighted and admiring relatives. Her wheelchair was gone. "Well," Stefan said after a brief visit, "I must be going, Emmy. I only stopped by to wish you a Merry Christmas from a friend of yours, Brendan Cronin."
"Pudge," she said happily. "He's wonderful, isn't he? It was awful when he stopped working here. We miss him a lot."
Emmy's mother said, "I never met this Pudge, but from the way the kids talked about him, he must have been good medicine for them."
"He only worked here 1 week," Emmy said. "But he comes back. Did you know? Every few days he comes back to visit. I was hoping he'd come today, so I could give him a big Christmas kiss."
"He wanted to stop by, but he's spending Christmas with his folks."
"Oh, that's good. That's what Christmas is for, isn't it, Father? Being together with your folks, having fun and loving each other?"
"Yes, Emmy," Stefan Vikazik said, thinking that no theologian or philosopher could have put it better. That's what Christmas is for. If Stefan had been alone with the girl, he would have asked her about the afternoon of December 11th. That was the day Brendan had been brushing her hair while she sat in her wheelchair before this very window. Stefan wanted to know about the rings on Brendan's hands, which had appeared for the first time that day, and which Emmeline had noticed before Brendan himself spotted them. He wanted to ask Emmy if she had felt anything unusual when Brendan had touched her, but there were too many adults around, and they would surely ask awkward questions. Stefan was not yet prepared to reveal the reasons for his curiosity. Las Vegas, Nevada. After getting off to a rocky start, Christmas at the Monticello apartment improved dramatically. Mary and Pete stopped hammering Georgia with their well-meant but unwanted advice and criticism. They loosened up and involved themselves in Marcy's play the way grandparents should, and Georgia was reminded of just why she loved them so much. The holiday dinner was on the table at 12:50, only 20 minutes late, and it was delicious. By the time Marcy sat down to eat, she had worked off her all-consuming interest in Little Miss Doctor, and she did not rush through her meal. It was a leisurely dinner with much chit-chat and laughter, the Christmas tree twinkling in the background. Those were golden hours until, during dessert, the trouble started with surprising suddenness. With frightening speed, it escalated to total disaster. Teasing Marcy, Pete said, "Where does a little bitty thing like you put so much food? You've eaten more than the rest of us combined."
"Oh, Grandpa."
"It's true. You've been really shoveling it in. One more bite of that pumpkin pie and you're going to explode." Marcy lifted another forkful, held it up for all to see, and with great theatricality she moved it toward her mouth. "No, don't!" Pete said, putting his hands in front of his face as if to protect himself from the blast. Marcy popped the morsel into her mouth, chewed and swallowed.
"See? I didn't explode.
You will with the next bite, Pete said. I was just one bite too soon. You'll explode, or else we'll have to rush you to the hospital.
Marcy frowned.
No hospital.
Oh, yes, Pete said. You'll be all swollen up, ready to burst, and we'll have to rush you to the hospital and have them deflate you.
No hospital,
Marcy repeated adamantly. Georgia realized that her daughter's voice had changed, that the girl was no longer participating in the game, but was instead genuinely, if inexplicably, frightened. She was not scared of exploding, of course, but evidently the mere thought of a hospital had caused her to go pale.
No hospital,
Marcy repeated, a haunted look in her eyes.
Oh, yes,
Pete said, not yet aware of the change in the child. Georgia tried to deflect him.
Dad, I think we...
But Pete said, Of course they won't take you in an ambulance, 'cause you'll be too big. We'll have to rent a truck to haul you.
The girl shook her head violently.
I won't go to a hospital in a million years. I won't ever let those doctors touch me. Honey, Georgia said, Grandpa's only teasing. He doesn't really.
Unplacated, the girl said,
Those hospital people will hurt me like they hurt me before. I won't let them hurt me again.
Mary looked at Georgia, baffled. When was she in the hospital?
She wasn't,
Georgia said.
I don't know why she... I was! They tied me down in bed, stuck me full of needles, and I was scared, and I won't ever let them touch me again.
Remembering the strange tantrum that Kara Persagian had reported yesterday, Georgia moved swiftly to forestall a similar scene. She put one hand on Marcy's shoulder and said,
Honey, you were never... I was!
The girl's anger and fear burgeoned into rage and terror. She threw her fork, and Pete ducked to avoid being hit by it.
Marcy!
Georgia cried. The girl slipped off her chair and backed away from the table, white-faced.
I'm going to grow up and be my own doctor, so nobody else will stick needles in me.
Words gave way to a pitiful moaning. Georgia went after Marcy, reaching for her.
Honey, don't.
Marcy held her hands out in front of her, as if warding off an attack, although it was not her mother that she feared. She was looking through Georgia, perhaps seeing some imaginary threat, though her terror was real. She was not merely pale but translucent, as if the very substance of her was evaporating in the tremendous heat of her terror.
Marcy, what is it?
The girl stumbled backward into a corner, shuddering. Georgia gripped her daughter's defensively raised hands.
Marcy, talk to me.
But even as Georgia spoke, a sudden stench of urine filled the air, and she saw a dark stain spreading from the crotch down both legs of Marcy's jeans.
Marcy!
The girl was trying to scream, but could not.
What's happening? Mary asked. What's wrong? I don't know, Georgia said. God help me, I don't know.
With her eyes still focused on some figure or object that remained visible only to her, Marcy began a wordless keening. New York, New York. The tape deck still played Christmas music, and Jenny Twist lay immobile and insensate, but Jack no longer engaged in the frustrating one-way communication with which he had filled the first few hours of his visit. Now he sat in silence, and inevitably his thoughts drifted back through the years to his homecoming from Central America. Upon returning to the States, he had discovered that the rescue of the prisoners at the Institute of Brotherhood had been misrepresented in some quarters as a terrorist act, a mass kidnapping, a provocation meant to spark a war. He and every ranger involved were painted as criminals in uniform, and those taken prisoner were for some reason the special focus of the opposition's anger. In a political panic, Congress had banned all covert activities in Central America, including a pending plan to rescue the 4 rangers. Their release was to be arranged strictly through diplomatic channels. That was why they had waited in vain for rescue. Their country had abandoned them. At first Jack had trouble believing it. When at last he believed, it was the second worst shock of his life. Having won his freedom, home again, Jack was relentlessly pursued by hostile journalists and subpoenaed to appear before a congressional committee to testify about his involvement in the raid. He expected to have a chance to set the record straight, but he quickly discovered that they weren't interested in his viewpoint, and that the televised hearing was merely an opportunity for politicians to do some grandstanding in the infamous tradition of Joe McCarthy. In a few months, most people had forgotten him, and when he regained the pounds he had lost in prison, they ceased to recognize him as the alleged war criminal they had seen on television. But the pain and the sense of betrayal continued to burn fiercely in him. If being abandoned by his country was the second worst shock of his life, the worst was what had happened to Jenny while he had been stuck in that Central American prison. A thug had accosted her in the hallway of her own apartment building as she was coming home from work. He put a gun to her head, hustled her into her apartment, sodomized and raped her, clubbed her brutally with his pistol, and left her for dead. When Jack came home at last, he found Jenny in a state institution, comatose. The level of care she had been getting was abominable. Norman Hazard, the rapist who attacked Jenny, had been tracked down through fingerprints and witnesses, but a clever defense attorney had managed to delay the trial. Undertaking an investigation of his own, Jack satisfied himself that Hazard, with a history of violent sex offenses, was the guilty man. He also became convinced that Hazard would be acquitted on a technicality. Throughout his ordeal with the press and politicians, Jack made plans for the future. There were two primary tasks ahead of him. First, he would kill Norman Hazard in such a way as to avoid any suspicion falling upon himself. Second, he would get enough money to move Jenny to a private sanitarium, though the only way to obtain so much cash in a hurry was to steal it. As an elite ranger, he was trained in most weapons, explosives, martial arts, and survival techniques. His society had failed him, but it had also provided him with the knowledge and the means by which he could extract his revenge, and it had taught him how to break whatever laws stood in his way without punishment. Norman Hazard died in an accidental gas explosion 2 months after Jack returned to the States, and 2 weeks later, Jenny's transference to a private sanitarium was financed by the proceeds from an ingenious bank robbery executed with military precision. The murder of Hazard did not satisfy Jack. In fact, it depressed him. Killing in a war was different from killing in civilian life. He did not have the detachment to kill except in self-defense. Robbery, however, was enormously appealing. After the successful bank job, he'd been excited, exalted, exhilarated. Daring robbery had a medicinal quality. Crime gave him a reason to live. Until recently. Now, sitting at Jenny's bedside, Jack Twist wondered what would keep him going day after day, if not grand larceny. The only other thing he had was Jenny. However, he no longer needed to provide for her. He had already piled up more than enough money for that, so his only reason for living was to come here several times a week, look upon her serene face, hold her hand, and pray for a miracle. It was ironic that a man like him, a hard-headed, self-reliant individualist, should have no hope but mysticism. As he brooded on that, he heard Jenny make a soft, gurgling sound. She took 2 quick, deep breaths and produced a long, rattling sigh. For one crazy moment as he rose from his chair, Jack half expected to find her eyes open, filled with awareness for the first time in more than 8 years, the miracle having come to pass even as he had been daydreaming of it. But her eyes were closed, and her face was slack. He put a hand against her face, then moved it to her throat. He felt for her pulse.
What had happened was not, in fact, miraculous, but anti-miraculous, mundane, and inevitable. Jenny Twist had died. Chicago, Illinois. Few physicians were on duty at St. Joseph's that Christmas, but a resident named Jarville and an intern named Kleinet were eager to talk to Father Vikazik about Emmeline Hallberg's amazing recovery. Kleinet, an intense, wiry-haired young man, escorted Stefan to a consultation room to review Emmy's file and x-rays.
5 weeks ago, she was started on naloxone, a new drug just approved by the FDA.
Dr. Jarville, the resident, was soft-spoken with heavy-lidded eyes, but when he joined them in the consultation room, he too was visibly excited by Emmeline Hallberg's dramatic turn for the better.
Naloxone has several effects in bone diseases like Emmy's, Jarville said. In many instances, it puts a stop to the destruction of the periosteum, promotes the growth of healthy osteocytes, and somewhat induces the accumulation of intercellular calcium. And in a case like Emmy's, where the bone marrow is the primary target of the disease, naloxone creates an unusual chemical environment in the marrow cavity and in the haversian canals, an environment that's extremely hostile to microorganisms but actually encourages the growth of marrow cells, the production of blood cells, and hemoglobin formation.
But it's not supposed to work this fast, Kleinet said.
And it's basically a stop-loss drug, Jarville said. It can arrest the progress of the disease, put a stop to bone deterioration, but it doesn't make regeneration possible. Sure, it's supposed to promote some reconstruction, but not the kind of rebuilding we're seeing in Emmy.
Fast rebuilding,
Kleinet said, smacking his forehead with the heel of his hand as if to knock this amazing fact into his unwilling brain. They showed Stefan a series of x-rays taken over the past 6 weeks, in which the changes in Emmy's bones and joints were obvious.
Kleinet said, she'd been on naloxone for 3 weeks without noticeable effect, and then suddenly, 2 weeks ago, her body not only went into a state of remission, but began rebuilding damaged tissues.
The timing of the girl's turnaround coincided perfectly with the first appearance of the strange rings on Brendan Cronin's hands. However, Stefan Vikazik made no mention of that coincidence. Jarville produced more x-rays and tests that showed a remarkable improvement in the child's haversian canals, the elaborate network that carried small blood vessels and lymphatics throughout the bone for the purpose of maintenance and repair. Many of these had been clogged with a plaque-like substance that pinched off the vessels passing through them. In the past 2 weeks, however, the plaque almost disappeared, allowing the full circulation required for healing and regeneration.
No one even knew that naloxone could clean out the canals this way, Jarville said. No record of it. Oh, yes, minor unclogging, but only as a consequence of getting the disease itself under control. Nothing like this. Amazing.
If regeneration continues at this rate, Kleinet said, Emmy could be a normal, healthy girl in 3 months.
Really? Phenomenal, Jarville said. She could be well again.
They grinned at Father Vikazik, and he did not have the heart to suggest that neither their hard work nor the wonder drug was responsible for Emmeline Hallberg's cure. They were euphoric, so Stefan kept to himself the possibility that Emmy's cure had been affected by some power far more mysterious than modern medicine. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Christmas Day with Lucy, Frank, and the grandchildren was fun and therapeutic for Ernie and Fay Block. By the time they went out for a walk, just the two of them, toward the end of the afternoon, they were feeling better than they had in months. The weather was perfect for walking, cold, crisp, but without wind. The most recent snowfall was 4 days old, so the sidewalks were clear. As twilight approached, the air shimmered with a purple radiance. Bundled in heavy coats and scarves,
Fay and Ernie strolled arm in arm, talking animatedly about the day's events, enjoying the Christmas displays that Lucy's and Frank's neighbors had erected on their front lawns. The years slipped away, and Fay felt as if she and Ernie were still newlyweds, young and full of dreams. From the moment they had arrived in Milwaukee on December 15th, 10 days ago, Fay had reason to hope that everything was going to work out all right. Ernie had seemed better, a new bounciness in his step, more genuine good humor in his smile. Evidently, just basking in the love of his daughter, son-in-law, and grandchildren was sufficient to burn away some of the crippling fear that had become the central fact of his life. The therapy sessions with Dr. Fontaine, 6 so far, had also been remarkably beneficial. Ernie was still afraid of the dark, but far less terrified than when they left Nevada. Phobias, according to the doctor, were easy to treat compared to many other psychiatric disorders. In recent years, therapists had discovered that in most cases the symptoms were the disease, rather than merely shadows cast by unresolved conflicts in the patient's subconscious. It was no longer considered necessary, or even possible or desirable, to seek the psychological causes of the condition in order to treat it. Long courses of therapy had been abandoned in favor of teaching the patient desensitization techniques that could eradicate the symptoms in months, or even weeks. Approximately a third of all phobics could not be helped by these methods, and instead required long-term treatment, and even panic-blocking drugs like alprazolam. But Ernie had improved at a pace that even Dr. Fontaine, an optimist by nature, found astonishing. Fay had been reading extensively about phobias, and had discovered she could help Ernie by digging up amusing, curious facts that allowed him to view his condition from a different, less fearsome perspective. He was especially fond of hearing about bizarre phobias that made his terror of the dark seem reasonable by comparison. For example, knowing there were pteronophobics out there, people who lived in constant and unreasonable fear of feathers, made his abhorrence of nightfall seem not only bearable but almost ordinary and logical as well. Ichthyophobes were horrified by the prospect of encountering a fish, and pediophobes ran screaming at the sight of a doll. And Ernie's nyctophobia was certainly preferable to coitophobia, the fear of sexual intercourse, and not a fraction as debilitating as autophobia, the fear of oneself. Now, walking through the twilight, Fay tried to keep Ernie's mind off the descending darkness by telling him about the late author, John Cheever, winner of the National Book Award, who had been gephourophobic. Cheever had suffered from a crippling fear of crossing high bridges. Ernie listened with fascination, but he was no less aware of the onset of nightfall. As the shadows lengthened across the snow, his hand steadily tightened on her arm until it would have been painful if she had not been wearing a thick sweater and heavy coat. By the time they had gone 7 blocks, they were too far from the house to have any hope of returning to it before full darkness settled on the land. 2/3 of the sky was black already, and the other third was deep purple. The shadows had spread like spilt ink. The street lamps had come on. Fay halted Ernie in a cone of light, giving him a brief reprieve. His eyes had a wild look, and his steaming exhalations rushed from him at a rate that indicated incipient panic. "Remember to control your breathing," Fay said. He nodded, and began at once to take deeper, slower breaths. When all the light in the sky had been extinguished, she said, "Ready to go back?" "Ready," he said hollowly. They stepped out of the glow of the street lamp into darkness, heading back toward the house, and Ernie hissed between clenched teeth. What they were engaged upon, for the 3rd time, was a dramatic therapeutic technique called flooding, in which the phobic was encouraged to confront the thing he feared, and to endure it long enough to break its hold on him. Flooding is based on the fact that panic attacks are self-limiting. The human body cannot sustain a very high level of panic indefinitely, cannot produce endless adrenaline, so the mind must adapt to and make peace, or at least a truce with what it fears. Unmodified flooding can be a cruel, barbaric method of cracking a phobia, for it puts the patient at risk of a breakdown. Dr. Fontaine preferred a modified version of the technique involving 3 stages of confrontation with the source of fear. The first stage, in Ernie's case, was to put himself in darkness for 15 minutes, but with Faye at his side for support and with lighted areas easily accessible. Now, each time they arrived at the lighted sidewalk beneath a street lamp, they paused to let him gather his courage, then went on into the next patch of darkness. The second stage, which they would try in another week or 2 after more sessions with the doctor, would involve driving to a place where there were no street lamps, no easily reached lighted areas. There they would walk together arm in arm across an unrelieved vista of darkness until Ernie could tolerate no more, at which time Faye would switch on a flashlight and give him a moment's respite. In the third stage of treatment, Ernie would go for a stroll alone in a completely dark area. After a few outings like that, he would almost certainly be cured. But he was not cured yet, and by the time they covered 6 blocks of the 7-block return journey to the house, Ernie was breathing like a well-run racehorse, and he bolted for the safety of the light inside. Not bad, though. 6 blocks. Better than before. At this rate, he would be cured in no time. As Faye followed him into the house, where Lucy was already helping him out of his coat, she tried to feel good about his progress to date. If this pace held, he would complete the third and final stage weeks, maybe even a couple of months ahead of schedule. That was what worried Faye. His rapid improvement was amazing. It seemed too rapid and too amazing to be real. She wanted to believe the nightmare would be put behind them quickly, but the pace of his recuperation made her wonder if it was lasting. Striving always to think positive, Faye Block was nevertheless plagued by the instinctive and unnerving feeling that something was wrong. Very wrong. Boston, Massachusetts. Inevitably, given his exotic background as a godson of Picasso and a once famous European stage performer, Pablo Jackson was a star in Boston social circles. Furthermore, during World War II, he had been a liaison between British intelligence and the French resistance forces, and his recent work as a hypnotist with police agencies had only added to his mystique. He never lacked invitations. On the evening of Christmas Day, Pablo attended a black-tie dinner party for 22 at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Ira Hergensheimer in Brooklyn. The house was a splendid brick Georgian colonial, as elegant and warmly welcoming as the Hergensheimers themselves, who had made their money in real estate during the 1950s. A bartender was on duty in the library, and white-jacketed waiters circulated through the enormous drawing room with champagne and canapes, and in the foyer, a string quartet played just loudly enough to provide pleasant background music. Among that engaging company, the man of most interest to Pablo was Alexander Christopherson, former ambassador to the Court of St. James, one-term United States Senator from Massachusetts, later director of the Central Intelligence Agency, now retired almost a decade, whom Pablo had known half a century. Now 76, Christopherson was the second eldest guest, but old age had been nearly as kind to him as to Pablo. He was tall, distinguished, with remarkably few lines in his classic Bostonian face. His mind was as sharp as ever. The true length of his journey on the earth was betrayed only by a mild trace of Parkinson's disease, which, in spite of medication, left him with a tremor in his right hand. Half an hour before dinner, Pablo eased Alex away from the other guests and led him to Ira Hergensheimer's oak-paneled study, adjacent to the library, for a private conversation. The old magician closed the door behind them, and they carried their glasses of champagne to a pair of leather wingback chairs by the window. "Alex, I need your advice." "Well, as you know," Alex said, "men our age find it especially satisfying to give advice. It compensates for no longer being able to set a bad example ourselves. I can't imagine what advice I could give on any problem that you wouldn't already have thought of yourself." "Yesterday," Pablo said, "a young woman came to see me. She's an exceedingly lovely, charming, and intelligent woman who's accustomed to solving her own problems, but now she's bumped up against something very strange. She desperately needs help." Alex raised his eyebrows. "Beautiful young women still come to you for help at 81. I am impressed, humbled, and envious, Pablo." "This is not a coup de foudre, you filthy-minded old lizard. Passion isn't involved." Without mentioning Ginger Weiss's name or occupation, Pablo discussed her problem, the bizarre and inexplicable fugues, and recounted a session of hypnotic regression that had ended with her frightening withdrawal. She actually seemed about to retreat into a deep, self-induced coma, perhaps even into death, to avoid my questions. Naturally, I refused to put her in a trance again and risk another withdrawal of that severity. But I promised to do some research to see if any similar case was on record. I found myself poring through books most of last evening and this morning, searching for references to memory blocks with self-destruction built into them. At last, I found it in one of your books. Of course, you were writing about an imposed psychological condition as a result of brainwashing, and this woman's block is of her own creation, but the similarity is there. Drawing on his experiences in the intelligence services during World War II and the subsequent Cold War, Alex Christofferson had written several books, including 2 that dealt with brainwashing. In one, Alex had described a technique he called the Azrael block, naming it for one of the angels of death, that seemed uncannily like the barrier that surrounded Ginger Weiss's memory of some traumatic event in her past. As distant string music came to them, muffled by the closed study door, Alex put down his champagne glass because his hands trembled too violently. He said, "I don't suppose you'd drop this matter and forget all about it, because I'm telling you that's the wisest course." "Well," Pablo said, a bit surprised by the ominous tone of his friend's voice, "I promised her I'll try to help." "I've been retired 8 years, and my instincts aren't what they once were, but I have a very bad feeling about this." "Drop it, Pablo. Don't see her again. Don't try to help her anymore." "But Alex, I've promised her." "I was afraid that'd be your position." Alex folded his tremulous hands. "Okay, the Azrael block. It's not something that Western intelligence services use often, but the Soviets find it invaluable. For example, let's imagine a top-notch Russian agent named Ivan, an operative with 30 years' service in the KGB. In Ivan's memory, there'll be an incredible amount of highly sensitive information that, were it to fall into Western hands, would devastate Russian espionage networks. Ivan's superiors constantly worry that on some foreign assignment he'll be identified and interrogated. As I understand it, with current drugs and hypnotic techniques, no one can withhold information from a determined interrogator." "Exactly. No matter how tough he is, Ivan will spill all he knows without being tortured. For that reason, his superiors would prefer to send younger agents who, if caught, would have less valuable information to reveal. But many situations require a seasoned man like Ivan, so the possibility of all his knowledge falling into enemy hands is a nightmare with which his superiors must live, whether they like it or not."
The risk of doing business.
Exactly. However, let's imagine that among all the sensitive knowledge in his head, Ivan knows 2 or 3 things that are especially sensitive, so explosive that their revelation could destroy his country. These particular memories, less than 1% of his knowledge about KGB operations, could be suppressed without affecting his performance in the field. We're talking here about the suppression of a very tiny portion of his memories. Then, if he fell into enemy hands, he'd still give up a great deal of valuable stuff during interrogation, but at least he would not be able to reveal those few most crucial memories.
And this is where the Azrael block comes in, Pablo said. Ivan's own people use drugs and hypnosis to seal off certain parts of his past before sending him overseas on his next assignment.
Alex nodded. For example, say that years ago, Ivan was one of the agents involved in the attempted assassination of Pope John Paul II. With a memory block in place, his awareness of that involvement could be locked in his subconscious, beyond the reach of potential interrogators, without affecting his work on new assignments. But not just any block will do. If Ivan's interrogators discover a standard memory block, they'll work diligently to unlock it, because they'll know that what lies behind it is of enormous importance. So the barrier must be one that cannot be tampered with. The Azrael block is perfect. When the subject is questioned about the forbidden topic, he's programmed to retreat into a deep coma where he cannot hear the inquisitioner's voice, and even into death. In fact, it should more accurately be called the Azrael trigger, because if the interrogator probes into the blocked memories, he pulls that trigger, shooting Ivan into a coma, and if he continues to pull the trigger, he may eventually kill the subject.
Fascinated, Pablo said, but isn't the survival instinct strong enough to overcome the block? When it comes to the point that Ivan must either remember and reveal what he has forgotten, or die, well, surely the repressed memory would surface.
No. Even in the warm amber light of the floor lamp beside his chair, Alex's face appeared to have gone gray. Not with the drugs and hypnotic techniques we have these days. Mind control is a frighteningly advanced science. The survival instinct is the strongest we've got, but even that can be overridden. Ivan can be programmed to self-destruct. Pablo found his champagne glass empty.
My young lady friend seems to have invented a sort of Azrael block of her own to hide from herself some extraordinarily distressing event in her past.
No, Alex said. She didn't form the block herself.
She must have. She's in a bad state, Alex. She just slips away when I try to question her. So, as you know this field, I thought you might have a few ideas about how I can deal with it.
You still don't understand why I warned you to drop this whole thing, Alex said. He pushed up from his chair, moved to the nearby window, shoved his trembling hands in his pockets, and stared out at the snow-covered lawn. A self-imposed, naturally generated Azrael block? Such a thing is impossible. The human mind will not, of its own volition, put itself at risk of death merely to conceal something from itself. An Azrael block is always an externally applied control. If you've encountered such a barrier, then someone planted it in her mind.
You're saying she's been brainwashed? Ridiculous. She's no spy.
I'm sure she's not.
She's no Russian. So why would she have been brainwashed? Ordinary citizens don't become targets for that sort of thing.
Alex turned from the window and faced Pablo.
This is just an educated guess, but perhaps she accidentally saw something she was not supposed to see. Something extremely important, secret. Subsequently, she was subjected to a sophisticated process of memory repression to make sure she never told anyone about it. Pablo stared at him, astonished.
But what could she possibly have seen to have made such extreme measures necessary?
Alex shrugged.
And who could have tampered with her mind?
Alex said,
The Russians, the CIA,
the Israeli Mossad, Britain's M16, any organization with the knowledge of how such things are done.
I don't think she's traveled outside the U.S., which leaves the CIA.
Not necessarily. All the others operate in this country for their own purposes. Besides, intelligence organizations are not the only groups who are familiar with mind control techniques. So are some crackpot religious cults, fanatical political fringe groups, others. Knowledge spreads fast, and evil knowledge spreads faster. If people like that want her to forget something, you sure don't want to help her remember. It wouldn't be healthy for either you or her, Pablo.
I can't believe.
Believe, Alex said somberly.
But these views, these sudden fears of black gloves and helmets, these would seem to indicate that her memory block is cracking. Yet the people you've mentioned wouldn't have done a half-baked job, would they? If they had implanted a block, it would be perfect.
Alex returned to his chair, sat, leaned forward, fixing Pablo with an intense gaze, obviously striving to impress him with the gravity of the situation.
That's what worries me most, old friend. Ordinarily, such a firmly-implanted mental barrier would never weaken on its own. The people capable of doing this to your lady friend are absolutely expert at it. They wouldn't screw up. So her recent problems, a deteriorating psychological condition, can mean only one thing.
Yes?
The forbidden memories, the secrets buried behind this Azrael block, are apparently so explosive, so frightening, so traumatic that not even an expertly engineered barrier can contain them. Buried in this woman is a shocking memory of immense power, and it's straining to break out of its prison in her subconscious into her conscious mind. These objects that trigger her blackouts, the gloves, the sink drain, are very likely elements of those repressed memories. When she fixates on one of these things, she's close to a breakthrough, trembling on the edge of remembrance. Then her program kicks in and she blocks out.
Pablo's heart quickened with excitement.
Then, after all, it might be possible to use hypnotic regression to probe at this Azrael block, widen the cracks already in it, without